Chapter 98. On the empty ground, Guan Shui and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. One was a prodigy of the Guan clan, who had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. One of them was a disciple of the Li family who was not valued, but now, he relied on his super strong comprehension ability to achieve glory. The battle between the two of them was of great importance. Even Guan Yilong and Li Tianshi had a serious expression on their faces. Li Fuchen, I have no regrets about the annulment of the engagement. This is my own destiny and no one can control it. Guan Shui spoke slowly. Li Fuchen replied, To tell you the truth, I have never liked you. If I, Li Fuchen, want something, I will grab it with my own hands. I don't need charity from others, especially marriage. Never liked me? Not knowing why, after hearing this statement, Guan Shui felt a little stifled in her heart. She was very confident in her looks and talents. But when she found out that a youth who she once looked down on had never put her in his heart, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Since this is the case, let us settle our grudges in this battle. Taking a deep breath, Guan Shui's eyes were filled with pure battle intent and nothing else. Regrettably, this battle I will win. Li Fuchen still didn't have the intention to draw his sword, and calmly looked at Guan Shui. With a flash of coldness in her eyes, Guan Shui drew her black iron sword and sprinted towards Li Fuchen. Guan Shui's cultivation was one level lower than Guan Yan, but her ability was on par with Guan Yan. Not only did she cultivate the mystic class, mid-tier, Jade Shadow Mystic technique to the 9th rank, she also cultivated a low-tier, mystic class, Mystic Water Sword style to the subcompletion stage. In addition, the Cosmic Cloud Battle Body was also cultivated to the completion stage, and her physical strength rose to 7,000 kilograms. With these three factors stacked together, she was able to defeat a regular 4th-level Origin Realm, 3rd-grade Inner Sect disciple. Guan Yan was only a 3rd-grade Inner Sect disciple. Among the crowd, only Guan Shui and Li Fuchen were 1st-grade Inner Sect disciples. The 2nd-grade Inner Sect disciples could be counted on one hand. Mystic Water Surge. With a swing of the sword, the air vibrated and rippled like a stream of water. Guan Shui's sword style was abnormally exquisite and uninterrupted. Red Jade illuminating snow. Against Guan Shui's all-out strike, Li Fuchen made his move. When he struck out with his palm, the blazing palm energy caused everything within a radius of several meters to turn red. Even the void seemed to have turned into a piece of red jade that emitted a scorching heat. Walala! When Guan Shui's sword art met with Li Fuchen's palm force, it was like the scorching sun melting the snow. The sword presence and the sword light rapidly melted. Not good. Guan Shui's expression changed. Li Fuchen was obviously executing the Li clan's high-tier, yellow-class palm art, red jade palm. But when executed by Li Fuchen, the power of the red jade palm was excessively domineering. Guan Shui hurriedly changed her sword stance. Take another palm strike from me. Li Fuchen sent out another palm strike. The blazing palm force was like a furnace, forcing Guan Shui to take a few steps back. Scarlet Flame Mystic Art Stage 10 or? Li Tianshi was bewildered. Most of the Li clansmen cultivated either the Scarlet Fire technique or the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Li Tianshi, who cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 11th rank, felt that Li Fuchen's chi wave was very familiar. It was almost similar to his own 11th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. This caused him to be appalled. It was said that Li Fuchen's perception was astounding, but this was too astounding. He cannot be allowed to defeat Guan Shui. Guan Yilong's expression was ashen. Guan Shui was the symbol of the Guan clan. If Guan Shui was defeated, it would have a huge impact on the Guan clansmen. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Guan Yao, make your move at the crucial moment. If there is an opportunity, I don't mind if you injure him in one move. Guan Yilong whispered to Guan Yao. As the leader of the Guan clan, he wasn't suited to do such a thing. Leaving it to Guan Yao was the most suitable choice. Don't worry. Guan Yao laughed coldly. Guan Peng, who could vaguely hear their conversation, let out a cold laugh. To be able to suppress Guan Shui with just his palm arts, this Li Fuchen may be a disaster. The young clansman who didn't care at the start had now turned serious. No matter what Li Fuchen's bone frame was like, at least in terms of his improvement speed, He was a huge threat. With the years of conflict between the Yang and Li clans, once Li Fuchen matured, the Yang clan wouldn't have it easy either. Although the possibility was low, even a low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to do anything to the Yang clan. With Li Fuchen's talent, it was unknown if he could even become an Earth Realm martial artist. But no matter what, this possibility existed. In an instant, the Yang clansmen developed a deep enmity towards Li Fuchen. In the middle of the empty space, Guan Shui pursed her lips and retreated step by step. Li Fuchen suppressed her with just his palm arts, causing her to fall into a trance. Back then, she never thought that she would have a chance to meet Li Fuchen again. Never did she think that such a situation would occur. Li Fuchen's existence had subverted her beliefs and pride to a certain extent. Lose. Revolving the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, Li Fuchen brazenly sent out a palm strike. The blazing palm force condensed into a ball and collided with Guan Shui's sword style. With fresh blood leaking from the corner of her mouth, Guan Shui's black iron sword was repelled, and she was about to lose. Li Fuchen, your ability isn't bad. Let me Guan Yao give you some pointers. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Guan Shui and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. Despicable. Shameless. Li Tianshi and Li Jinxia were enraged. They never would have thought that the Guan clan would be so shameless to do such a despicable thing. But it was too sudden, and they couldn't provide aid in time. They could only watch as the situation unfolded. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't retreat, and welcomed Guan Yao with a palm strike. Rumble. It was as though a thunder had exploded. A horrifying chi force spread out and scraped the ground by 3 inches. In the next moment, the two figures each took 7 to 8 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. How could this be? Guan Yao was shocked. He was a 5th-level Origin Realm martial artist, and he couldn't even injure Li Fuchen with a single palm strike. Guan Yao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone else was too. Li Tianshi and Li Jinxia were both surprised and delighted. Guan Yao, who allowed you to make a move? Get lost. Guan Shui's expression changed as anger flashed across her face. Hearing this, Guan Yao's expression didn't look good. It was fine if he didn't injure Li Fuchen, but he was reprimanded by Guan Shui instead. This was simply 2 different sides of the coin. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Suppressing her anger, Guan Shui took a deep breath and said to Li Fuchen, I admit my loss in this duel. Finishing her statement, she turned and left, ignoring the Guan clansmen. From now on, you and I will have no more interactions. Li Fuchen let out a breath and thought in his heart. Defeating Guan Shui didn't give him any satisfaction. His goal was to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Be it Guan Shui, Yuan Tian, or any other prodigies, he didn't care. His opponent was himself. As long as he unearthed all of his potential, there would be a day when he would reach the peak and look down on the 9 heavens. Chapter 99. With Guan Shui gone, Guan Yao had nothing to fear anymore. Li Fuchen, Shui Jie is magnanimous and admits defeat. But I won't. Guan Yao made up his mind to severely injure Li Fuchen. It would be best if he could crush Li Fuchen's fighting spirit and cripple him. Guan Yao, if you want to fight, I shall accompany you. Li Jinxia stood out. Li Jinxia, you are just an 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist, and you dare to challenge Guan Yao. An 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist stepped out. Li Tianshi stood beside Li Jinxia and spoke in a deep voice. Guan Yao is a 5th-level Origin Realm martial artist. How could he dare to challenge Fuchen? Guan Yilong laughed with disdain. My Guan clan is powerful, and the rules are set by us. Your Li clansmen can only obey. Li Tianshi, Guan Yilong is right. Your Li clan is no longer as glorious as before. Just accept your fate. I believe Guan Yao knows his limits and won't cripple this kid. Yang Ao realized that the fight between the 3 clans had turned into a fight between 2 clans. His Yang clan couldn't interfere at all, but he was happy about it. In every fight, be it the Guan clan or the Yang clan, it was always fun to bully the Li clan. Yang Ao you. Li Tianshi was infuriated. Tianshi ji, since he wants to fight, I shall accompany him. You don't have to interfere. Li Fuchen was infuriated. The current him might not be able to wipe out the Guan and Yang clans, but he could still wipe out any Guan clansmen who were below the 5th level of the origin realm. Other than that, Li Fuchen was never a saint. Since the Guan and Yang clans dared to be so arrogant, he would soon let them know the price of being arrogant. With his perception, he believed that as long as he could break through to the 4th level of the origin realm, he would be able to defeat the leaders of the Guan and Yang clans. Fuchen, Guan Yao is at the 5th level of the origin realm, Li Tianxia reminded. Li Fuchen replied, I know my limits. All right then. Jinxiu, let's back off. Li Tianxia said to Li Jinxiu. Li Jinxiu nodded helplessly and retreated with Li Tianxia. She then looked at Li Fuchen with a worried expression. Did I hear it wrong? This kid wants to fight Guan Yao. The Yang family juniors were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The difference between the 2nd and 5th level of the origin realm was 3 whole levels. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a 2nd level origin realm martial artist defeating a 5th level origin realm martial artist was as difficult as a 2nd level Qi realm martial artist defeating a 7th level Qi realm martial artist. It was almost impossible. Stupid. Kai Yang, who had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm, spat out a few words. It is very stupid. Yang Zhan and Yang Lai sneered. In the pavilion, the Shentu clansmen were waiting to see Li Fuchen make a fool of himself. Compared to the previous battles between the 3 clans, this year's battle between the 3 clans was especially interesting. It was worth coming to watch. Ignorant kid. I really don't know how you got to this step. Maybe God is blind and let you get away with it. Guan Yao grinned, revealing his white teeth. You can try. Li Fuchen placed his right hand on the black iron sword's hilt. Against a 5th level origin realm inner sect disciple, he couldn't possibly fight with his bare fists. Kid, get down. Guan Yao's bone frame wasn't that great, but he had been in the Zhonglan sect for more than a decade. More than 10 years was enough for him to cultivate the Green Shadow Mystic Technique to the 9th rank. At this moment, the Green Shadow Mystic Technique was fully revolved. A 4-foot-long true Qi blade suddenly appeared on the black iron sword and slashed at Li Fuchen. Revolving the 11th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Li Fuchen met the attack with his sword. As the 2 swords clashed, the ground was filled with thousands of holes. These holes were caused by the Qi forces from the 2 black iron swords. Slightly stronger than the masked man, Li Fuchen instantly judged Guan Yao's ability. The masked man cultivated a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. Even if he cultivated it to the highest rank, it would only be equivalent to the 7th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Guan Yao's Jade Shadow Mystic Technique should be at the 9th rank, which was 2 ranks higher than the masked man. But the masked man's cultivation was 1 rank higher than Guan Hao's, which was why both of their Qi levels were about the same. But Guan Yao's physical strength was much higher than the masked man's. Therefore, his ability was naturally a notch higher. A pity. I am no longer the same person I was back then. Had it been a while ago, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to go against Guan Yao head-on. He could only rely on his superior physical defense and wind shadow steps to deal with Guan Yao, waiting for an opportunity to defeat his opponent. But now, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique had broken through to the 11th rank. His wind shadow steps and meteor sword style were both at the completion stage. His ability had increased by a notch. Dang 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 dang. The 2 of them clashed in a frenzy. Sparks flew in all directions, accompanied by a violent Qi force. He actually blocked my full force attack. Guan Yao didn't believe it, and pushed his Qi to the limit. Maintaining the length of the Qi blade, he frenziedly slashed at Li Fuchen. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. He wanted to make use of his advantage in length to defeat Li Fuchen in a single blade. But Li Fuchen was experienced, and didn't give Guan Yao the chance to utilize his advantage in length. Either he attacked in close range, or he would widen the distance and use his exquisite sword skills to neutralize the Qi blade. Soaring Cloud Slash. After a dozen exchanges, Guan Yao seized the opportunity and suddenly slashed with his sword. The violent Qi blade was like a whip, lashing at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The Qi blade penetrated Li Fuchen's body, but it was just an afterimage. With the wind shadow steps at the completion stage, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast and easily circled to Guan Yao's side. Meteor fall. While in midair, Li Fuchen executed his ultimate sword move. A stream of light flashed in midair. Guan Yao's chi protection was broken, and the black iron sword pierced into his shoulder. Li Fuchen exerted strength in his arm and lifted Guan Yao up. "You have lost." Landing on the ground, Li Fuchen lifted his opponent in midair and spoke in a cold tone. Guan Yao's body was twitching in pain, along with endless humiliation. To be lifted up by a sword, what kind of humiliation was this? Is Fuchen still human? Li Tianshi and Li Jinxia were flabbergasted. Surpassing 3 levels to defeat Guan Yao was something they didn't even dare to think about. Guan Yao wasn't a martial artist of the pugilistic world, and didn't have any good cultivation techniques or sword art manuals. As a 5th-level Origin Realm inner sect disciple, Guan Yao's resources were much richer than the pugilistic world. Impossible. This was the first time Guan Yilong lost his composure as his lips twitched. The Guan clansmen behind him looked at each other in dismay. Some even rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they were hallucinating. If there is a chance, I must eliminate this person. Yang Ao squeezed each word out from the gaps of his teeth. With Li Fuchen around, the Yang clan was in danger. If Li Fuchen continued to grow, once he progressed to the Earth Realm, even Yunwu City's city lord, Shentu Jianhe, wouldn't be able to suppress him. What do you guys think? Is it better for our Shentu clan to be the only clan in Yunwu City? Or are there other clans that share the limelight with us? Shentu Jiaming stood up and squinted his eyes. Of course it is better for our Shentu clan to be the only clan in Yunwu City. A Shentu clansman replied. Chapter 100. Pa. Swinging his sword, Guan Yao was flung away. Li Fuchen shook off the bloodstains on the black iron sword and spoke indifferently. Who else? Apart from Guan Shui, as long as the rest of the Guan clansmen didn't exceed the 5th level of the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen had the confidence to win. Even if he was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he could rely on his tough physical defense to fight against them. Of course, he didn't want to be so tired. The disciples of the Guan family were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Among them, there were only 2 who were at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. The other one didn't think he was any stronger than Guan Yao, and would at most be on par with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, very good. Seems like we have underestimated you, but you should show some respect to your seniors. The Yang clan's Yang Lai walked out. On the eve of the Cloud Mist City Genius Tournament, the inner sect disciples of the 4 major clans rushed back. The inner sect disciples from the Yang family were Yang Lai and Yang Zhan. Yang Lai was 26 years old this year, and was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. In terms of talent, he was much better than the 27-year-old Guan Yao. Right now, he was looking at Li Fuchen with eyes filled with jealousy and gloominess. During the Cloud Mist City Genius battle, Zhang Xian was still a small fry. It had only been 2 years, but he had grown to such an extent. Back then, Yang Lai could crush Li Fuchen with a single finger. Senior, do you think you're worthy? Li Fuchen was indifferent. What a disrespectful guy. Yang Lai's eyes narrowed into slits. Previously, when Li Fuchen was able to defeat Guan Yao, he mainly relied on the meteor sword style. But coincidentally, he had sparred with an inner sect disciple who cultivated the meteor sword style. Hence he had some understanding of the meteor sword style. The meteor sword art only had one move, and this move was extremely extreme. Not only was its speed astonishingly fast, but its lethality was also astonishing. If he wanted to contend against the meteor sword art, he could only counter it with his own move. He could not allow his opponent to find an opening where he had already used up all his strength. Xiao, xiao, xiao. But after exchanging moves, Yang Lai knew he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's meteor sword style had an extremely short chi recovery time, allowing him to execute the second and third sword within a short period of time. Tired of dealing with them, he couldn't organize an effective counterattack. You've cultivated the meteor sword art to the great accomplishment realm? Yang Lai exclaimed. You don't need to know. Li Fuchen naturally cultivated the meteor sword style to the sub-perfection stage. Normally speaking, Yellow class martial arts were meant for Qi realm and Origin realm martial artists. Mystic class martial arts corresponded to Earth realm and Heaven realm martial artists. Hence, when an Origin realm martial artist executed a mystic class martial art, it would be rather strenuous. They would require a certain amount of time to recharge their qi, and couldn't execute it continuously. But if one were to cultivate a profound level martial art to the great accomplishment realm, the time needed to recover qi would be greatly reduced. Qi. A light flashed, and Yang Lai's chest was pierced by a sword. If he didn't react in time, this sword was enough to make him lose his combat power. Yang Lai, come back. Yang Ao suddenly said, you do have some strength. I've learned a thing or two. Yang Lai didn't have a chance to get off the stage. Hearing this, he quickly jumped back and jumped out of the battle circle. But his face didn't look good. Who else? Li Fuchen continued to scan the Guan and Yang clansmen. The eyes of the two clans' disciples twitched. How arrogant! The Shen-Tu family clan disciples could not stand it any longer. Of course, with their high status, they were not willing to get involved in this mess. Haha! Li Tianshi laughed loudly. Fuchen, come back too. From what I see, no one below the 5th level of the Origin realm is a match for you. And those above the 5th level of the Origin realm wouldn't be so thick-skinned to challenge you. He was afraid that a 6th level Origin realm martial artist would challenge Li Fuchen. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for him to stop. Li Fuchen knew when to stop, and silently retreated to the Li clan's camp. Li Tianshi, don't be too happy yet. What happened earlier was just the appetizer. Next is the main course. Guan Yilong spoke with a gloomy expression. Guan Xiong is right. Li Tianshi, you better be mentally prepared. Yang Ao stared at Li Tianshi. Bring it on. My Li clan never fears a battle. Li Tianshi spoke with a heroic tone. The Li clan only had 3 individuals above the 5th level of the Origin realm. One was Li Tianshi at the 8th level of the Origin realm, Li Jinxiu at the 8th level of the Origin realm, and Li Xuantu at the 6th level of the Origin realm. The Guan clan had 6 individuals above the 5th level of the Origin realm, while the Yang clan had 5. After a few battles, the Guan clan and the Yang clan were evenly matched, while the Li clan was much weaker. Fortunately, Li Jinxiu defeated a Guan clan clansman and a Yang clan clansman respectively, which didn't make the Li clan look bad. Li Tianshi, come out. Let's have a showdown. In the end, only Guan Yilong, Li Tianshi, and Yang Ao had yet to make a move. Guan Yilong pointed at Li Tianshi and spoke arrogantly. I will accompany you to the end. Li Tianshi dashed out. Boom, 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 boom. An intense battle between martial artists at the 8th level of the Origin realm was too horrifying. The qi on the black iron sword extended to a length of 7 to 8 feet. With the addition of the black iron sword's length, it was over a dozen feet, which means to say, with a distance of a dozen feet, the two of them could slash a weaker martial artist to death. Mystic water sword style. Radiant sword style. Guan Yilong's black iron sword released a large amount of qi, condensing into a large water ball shape, and blasted at Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi's black iron sword also released a large amount of qi, condensing into a dazzling light ball the size of a millstone. He then slashed at Li Tianshi. Rumble! There was a tremor as the ground between the two of them exploded into a crater that was a few meters in size. Gravel and dirt flew everywhere, just like countless hidden weapons. In the end, the two of them couldn't determine a victor. The Li clan might have weakened, but this was something that happened in the recent decades. During Li Tianshi's generation, the Li clan was at its peak. The younger generation wasn't inferior to the Guan and Yang clansmen. After the battle with Guan Yilong, Li Tianshi had another battle with Yang Ao. One had to admit that with their similar innate talents, unless one of them had a breakthrough, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the other in a short period of time. Such an exciting battle. My hands are itching to watch. In the pavilion, the Shen-Tu clan's youth generation leader, Shen-Tu Jiaming, stood up and laughed heartily. Jiaming Xiong must be joking. Guan Yilong and Yang Ao cupped their fists toward Shen-Tu Jiaming. Shen-Tu Jiaming, 32 years old, 9th level of the Origin realm. With a 3-star bone frame, he had hopes of breaking through to the Earth realm before the age of 35, and becoming a direct disciple of the Zhonglan sect. Among the 4 major clans, there wasn't a single direct disciple in the Zhonglan sect. If any of the clans had a direct disciple, it would be enough to intimidate the other 3 clans. But if the Shentu clan had a direct disciple, it would solidify the Shentu clan's position. Li Tianxia twitched his mouth and didn't say a word. All these years, the Li clan's descendants had been bullied by the Shentu clan's descendants. They used the fact that they were descendants of the City Lord's clan and were bossy and arrogant. They even helped the Guan and Yang clans in the dark. Li Tianxia wasn't going to curry favor with them. Looking at Li Fuchen, Shentu Jiaming said, "You aren't bad. Not sure if you are interested in becoming my follower." He wanted to subdue Li Fuchen. No matter what his bone frame was at the origin realm, he was definitely a formidable individual. "Sorry, I am not interested." Li Fuchen immediately rejected. Giving a light smile, Shentu Jiaming said, "I hope you won't regret it. Let's go." Chapter 101. Fuchen, you were too dazzling today. I'm afraid the Guan clan and Yang clan won't tolerate you. The Shentu clan will fear you too. After everyone left, Li Tianxia said to Li Fuchen. Li Jinxiu, who stayed behind, nodded. Try not to leave the sect in the future. When you are out on missions, you have to be careful. Better safe than sorry. Li Fuchen's normal bone frame was too strange. To be honest, the 2 of them suspected if Li Fuchen's bone frame was a demonic one. But the bone frame stone couldn't detect it. If not, why would a normal bone frame be so domineering? Understood, I will not give them the chance. Li Fuchen nodded. At the current stage, he didn't have the ability to protect himself, no matter how much of a perception he had. Only after becoming an Earth Realm martial artist would he have the qualifications to go against the 3 major clans. After separating from Li Tianxia and Li Jinxiu, Li Fuchen headed towards the inner sect martial hall. 2 missions gave Li Fuchen an additional 9,800 contribution points. With the points from before, Li Fuchen had a total of 42,000 contribution points. This amount of contribution points was too little, and could only redeem 1 mystic class, mid-tier martial arts manual. Li Fuchen thought for a moment, and decided to redeem 1 or 2 mystic class, low-tier martial arts. A swordsman mainly cultivated sword arts, but they couldn't do without other martial arts. Without a sword, a swordsman's combat ability would drop to a very low level. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen paced around the mystic class, low-tier martial arts manual section. When walking out, Li Fuchen picked 2 secret manuals. They were a palm technique and a leg technique respectively. The palm art was the iron smelting hand. The leg art was the shadowless leg. The iron smelting hand was very dominant. At a high rank, one could melt steel with their bare hands and extract impurities. Using it to attack the enemy was a form of torture. The shadowless leg was a leg art that specialized in speed. At a high rank, the leg's speed would be astonishing. Most importantly, as long as it was a leg art, it would be enhanced with a light body technique. As for how much it would be enhanced, it would depend on the mastery of both the shadowless leg and the light body technique. Because he was a first-grade inner sect disciple, 2 martial arts manuals that were worth 30,000 contribution points, after a 30% discount, only cost 21,000 contribution points. It helped Li Fuchen save 9,000 contribution points. For the next few days, Li Fuchen diligently practiced the shadowless leg and iron smelting hand. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't neglect the cultivation of the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style. However, after the wind shadow incantation and meteor sword technique reached great perfection, the focus was on comprehension. There was no need to train diligently. In a flash, Li Fuchen had been an inner sect disciple for an entire year. In a world of ice and snow, the young man activated his scarlet fire vital chi and struck out with his palm. A dazzling red light blossomed, melting all the ice and snow within a few meters radius. As expected of the iron smelting hand, to be able to unleash the heat of the scarlet fire chi to such an extent, Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the prowess of the iron smelting hand. As he let out an arc withdrawing the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchen revolved the wind shadow steps, and leapt high into the air. With a flash of his body, he kicked at the iron ore that was as tall as a human. In a single breath, it was unknown how many times Li Fuchen kicked the fine iron ore. Due to the extreme speed, it was as though there were 3 or 4 Li Fuchen kicking the fine iron ore. The scariest thing was that apart from the loud sound of kicking the ore, Li Fuchen didn't make any movement. It was as if he had transformed into a ghost, tangible but intangible. Pung! With the last kick, Li Fuchen's body flashed and landed on the ground like a wisp of green smoke. 5 meters away, the fine iron ore was split into 7 or 8 pieces. After a few months of cultivation, Li Fuchen had cultivated both the iron-smelting hand and shadowless leg to the completion stage. As compared to the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style, the difficulty of cultivating the iron-smelting hand and shadowless leg was much lower. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuchen had an easy time cultivating. Immersing his consciousness into his mind, Li Fuchen saw that the green ball of soul spirit had turned pale blue by 20%. The transformation speed is very slow. It seems like it will take a long time before the soul spirit is completely pale blue. Even though it was a little helpless, Li Fuchen had no other choice. Fortunately for him, the green soul spirit was more than enough. It is time to earn some contribution points. After becoming an inner sect disciple for a year, Li Fuchen didn't go to the Zhonglan Lake even once. To him, if he were to sacrifice the time and space to cultivate his martial arts in order to earn contribution points, it would be a waste. After all, the purpose of earning contribution points was to become stronger. Now that all of his martial arts and sword arts were at completion stage, he didn't need to concentrate on cultivation anymore, and just needed to slowly comprehend them. So going to the Zhonglan Lake wouldn't affect his progress. On this day, on a fishing platform at the Zhonglan Lake, there was a strange sight. An inner sect disciple actually came to the Zhonglan Lake to fish. It was a known fact that inner sect disciples had many ways to earn contribution points. A simple mission could easily earn 1 or 2,000, or even a few thousand contribution points. But fishing at the Zhonglan Lake, if one was lucky, one might be able to catch a treasure fish worth up to 1,000 contribution points in a month. But if one was unlucky, it was normal to only catch 1 or 200 contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. This is so weird. An inner sect disciple actually came to join in the fun. Could it be that he isn't doing well in the inner sect? Some of the outer sect disciples were discussing in low voices. What do you guys know? He is Li Fuchen Shixiang, and was once the outer sect's #1 disciple. How could he be doing badly? An outer sect disciple who knew Li Fuchen replied. So he is Li Fuchen Shixiang? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's achievements in the outer sect left a deep impression. Just the result of the Tower of Tribulations of 6 ticks was enough for everyone to worship him. Li Fuchen Shixiang has another nickname, Fishing King. Fishing King? What does that mean? A new outer sect disciple asked. Others can at most catch 1,000 plus contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. But Li Fuchen Shixiang can easily catch over 10,000 points worth of treasure fish in a month. It can't be. How is that possible? 10,000 plus points a month? I heard that most of the outer sect elders only get around 10,000 or 20,000 points a year. Why would I lie to you? Who doesn't know Li Fuchen Shixiang? This is too scary. 10,000 plus points a month. How many mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pills can that be exchanged for? Li Fuchen's appearance instantly became the center of attention. After hearing about his achievements, everyone was filled with admiration and envy. Li Fuchen only gave a light smile and didn't say anything. The days of fishing were dull and boring. Time flowed like water. 1 month passed, 2 months passed. In the blink of the eye, 9 months had passed. After fishing for 9 months, Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 21,000 to 150,000. With his status as a first-grade inner sect disciple, he could redeem a yellow-class, high-tier body refinement technique with his contribution points. Chapter 102. Elite Class Mid-Tier Mission. Kill the wanted criminal Zhao Dahu. Zhao Dahu, 7th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation Technique. Yellow Class, High-tier Fierce Tiger Technique. Martial Arts. Fierce Tiger Fist and Fierce Tiger Sword Style. Mission Reward. 5,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't accept a difficult class, mid-tier mission, but an elite class, mid-tier mission instead. It was also an elite class, mid-tier mission, but the reward for killing Zhao Dahu was much lower than the mission to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit band. The latter rewarded 8,000 contribution points. This was a peaceful little town. The town's roads were full of potholes, and from time to time, cow dung and horse dung could be seen. In the middle of the town, in a simple and crude restaurant, a fierce-looking man was eating and drinking to his heart's content. On the right side of the table, there was a sheathless broadsword that looked like it could kill. Clatter, clatter. A youth walked in. The youth took a quick glance and found the man. Zhao Dahu. Li Fuchen spoke. Zhao Dahu lifted his head and sized up Li Fuchen. Are you here to kill me? That's right. With just you. With just me. In your dreams. Clatter. Zhao Dahu flipped the table, sending the food and soup flying. He was like a ferocious tiger, sprinting onto the streets. With a bend of his knee, he jumped onto the roof and started sprinting. Inside the restaurant, Li Fuchen's figure had long vanished without a trace. Outside the restaurant, one could occasionally see a shadow flitting by. On the slope outside of the town, Zhao Dahu stopped. In front of him was Li Fuchen quietly standing there. You can't escape. Li Fuchen was unruffled. Zhao Dahu's vicious aura exploded. Little brat, do you really think I am afraid of you? I am only afraid that if I kill you, the Zhonglan sect will pursue me. Killing a Zhonglan inner sect disciple would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Zhonglan sect. Zhao Dahu didn't wish to be pursued by an even stronger inner sect disciple. As long as you can block a palm strike from me, I can let you go. Li Fuchen placed his left hand behind his back, while his right hand hung down naturally. Die! Zhao Dahu wielded his steel broadsword with both hands, and slashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. The sound of qi tearing through the air was like the roar of a ferocious tiger. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged Zhao Dahu's frenzied slash and struck at Zhao Dahu's shoulder. A bright red light blossomed. Li Fuchen's palm strike. Zhao Dahu's shoulder instantly caved in, and was charred black. His entire body was like a scarecrow as he flew out. In an instant he couldn't be more dead. 13 months. My ability has at least quadrupled. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised to kill Zhao Dahu with a single palm strike. No one knew his own strength better than him. After 13 months, 50% of his soul had turned light blue. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Art broke through to the 13th stage. Origin Realm, 4th level realm. Apart from this, his Wind Shadow Incantation, Meteor Sword Art, Iron Smelting Hand Technique, and Shadowless Kick all broke through to the Greater Perfection realm. After experiencing so many breakthroughs, Shifeng had no idea what his current strength was. Hence, he had accepted a mid-tier elite quest to test himself. All Li Yang class. Criminal Dahu. Li Demon class. 13 months ago, Li Fuchen had to rack his brains to kill the masked man. Li Fuchen found a few 1,000 gold cards on Zhao Dahu's body. He took off his head and left quietly. Mission Hall. A team mission? After handing in the mission, Li Fuchen didn't leave immediately. He wanted to pick a hard-class mid-tier mission. Carrying out sect missions may not be as fast as fishing for treasure fish, but it was still worth a lot of gold coins. Within the sect, the value of gold coins was far below contribution points. But in the outside world, contribution points were worthless, while gold coins were the currency. There were plenty of hard-class mid-tier missions. After browsing for a while, Li Fuchen found a team mission. This team mission was to help Guangzhou City defend against a beast wave. The mission reward was 10,000 contribution points. Defend against demonic beasts? Li Fuchen was curious about this mission. Yunwu City had experienced many beast waves, but he had never seen one before. This shitty. I advise you not to accept this mission. A square-faced inner sect disciple, who was 10 years older than Li Fuchen advised. Li Fuchen asked why. Defending against a beast wave is extremely tiring and dangerous. Those who accept this mission are either inner sect disciples, who are at least at the 5th level of the origin realm, or have astounding talent in body refinement? Li Fuchen replied, even if it isn't dangerous, I'm afraid I wouldn't accept it. Shaking his head, the square-faced inner sect disciple said, the beast wave isn't as simple as you think. Not only does it require a strong ability, it also requires a strong qi. If you only have a strong ability, but not enough qi, you won't even have time to consume a qi-returning pill. If your qi isn't strong enough, your life will be in danger. Every year, at least 8 out of 10 inner sect disciples die on this mission. Thank you Xixiang for the reminder, but I have confidence in myself. Li Fuchen rejected his kind intentions. I am just giving you a piece of advice. It is up to you whether you want to listen or not. The square-faced inner sect disciple sighed and left. He suddenly had a sudden thought, and wanted to advise Li Fuchen to prevent him from losing his life in Shoshua town. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so stubborn, and not listen to his advice. Seems like these newly promoted inner sect disciples wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth without going through some hardships. If a difficulty class, mid-tier mission was so easy to complete, would it still be called a difficulty class, mid-tier mission? After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Guangzhou City's Shoshua town. The reason why Guangzhou City was called Guangzhou City was due to its proximity to the Guangzhou Mountains. The demonic beasts of the Guangzhou Mountains were extremely violent and would wreak havoc in Guangzhou City every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. Shoshua town, the first strategic town of Guangzhou City. It was said that there was once a Class 5 demonic beast's fresh blood that spilled on the ground of Shoshua town, causing the heaven and earth energy here to be extremely dense. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Shoshua town became one of the main targets of the Guangzhou Mountains' demonic beasts. Arriving at Shoshua town, Li Fuchen couldn't help but sigh at the scale of Shoshua town. Shoshua town was a few folds bigger than a regular town. The outer walls were at least 20 meters tall and 10 meters thick. They were all forged with ores and had an unimaginable toughness. Li Fuchen wasn't able to break the walls in a single strike, not even a few dozen strikes. His meteor fall could only pierce a 1-meter-long hole in the walls. Even if he were to consecutively execute a few dozen strikes, it would only cause the walls to look like a hornet's nest. Shoshua town had a total of 2 town gates. Li Fuchen entered from the west gate. Within Shoshua town, there were many martial artists and troops patrolling the town. These troops were the Shoshua town's army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at least at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Other than that, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Zhonglan inner sect disciples. Just like what the square-faced inner sect disciple said, they were all above the 5th level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen. Chapter 103. You accepted this mission too? Li Fuchen asked. Li Fuchen was surprised to bump into Wu Qingmei. After becoming an inner sect disciple, everyone was busy with their own things. If there wasn't anything important, there wouldn't be any interactions. It has been a long time since he bumped into Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei replied, why? Can't I? Do you think my ability isn't enough? Of course not. Li Fuchen sized up Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei's cultivation was already at the 4th level of the origin realm. This was the benefit of having a high bone frame. The cultivation speed was extremely fast. Li Fuchen was only able to progress to the 4th level of the origin realm after reaching the 13th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Your cultivation speed is rather fast. Seems like we have underestimated you. Wu Qingmei was surprised to find out that Li Fuchen was at the 4th level of the origin realm. She thought Li Fuchen was at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say a word. Wu Qingmei said, other than me, Gao Changtian is here too. How about joining our team? When the beast wave erupts, we can take care of each other. Gao Changtian is in your team too? Hearing that Gao Changtian was in Wu Qingmei's team, Li Fuchen was tempted. Back in the outer sect, Gao Changtian once helped him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen had never forgotten. That's right. Other than Gao Changtian, our team has 7 other Zhonglan inner sect disciples. The team leader is Liao Hailong Xixiang. He is at the 6th level of the Origin Realm and has completed high-tier missions before. With him around, we will be much safer. Wu Qingmei said. Liao Hailong, huh? Li Fuchen had heard of him before. Just like Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian, Liao Hailong was also an intersect prodigy. Wu Shimi, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to us? Right at this moment, 8 youths walked over from a nearby street. The leader had broad shoulders and a slender waist, carrying a black iron broadsword on his back. Li Fuchen. Beside the youth, Gao Changtian's eyes lit up as he laughed. Gao Changtian. Li Fuchen laughed too. The Azure Water Sex prodigies were all extremely arrogant, but only Gao Changtian gave off a different vibe. He had a gentle and scholarly feeling. Why are you here too? You have progressed to the 4th level of the Origin Realm? Such speed. Gao Changtian was surprised. He progressed to the Origin Realm a few months earlier than Li Fuchen, but he was only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm now. I was lucky, Li Fuchen replied humbly. When the young man in the lead saw that the two of them had ignored him, his face darkened and he said ambiguously, Junior brother Gao, I thought that your personality was like this when I saw your usually taciturn look. So it was just an act. Hearing this, Gao Changtian's face darkened. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after glancing at Wu Qingmei, his lips tightened and he remained silent. Wu Qingmei quickly introduced, Liao Shixiang, this is the Li Fuchen who defeated you in Tian. Li Fuchen? Never heard of you. Wu Shimi, the beast wave might erupt at any moment. It is best for you to stay with me. Liao Hailong ignored Li Fuchen and spoke to Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei laughed awkwardly. Many thanks for Liao Shixiang's concern. But Li Fuchen is my friend, can he join our team? Your friend? Liao Hailong glanced at Li Fuchen. Since you are Wu Shimi's friend, I will give you some face. But you must remember, I am the captain of this team. When the time comes, listen to my orders. If you don't blame me for kicking you out of the team. Li Fuchen looked at Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian and sighed. To be honest, he didn't know what Wu Qingmei was thinking. If Gao Changtian had a poor bone frame, he wouldn't have said anything. But Gao Changtian's bone frame wasn't any worse than Liao Hailong's, just that he was born a year or two later. Could it be his background? From what he knew, Gao Changtian came from a small clan that couldn't even be compared to his Li clan. What's wrong? Are you mute? Liao Hailong frowned. The more he looked at Li Fuchen, the more he disliked him. Li Fuchen cleared his throat. Apologies, I was distracted. Regarding the matter of joining the team, just treat me as an external member. I don't like to listen to other people's orders. Had it not been for Gao Changtian, he wouldn't have interacted with these people. External member? You mean you can ignore my orders and still accept my protection? Isn't that a little better? Liao Hailong's face darkened. Li Fuchen replied, I will take care of my own safety. You don't have to worry about it. Who do you think you are? Liao Shixiang allowing you to join the team is giving face to Wu Shimi. If you aren't willing to follow Liao Shixiang's orders, you can leave now. Farragut. With your ability, once the beast wave erupts, you will still need Liao Shixiang's protection. Don't flatter yourself. A few of the inner sect disciples behind Liao Hailong mocked. At this moment Wu Qingmei regretted. She knew Liao Hailong had his pride. All geniuses had their own pride. What's more, Liao Hailong had the backing of a clan that spanned over a dozen cities. As the young master of a clan, anyone would have their own pride. But she didn't expect Li Fuchen's pride to be on par with Liao Hailong's. Compared to Gao Changtian, they were two extremes. To be honest, she didn't want Li Fuchen to join them at first. But after seeing Li Fuchen break through to the 4th level of the Origin Realm, she felt he wasn't as simple as he seemed, and wanted to befriend him. Li Fuchen, it isn't possible to be an outside member. Actually, an official member is good too. I think Liao Shixiang wouldn't give out an unacceptable order for no reason. Wu Qingmei advised. Forget it then. I am not used to being managed. Gao Changtian, let's catch up when we have the time. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen turned and left, heading towards the center of Shoshua town. There were plenty of ways to repay Gao Changtian's favor. There wasn't a need to throw away his pride and allow Liao Hailong to trample on him. What's more, if he agreed, Liao Hailong might even step on his pride. There wasn't a need. At most, he would pay more attention to Gao Changtian. If he was in danger, he would step up and help. Count on Liao Hailong? Liao Hailong's mind was on Wu Qingmei. Gao Changtian was nothing in his eyes. What's with the act Pui? Liao Shixiang, don't bother with such a person. If he thinks he is great just because he was once the outer sect #1 disciple, then he is wrong. He is just a normal bone frame. What's there to be proud of? Right, this kind of person doesn't have much ability, but he sure is arrogant. A few of the inner sect disciples discussed with extreme disdain. Liao Hailong said, "The more arrogant he is, the more inferior he feels. Why would I lower myself to his level? Wu Shimi, let's go for a meal." Even though he said so, in his heart, he had already memorized Li Fuchen. Chapter 104. In the middle of Shoshua town was a majestic grand hall. Resisting the beast wave mission required one to register at the grand hall. If not, it would not count. Entering the grand hall, Li Fuchen saw a few inner sect disciples registering their identities. There were also plenty of outer sect elders dressed in blue robes. Outer sect elders could not only receive job contribution points, they could also carry out elder missions like inner sect disciples to receive bonus contribution points. But elder class missions were rare, and not every outer sect elder had the chance to do so. Li Fuchen didn't know how it was arranged. After registering his identity, Li Fuchen received a distress talisman. During the beast wave, inner sect disciples had to head out to kill demonic beasts. They wouldn't allow you to stay in Shoshua town and enjoy the fruits of your labor. If you met with any danger, you could crush the distress talisman, and an outer sect elder would come to your rescue. Of course, after one distress talisman was used up, no one would come to your rescue the second time. You could only pray for your own luck. Chen Shiji, I didn't expect so many people to accept this mission. There must be at least a few hundred inner sect disciples. Resisting the beast wave might be dangerous, but the rewards are plenty. If you are lucky, you could even get a few Class 2 demonic beast cores. That would be considered a small fortune. Your Shiji is here for the demon cores. Just as Li Fuchen was about to exit the grand hall, two girls walked in. The three of them looked at each other and recognized each other. The two girls were Plum Sword, Chen Fenghua, and Zhao Mingyue. Plum Sword, Chen Fenghua, 8th level of the Origin Realm, 23 years old this year. It could be said that the direct disciple status was within her reach. After all, there was still another 12 years before she turned 35. Zhao Mingyue, the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder, 4th level of the Origin Realm. What a coincidence, Li Fuchen. Zhao Mingyue's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her entire person was like a jade statue, without any flaws. When she was in the outer sect, she was already the leader of the outer sect's 4 great beauties. After becoming an inner sect disciple, her temperament became even more refined. It is indeed a coincidence. Li Fuchen nodded with a smile on his face. 4th level of the Origin Realm. Li Shidi sure is a surprise. Chen Fenghua was also a beauty. She sized up Li Fuchen without a trace. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, she was shocked and couldn't help but ask. 4th level Origin Realm? With Zhao Mingyue's qi intent, she could sense that Li Fuchen was already at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. He looked extremely deep and unfathomable, like a deep pool of water. What secrets are you hiding in your body? A normal bone frame wouldn't be able to make such progress. Zhao Mingyue was very curious and asked straightforwardly. Li Fuchen rubbed his chin. A secret isn't a secret anymore once it is revealed. What's more, I don't have any secrets, I just have some perception. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Zhao Mingyue said, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. I don't think you will. Go back to your work. I shall make a move first." Li Fuchen didn't wish to speak more with the two of them, and walked out of the mayor's hall. Chen Fenghua gazed at Li Fuchen's departing back and smiled at Zhao Mingyue. This Li Shidi is rather peculiar. If it was anyone else, they would have wanted to travel with us. But he treated us like air. Senior apprentice Sister Chen, what realm do you think he will reach in the end? Zhao Mingyue asked. Chen Fenghua shook her head. It's hard to say. According to Bone Frame, the Earth realm is his limit. Even if he has a heaven-defying fate, he can only reach the heaven realm. But what? But just like what you said, if he is hiding any secrets, then it would be incredible. You have to know that he defeated you, and you win shitty. Zhao Mingyue pursed her lips. Her eyes that were as black as the stars flickered a little as she smiled. Time will prove everything. If he is able to break through to the Earth realm before the age of 25, his future achievements might even surpass Yuan Tian. Maybe. Chen Fanghua didn't comment. Li Fuchen was a special case. No one could predict his future. There sure are a lot of inner sect disciples. On the streets, there were Zhonglan inner sect disciples everywhere. All of them were at least at the 5th level of the origin realm. There weren't many who were below the 5th level of the origin realm. Jie. In the sky, a gigantic shadow flitted across. A horrifying sound was emitted, echoing across a radius of 12 miles. On the streets, everyone was panicking, thinking that a beast wave was about to break out. Usually, when a beast wave broke out, it would be the flying demonic beasts that attacked Shoshua town first. Li Fuchen felt an itch in his ears, and couldn't help but look up. With his astounding eyesight, Li Fuchen could see a gigantic demonic bird, flying a few hundred meters in the sky. Its body was about 7 to 8 meters long, and its feathers faintly glowed with a cold metallic luster. Its huge claws were golden in color, as if they were made of gold. The strangest thing was that it had 2 heads, each with a single horn growing from its head. Class 3 mid-tier flying demonic beast, single-horn twin-headed bird. It's a Class 3 demonic beast. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a Class 3 demonic beast. Class 3 demonic beasts were on par with Earth realm martial artists. Due to their tough bodies and terrifying demonic chi, a regular middle-leveled Earth realm martial artist would be instantly killed by the single-horn twin-headed bird. The single-horn twin-headed bird didn't intend to attack Shoshua town. It flew across the skies of Shoshua town, and soon became a black dot. Shoshua town is much more dangerous than I imagined. Li Fuchen lamented. Once a beast wave broke out, it wasn't just Class 1 and 2 demonic beasts. Even Class 3 demonic beasts would appear. Accompanying them were Class 1 and Class 2 demons. Class 3 demons were rarely seen, and once they appeared, only a heaven realm martial artist would be able to kill them. After finding an inn, Li Fuchen checked into it. It was currently noon, and after having his lunch, Li Fuchen began to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and thought to himself, this is Shoshua town indeed. The heaven and earth energy here is 30% denser than the outside world. I don't even need any pills. Because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique progressed too quickly, he would usually need pills to cultivate, or else the heaven and earth energy wouldn't be enough. But in Shoshua town, Li Fuchen realized that he didn't even need to consume pills. The dense heaven and earth energy was enough to satisfy his needs. Pills have impurities, consuming too many isn't a good thing. Too many chi impurities will affect the cultivation speed. But if I don't consume pills, I won't be able to increase my cultivation speed. It is all about balance. At this stage, it would be great if I could cultivate in Shoshua town. The heaven and earth energy here was 20% denser than the outside world. It was enough for Li Fuchen to increase his cultivation at a high speed without consuming pills. Of course, this was only at this stage. Once his cultivation level increased, he would require more heaven and earth energy. By then he would still require pills. 3 days later, the atmosphere of Shoshua town was getting tense. The scouts of Shoshua town had already detected that the demonic beasts at the edge of the Guangzhou mountains were increasing. It was estimated that within a week, the beast wave would erupt. Chapter 105. My soul spirit is already 50% pale blue in color, but I am still unable to cultivate 4 mystic class, low-tier martial arts to the highest rank. It seems like something is restricting me. In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen was trying to comprehend the Meteor Fall sword move. Meteor Fall was a kill move. When martial artists dueled, under the condition that both sides had similar basic ability, speed and kill move was the deciding factor. If the kill move was strong enough, it would be enough to kill in a single blow. This was something other moves couldn't achieve. But for the past 2 years, Meteor Fall was still unable to reach the trance stage. Cultivation was one of the reasons, but there was another more important reason. Mystic class martial arts corresponded to Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists. Normally, only Earth Realm martial artists could cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage. But other than that, there was something else that was restricting Li Fuchen. After all, when Li Fuchen was at the Qi realm, he was able to cultivate a yellow class, peak-tier martial art to the trance stage. With his perception, it wasn't difficult for him to surpass a realm, to comprehend a martial art. Perhaps it is because of my foundation. Li Fuchen's mind was sharp. He found the crux of the problem from the 3 stages of the completion stage. The Mastery Realm was divided into 3 realms, namely the Perfection Realm, the Great Perfection Realm, and the Trance Realm. Generally speaking, Sub-Perfection was already considered to be the highest level of a martial art. But the Perfection stage was at the extremity. Not only was it powerful, it was also exquisite. The Trance stage, as the name suggests, was beyond the original level of the martial art. It was a fusion of other martial arts, which required the support of a foundation, which is why any martial art that reached the trance stage would be considered as one's own martial art. It would be different from the original creator's martial art. The reason why Origin Realm martial artists couldn't cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage wasn't only because of their cultivation level, but also because of their lack of foundation. Li Fuchen was able to comprehend yellow class, high-tier, and peak-tier martial arts to the trance stage when he was at the Qi realm, mainly because he had already cultivated plenty of yellow class martial arts. Other than that, yellow class martial arts were foundation martial arts and didn't contain much mysticism, but mystic class martial arts contained much more mysticism and required a higher foundation. No wonder all the powerful swordsmen practice the 100 sword arts. Just one sword art is not enough to make a powerful swordsman. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. At this moment, if there were others here and heard Li Fuchen's words, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. Generally speaking, it was hard for Earth Realm martial artists to have such comprehension. Only when one's martial Dao or sword Dao reached an extremely high level would one be able to clearly feel the importance of one's foundation. Looks like I'll have to exchange for some yellow class martial arts when I return. Finding the source of the problem, Li Fuchen felt a lot more relaxed. There was nothing to be afraid of when there was a problem, but he was afraid of not being able to find a solution. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th night, buzz! A mournful horn sounded. The demonic beasts are attacking. The demonic beasts are attacking. Outside the east gate of Shoshua town, more than 10 scouts on demonic blood horses were running back, screaming. What? Attack at night? Damn it, I can't see well at night. It's too dangerous. Shoshua town. Everyone put on their clothes and ran to the streets. Attack at night? In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen frowned. When the beast wave broke out at night, it was the most dangerous. The casualty rate was at least double of the daytime. Picking up the leather armor on the side of the bed, Li Fuchen put it on. This leather armor was a class 3 demonic beast leather armor. It was worth at least 20,000 gold coins in the outside world, and was redeemed by Li Fuchen after spending 10,000 contribution points. It was able to reduce the damage sustained by the martial artist, especially the laceration damage. Exiting the inn, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the east gate's wall. Along the way, Li Fuchen could already hear the faint rumbling of thunder. On the wall, there was a dense crowd of people standing on it. They were basically all Origin Realm martial artists. Within the crowd, Li Fuchen gathered qi in his eyes. Looking through the night, he gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. Under the night sky, a black mass of demonic beasts surged over like a tide. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, all sorts of demonic beasts were gathered together. It was hard to imagine how the Guangzhou Mountains could have so many demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are too fertile. Every year during the beast wave, so many demonic beasts would die. The next year, there would still be the same number. Some demonic beasts can only give birth to one at a time. Some can give birth to dozens or even hundreds of demonic beasts. It is impossible to kill them all. That's right. The Guangzhou Mountains has limited resources. If there are too many demonic beasts crowding inside, it will only bring about their own destruction. That is why they need to invade more places and require more food. The Guangzhou Mountains is too huge. It is the largest mountain range in the Zhonglan region. I reckon that not only Guangzhou City is facing a beast wave, but also the nearby Iron Blood City and Violent Wind City. Even the Violent Saber sect on the opposite side of the Guangzhou Mountains are facing a beast wave. The Origin Realm martial artists around Li Fuchen were discussing with helpless expressions. Hearing the discussions, Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. For millions of years, demonic beasts were never eradicated. It was because of their fast reproduction rate. If you killed one, it would give birth to 2. If you killed 10, it would give birth to 20. Small mountains like the Misty Mountains were still alright. There would only be a beast wave every few years. But the Guangzhou Mountains was huge. Basically, there would be a beast wave every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. During the large-scale beast wave, many experts from the sect would rush over to help defend against the beast wave. If not, the Guangzhou city wouldn't be able to defend against it. As everyone was discussing, the beast wave was getting closer. The ground shook violently, as though a flood was about to overflow. Everyone listened to my command and attack at any time. On top of the wall stood the mayor of Shoshua Town. Shoshua Town was the first strategic town of Guangzhou City. The mayor was also an Earth Realm martial artist. Other than that, many outer sect elders, inner sect deacons, outer sect deacons, and inner sect deacon disciples were also here. Below the wall, there was an army of a few thousand men. Among them, other than the army of Shoshua Town, there was an even stronger army, Zhonglan Army. The Zhonglan Army was a sect army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at the Origin Realm. Once a sect war broke out, the Zhonglan Army would be at the forefront. Hence, during normal times, it was especially important to train the soldiers. Defending against the beast wave was undoubtedly a good opportunity to train the soldiers. This was just a small portion of the Zhonglan Army. The Zhonglan Army had a total of more than 200,000 men. When the beast wave was 1,000 meters away from Shoshua Town, Shoshua Town's first wave of long-range attacks began. Hundreds of catapults hurled out giant rocks. These rocks smashed into the beast wave and easily killed 3 to 5 demonic beasts. At the same time, it slowed down the spreading speed of the beast wave. But even though the catapults were formidable, there were too many demonic beasts. In just a short moment, the beast wave had already spread to a few hundred meters away. Open the gates and attack. Chapter 106. When everyone landed, the beast tide was already in front of them. Kill. At the beginning of the beast tide outbreak, everyone was not afraid. Generally, the ones charging at the front were all level 1 demonic beasts, while the stronger demonic beasts were at the back. Therefore, as long as they were not alone, there was basically no danger to their lives. Seeing that the demonic beasts were right in front of them, all of them burst forth with their jinchi and killed the demonic beasts courageously. Pu. The blood of the demonic beasts splattered crazily. Like harvesting rice, the demonic beasts fell one after another. Li Fuchen's wind shadow steps had already reached the perfection stage, and his body was as light as a feather. After he jumped down from the sky, his feet didn't touch the ground, and he easily slid more than 10 meters away. While he was sliding, he waved the black iron sword in his hand, and a huge arc of sword light appeared, killing 3 or 4 level 1 beasts. Then, a cross-shaped sword light flashed, and another 3 or 4 level 1 beasts were killed. Using powerful martial arts to deal with low-level demonic beasts was a very stupid action. The more powerful a martial art was, the more jinchi it would consume, resulting in unnecessary wastage. Of course, if one was strong enough, they wouldn't even need to use low-tier yellow-class martial arts. They could just use normal attacks. Li Fuchen wanted to clear a place to land, which was why he executed the low-tier, yellow-class crescent sword style, and Tiger Fong cross-slash. After landing, Li Fuchen slashed a Class 1 demonic beast with each slash. Not far away, Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian were also killing demonic beasts. But it was different from Li Fuchen's solo fight. Liao Hailong's group of 9 formed a formation. This formation was like a meat grinder. Wherever they moved, there would be a rain of blood, and the demonic beasts would fall in droves. There is indeed strength in numbers. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't reject joining the team. But it was a pity that Liao Hailong didn't see eye to eye with him. If he joined, he would only be bullied. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. On the other side, the moment Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua, and Zhao Mingyue landed on the ground, they immediately burst forth with astonishing attacks. Especially Chen Fanghua. She, who was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, was incomparably powerful. With a flick of the pale red artifact sword in her hand, countless pale red sword lights blossomed like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Pu. At least dozens of level 1 demonic beasts had died under this sword. This was no longer a simple instant kill, but a group kill. Chi release. An Origin Realm martial artist is actually able to release chi. This is unimaginably terrifying. The surrounding Origin Realm martial artists were overwhelmed with shock as their voices trembled. Normally, only an Earth Realm martial artist would be able to externalize chi. Those who were able to externalize chi at the Origin Realm were all elite prodigies. Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue landed on the ground after clearing a huge area. Then, just like everyone else, they killed the demonic beasts one at a time or two at a time. Is this the Myriad Blossom Sword Art, an area of effect sword technique? Li Fuchen saw this scene in his eyes. It was the same sword technique, but there were many types. Some sword techniques had many variations and were good at confusing the opponent. Some sword arts were lethal and suitable for solo duels, like Li Fuchen's meteor sword style. Some sword techniques were suitable for group attacks, such as Chen Fenghua's Myriad Blossom sword technique. Of course, the area of effect sword technique was also quite powerful in a one-on-one fight. In a situation where the opponent had no flaws, a single Myriad Blossom sword technique attack would be enough to make the opponent flustered and unable to take care of himself. However, no matter how powerful an Origin Realm martial artist was, he was still an Origin Realm martial artist. On the walls, none of the Earth Realm martial artists moved. A mere Class 1 demonic beast wasn't worthy for them to make a move. Their opponents were Class 3 demonic beasts. But if any demonic beasts approached the walls, they would still make a move. A wave of dozens of demonic beasts didn't even have the chance to collide with the walls when one of the Tsonglan Outer Sect elders made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ferocious chi force was like an enraged dragon, colliding with the demonic beasts and creating a bloody storm. A wave of demonic beasts were all jolted to death. Such a simple method was several folds better than Chen Fenghua's. No wonder he is an Earth Realm martial artist. To Li Fuchen, beheading Class 1 demonic beasts was as easy as eating and drinking. Others would put all their attention on the demonic beasts, but he was able to see and listen in all directions. As long as a demonic beast came near, he would immediately pierce through its vitals with a single blade. The commotion at the back naturally didn't escape his eyes. This was the first time he saw an Earth Realm martial artist in action. It was indeed horrifying. Of course, when compared to a Heaven Realm martial artist, it was still a far cry. During the Inner Sect Disciple exam, that Heaven Realm Inner Sect elder created an ice road on the Thousand Waterfall River with a wave of his hand. Don't even mention one Earth Realm martial artist. Even 10 Earth Realm martial artists would probably be frozen in a single palm. As time passed, Class 2 demonic beasts started to appear. Class 2 demonic beasts were extremely formidable. A single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast was enough to go against a mid-level Origin Realm martial artist from the Tsonglan army. As for those Origin Realm martial artists that didn't belong to the Tsonglan sect, it would take 2 or 3 of them to go against a single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast. Only the Tsonglan Inner Sect disciples could suppress a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Speaking of which, one has to mention the difference between demonic beasts and martial artists. Every time a demonic beast advanced a cultivation realm, its ability would increase by at least 10 folds. But if a martial artist didn't cultivate a formidable technique, every time they advanced a cultivation realm, the increase in ability would be far inferior to a demonic beast. For example, if you cultivated a yellow class, high-tier technique during the Qi realm, and when you reached the origin realm, you would still be cultivating a yellow class, high-tier technique. Then you wouldn't be a match for a class 2 demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Hence, to deal with a class 2 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a yellow class peak-tier technique. In the Zhonglan army, most of the origin realm martial artists cultivated yellow class, peak-tier techniques. Only a small portion of them cultivated mystic class, low-tier techniques. As for the Zhonglan inner sect disciples, they were all at least at the 5th level of the origin realm. Hence, they all cultivated mystic class, mid-tier techniques, which allowed them to suppress class 2 demonic beasts. Piercing the throat of a class 2 mid-tier demonic beast, Li Fuchen thought to himself, when I reach the earth realm, if I am still cultivating the mystic class, mid-tier scarlet mystic flame technique, I won't have much of an advantage against class 3 demonic beasts. Unless I have other advantages, or cultivate a higher tier technique. Thinking about this, Li Fuchen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The growth potential of demonic beasts was simply terrifying. It was said that to deal with a class 5 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a mystic class peak tier technique. But a mystic class, peak tier technique wasn't too safe. Only an earth class, low tier technique was the real insurance. Does the Zhonglan sect have any earth class techniques? Li Fuchen had his doubts. Of course, other than cultivation techniques, martial artists also had martial arts. Relying on martial arts, one could make up for their weaknesses. If not, the human race would have long been wiped out by the demonic beasts. N. Class 2 high-tier demonic beast. Returning to his senses, Li Fuchen saw a high-leveled origin realm martial artist being torn apart by a gorilla. Blood rained down from the sky, creating a bloody scene. Howl howl! The gorilla demonic beast beat its chest with a violent chi presence. Suddenly, it turned its scarlet eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom! As it strode forward, all the origin realm martial artists along the way were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their tendons snapped. If they didn't die, they would be crippled. Chapter 107. This is not good. It's actually an ironback gorilla. Li Fuchen frowned. The steelback gorilla was a class 2 high-tier demonic beast that was extremely powerful. Its physical strength was around 20,000 kilograms. Coupled with its savage demonic chi, tearing apart a high-leveled origin realm martial artist wasn't a problem. As for the reason why he was targeted, it was very simple. Humans needed materials from demonic beasts, and demonic beasts needed human flesh and blood. Li Fuchen's physical strength was at least 15,000 kilograms. In the eyes of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a great tonic that could move. A dozen steps later, the ironback gorilla arrived in front of Li Fuchen. With a height of 3 to 4 meters, its fist was the size of a water tank. It sent a punch at Li Fuchen. The violent fist wind scraped the ground by 3 inches, causing Li Fuchen's hair to fly up. Rumble! A huge pit appeared and mud flew everywhere. The ironback gorilla retracted its fist and looked into the crater. It couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that this punch had smashed the other party into smithereens, to the point where not even his bones remained? Watch my sword. Behind the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was in midair, brandishing his sword. This sword was extremely dazzling, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The light and speed of that instant was enough to make one's heart tremble. Pucci, the demonic aura of the ironback gorilla, was no different from a piece of paper in front of this sword. Once the demonic aura was broken, the ironback gorilla was directly exposed to this sword. The next moment, blood spurted out, and a bloody hole appeared at the back of the ironback gorilla's head. But Li Fuchen shook his head. Based on the subtle reaction from the black iron sword, he knew that this sword didn't penetrate the skull of the ironback gorilla. Stepping on the back of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen flew backwards and dodged the iron-back gorilla's punch. The injured iron-back gorilla was enraged and chased after Li Fuchen in a frenzy. But the iron-back gorilla wasn't good at speed. How could it catch up to Li Fuchen? It was so angry that it kept howling. Myriad blossom sword art. Countless sword lights burst out. It was unknown when Li Fuchen and the iron-back gorilla entered Chen Fenghua's battle zone. Taking a glance at Li Fuchen, Chen Fenghua brazenly made her move. In the blink of an eye, the iron-back gorilla had turned into a hornet's nest. Its entire body was covered in bloody holes. However, the tough defense of the iron-back gorilla did not die, which surprised Chen Fenghua a little. Die! Chen Fenghua changed her sword technique and pierced through the iron-back gorilla's throat. Many thanks. Li Fuchen thanked. Chen Fenghua smiled faintly and said, Your qinggong isn't bad. Even the iron-back gorilla can't catch up to you. Although the iron-back gorilla was not good at speed, it was only relatively speaking. Li Fuchen, who was only at the 4th level of the origin realm, was able to escape the pursuit of the steel-back gorilla so easily. It was obvious that his light body technique was at a high level. Why don't the three of us form a team? Zhao Mingyue suggested. She was rather curious about Li Fuchen. If they teamed up, she might be able to find out a thing or two. All right, I have no objections. Chen Fenghua nodded. I have no objections either. Li Fuchen thought about it and nodded. No matter what, the other party had helped him solve a problem, and he couldn't just turn his back on him. With the three-man team, their efficiency increased significantly. Chen Fenghua was the spearhead, while Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were on the left and right. Their efficiency in killing the demonic beasts wasn't inferior to Liao Hailong's group. But the only thing that made Li Fuchen gloomy was that Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue would occasionally look at him. He didn't think that the two of them had a good impression of him, and were probably trying to dig out his secret. If a secret is so easy to dig out, is it still a secret? Li Fuchen thought to himself. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue were shocked in their hearts. They witnessed Li Fuchen's moves. It was abnormally sharp. With a flash of his sword, his speed was as fast as a spark. Every blade had immense power, far exceeding an inner sect disciple, who was at the 5th or 6th level of the origin realm. Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask, Li Fuchen, what rank is your Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at? Her cultivation was on par with Li Fuchen. The Bright Jade Mystic technique was at the 10th rank. She reckoned that Li Fuchen's Scarlet Mystic Flame technique should be at the 11th rank. Chen Fenghua couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen too. She had been an inner sect disciple for over 6 years, but was only at the 12th rank of the Green Origin Mystic technique. Li Fuchen felt there was no need to hide. 13th rank. 13th rank? That's good. What? Zhao Mingyue nodded subconsciously, but soon realized something was wrong. Her mouth opened wide and was dumbfounded. 13th rank. Chen Fenghua took in a deep cold breath. Cultivation techniques were always harder to cultivate than martial arts. The difficulty of a mystic class, mid-tier technique was comparable to a mystic class, high-tier martial arts. Even though it didn't have many restrictions for martial artists, as long as they were at the origin realm, they could cultivate it. But for a mystic class, high-tier martial art, without reaching the earth realm, it was hard to grasp its essence. But no matter what, it was still a mystic class mid-tier technique. To break through 1 rank in a year was already considered a prodigy. To break through 2 ranks in a year, even a 5-star bone frame couldn't do it. Li Fuchen broke through from the 7th rank to the 13th rank, a total of 6 ranks. When I was in the outer sect, I had already cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank. 2 ranks in a year isn't too bad, right? Li Fuchen replied. Zhao Mingyue rolled her eyes. The higher the rank, the harder it is to progress. Wait, what did you say just now? You cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank when you were in the outer sect? How is that possible? At the Qi realm, to be able to raise a mystic class, mid-tier technique by 1 rank to the 8th rank was already considered a demon class. Only 5-star bone frames could do it. 5-star bone frames, and below required the consumption of cultivation technique pills. Li Fuchen actually raised 2 ranks in the Qi realm. Did he even want to live? Chen Fanghua tried her best to suppress her emotions. Your perception, in our Tsanglan sect, is probably only comparable to sword maniac Xixiang. She didn't mean that Li Fuchen could be compared to sword maniac, but that sword maniac could be compared to him. In her heart, she felt that sword maniac was only SOSO. My perception is the only thing that is worth mentioning. Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast. Zhao Mingyue said, "If only I had your level of comprehension." Finishing her statement, her face was filled with envy. With a 4-star bone frame, if her perception was at Li Fuchen's level, even a 5-star bone frame wouldn't be as valuable. Is your bone frame really just a normal bone frame? Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen replied, "If I had a star-grade bone frame, do you think I would still be at the 4th level of the origin realm?" "That's true." Zhao Mingyue nodded. Yuan Tian's perception isn't as good as yours, but he is already at the 5th level of the origin realm. The improvement of the bone frame was a multifaceted process, but perception was just one aspect. As time passed, the pressure on everyone increased. At the start, there would only be one Class 2 demonic beast and 100 Class 1 demonic beasts. Now there would be one Class 2 demonic beast in every 10 Class 1 demonic beasts. Bang bang. On the battlefield, an inner sect disciple crushed his SOS talisman, following which, a colorful firework shot up into the sky. On top of the wall, an outer sect elder flew over and grabbed the inner sect disciple. Then he killed 3 Class 2 demonic beasts that surrounded him with a single palm strike. Consuming a chi-returning pill, Zhao Mingyue said, "There are more and more Class 2 demonic beasts. We have to team up with the others." Chen Fanghua didn't have much pressure at the moment, but she agreed with Zhao Mingyue's opinion. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to move, from afar, there was a sudden explosion of dozens of horrific chi presences. Countless Class 1 and Class 2 demonic beasts were stimulated by the boundless chi presences, becoming even more frenzied and fearless. Class 3 demonic beasts. Chapter 108. With the addition of dozens of Class 3 demonic beasts, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed, and the number of casualties increased rapidly. At this time, the help talisman was not very useful. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons, who were at the Earth realm, had basically all gone up to deal with the Class 3 demonic beasts. There were only a few outer sect elders left. If too many people crushed the talisman at once, even the outer sect elders would not be able to deal with it. "What's that?" Zhao Mingyue pointed at a group of green or blue humanoid creatures amidst the demonic beast horde. "Demons." Chen Fanghua's expression changed. Be it a level 1 fiendish demon or a level 2 fiendish demon, they were all extremely terrifying. After all, demonic beasts were just beasts with low intelligence. As for the demons, their intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It was fine if that was all. Unfortunately, demons were 10 times stronger than demonic beasts. A level 1 fiendish demon was strong enough to sweep away any level 1 demonic beast. Its strength was even stronger than a low-level level 2 demonic beast. As for the Tier 2 demons, they were even more terrifying. They were strong enough to rival the Tier 3 low-ranked demon beasts. The combination of wisdom and strength made fiendish demons a taboo that would cause warriors to pale at the mere mention of it. Is this a demon? It can actually devour flesh and blood essence to heal its injuries. Li Fuchen saw that after a Class 1 demon was injured, it actually grabbed the martial artist's corpse on the ground and started to tear it apart. In just a short moment, the injuries on its body were completely healed. You can also use weapons. Zhao Mingyue was shocked. The weapons of these magical beasts were all heavy weapons. They were either hammers, axes, or maces. Although they were very crude, and not as exquisite and sharp as the weapons of martial artists, they had the advantage of being heavy and powerful. The demons are coming. Be careful. Chen Fanghua did not dare to be careless against fiendish demons, even if they were level 1 fiendish demons. Jia 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 jia. A group of demons let out cruel laughter and charged at Li Fuchen and the others. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chen Fanghua took a deep breath and activated the Myriad Blossom Sword technique. Countless faint red sword gleams enveloped the demon. Pu. At least half of the level 1 fiendish demons died under Chen Fenghua's sword. The remaining dozen, or so fiendish demons blocked the sword with their shields. Luckily there aren't many fiendish demons. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. Li Fuchen's mouth twitched. Close combat. Over a dozen demons were mixed among the demonic beasts, and surrounded Li Fuchen's group. Dang! During the battle, a demon emerged from the monster beasts, and cleaved at Li Fuchen with an axe. The surface of the axe was the size of a millstone, and the weight was estimated to be no less than 1,000 kilograms. When the axe cleaved down, the force was incomparably huge. Li Fuchen's sword actually wasn't able to shake off the opponent's axe, but only caused the opponent's body to lean back and mix into the demonic beasts. Li Fuchen was speechless. In a one-on-one fight, he could instantly kill a Class 1 demon. His opponent's attacks didn't have any technique. But in a chaotic battle, the demons were too cunning. They would always wait for an opportunity to attack, and would never fight alone. Obviously, Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue had noticed this as well. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chen Fenghua repeatedly executed the Myriad Blossom Sword Art, killing one group of demonic beasts after another. Several level 1 fiendish demons couldn't raise their shields in time, and were also killed by Chen Fenghua's sword. However, in this way, the consumption of true qi would also increase by several times. Even with Chen Fenghua's cultivation, she had no choice but to consume a yellow-class high-tier qi replenishing pill. Had it not been for Chen Fenghua and Li Fuchen, she would have died a few times over. Dripping water pierces stone. With a sword light, Li Fuchen pierced the throat of a Class 1 demon. At the same time he swung his left palm, and killed a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast with a blazing palm force. Li Fuchen and the other two could still hold on. But on the other side, Liao Hailong's group was in a perilous situation. Bang bang! 2 inner sect disciples couldn't take it anymore, and crushed their help talismans. Soon enough, an outer sect elder rescued the 2 inner sect disciples, one in each hand. Bang bang! Another 2 inner sect disciples crushed their help talismans. As such, Liao Hailong's group was left with 5. Damn it, these demons are too cunning. Liao Hailong's face turned black. He was a 6th level Origin Realm prodigy. But he was actually in such dire straits by a group of Class 1 demons. Had it been a group of Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Liao Shixiang Wu Shimi, Li Fuchen is over there. Chen Fenghua Shiji and Zhao Mingyue Shimi are there too. Why don't we group up with them? Gao Changtian suggested. Alright. Liao Shixiang, what do you think? Wu Qingmei looked at Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong wouldn't admit that he needed help and nodded. They are weak in numbers. We can help them out too. The 2 groups weren't too far apart. After some effort, they finally met up. I was wondering why you dared to come to Shoshua town. So you have Chen Shiji's protection. Liao Hailong sneered at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sneered. So what if Chen Shiji is protecting me? Unlike you who can't even protect your own team members. You. Liao Hailong was enraged, his eyes were spitting fire. Alright, the most important thing now is to defend against the beast wave. You guys don't want to crush the help talisman, right? Chen Fenghua glared at Liao Hailong. Even though the help talisman could save one's life, but after being rescued, the spoils of war would have nothing to do with them. Only those who persevered would have the right to reap the spoils of war. There were more than 100,000 demonic beasts on the battlefield. Even if only 1 out of 100 demonic beasts had a demon core, it would still be enough for everyone to make a small fortune. Of course, the prerequisite was to win this war. With a cold glare at Li Fuchen, Liao Hailong didn't say anything else. With the 8 of them together, their combat strength increased. Even if they were surrounded by more demonic beasts and demons, the 8 of them still felt a lot more relaxed. As the battle got more intense, the 8 of them brought out their true abilities. Especially Li Fuchen, with the 13th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique revolving. Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian could feel the unbearable heat from a distance away, and couldn't help but feel shocked. Seems like Li Fuchen's ability improved even faster after entering the Origin Realm. Wu Qingmei's eyes rolled. Even though she, Wu Qingmei, liked to befriend strong prodigies, but she wasn't a casual person, be it Shang Guanhong, Yuan Tian, or Liao Hailong. She only had an ambiguous relationship with them, and didn't have any substantial development. After all, she herself was a 4-star bone frame, and wasn't willing to give up on herself. Vaguely, she felt that Li Fuchen wasn't just a normal bone frame, and was worth befriending. Li Fuchen, let's change positions. There is a Class 1 demon here that is too cunning. Wu Qingmei suddenly said. Sure. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything, and swapped positions with her. PFFF. Executing the dripping sword style, Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay the cunning Class 1 demon. Li Fuchen, you sure hid your abilities well. From what I see, Yuan Tian is only SOZO. Wu Qingmei's pure and charming face had a trace of a smile. At the side, Gao Changtian's expression dimmed. Be it compared to Yuan Tian or Li Fuchen, he felt inferior. Just a mere 4th-level origin realm martial artist, how good can he be? Liao Hailong saw Wu Qingmei and Li Fuchen getting intimate, and his expression turned gloomy. Revolving the Jade Shadow Mystic technique, he purposely bumped into Li Fuchen, almost sending him into the demonic beast horde. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to bump into Liao Hailong as well. Liao Shixiang is so strong, maybe you can fight alone. Li Fuchen, you are courting death. Forcefully enduring the sneak attack of a demon, Liao Hailong was burning with anger, and wanted to kill Li Fuchen. Liao Hailong, if you speak any more nonsense, get lost. Chen Fanghua spoke coldly. Good, very good. Li Fuchen, you took advantage of Chen Shiji's protection, and dared to disrespect me. After the beast wave is over, I will settle the score with you. Liao Hailong forcefully suppressed his anger, and cleaved a Class 1 demon to death. Chapter 109. The battle lasted until late into the night. Towards the end, the intense stench of blood dyed the stars in the sky red. Due to the darkness, no one knew how many more demonic beasts were rushing towards them. They only knew that after killing one batch of demonic beasts, another batch would come. Damn it, I have already consumed 5 yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pills. Mine is the 6th. A single yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pill is worth at least 3,000 gold coins. If we can't recoup the cost after the battle, it would be a huge loss. You are still thinking about the battle? Get through the beast wave first. Some of the inner sect disciples were regretting. If they knew the beast wave was so dangerous, they wouldn't have come. Roar. Just as everyone was slaughtering, a beast's roar could be heard from afar. The beast's roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately after, a violent gale blew over, sending sand and pebbles flying. Be it martial artists or demonic beasts, they all felt their blood flow stagnating, and their movements becoming stiff. Howl! Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. After the loud beast roar, a deep howl of a wolf could be heard. This wolf howl wasn't as loud as the beast's, but it had a penetrating power. Those with weaker cultivations could only feel their heart palpitating and their vision blurring. At the same time, an equally violent whirlwind engulfed them, causing them to have difficulty breathing. Such a fearsome chi presence. Li Fuchen and the others had a change in expression. A chi presence causing a violent gale wasn't something a Class 3 demonic beast could do. Only a Class 4 demonic beast could do it. And a Class 4 demonic beast was comparable to a heaven realm martial artist. Through the darkness of the night, everyone seemed to see 2 huge black shadows enveloping the starry sky. That wasn't a real entity, but an illusion caused by the aura. Under such a terrifying aura, anyone below the Heavenly Dipper realm wouldn't have any fighting spirit at all. Their fighting spirit would directly collapse. My God, it's a Class 4 demonic beast. We are finished. A Class 4 demonic beast is enough to massacre an entire city. Why would a Class 4 demonic beast appear in a small-scale beast wave? I thought only a large-scale beast wave would have Class 4 demonic beasts. Guangzhou City has a small-scale beast wave once a year, a large-scale beast wave once a decade, and a super-large-scale beast wave once a century. Could it be that this isn't a small-scale beast wave, but a large-scale beast wave? Impossible. It's impossible for there to be only 2 Class 4 demonic beasts in a large-scale beast tide. There should be at least dozens of them. That's right. There are examples of Class 4 demonic beasts appearing in a small-scale beast tide. It's just that we were unlucky and happened to bump into one. Everyone's fighting spirit weakened. How could they fight against 2 Class 4 demonic beasts? Even if everyone joined forces, it would still not be enough. I wonder if there are any Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists guarding Shoshua town. If there aren't any, we need to retreat from the battlefield now. Chen Fanghua laughed bitterly. Liao Hailong's eyes flickered. He already had the intention to retreat. Zhao Mingyue hesitated. There should be. They were just puny origin realm martial artists, and were here to assist. If they were to encounter a Class 4 demonic beast, they would be fools if they didn't flee. Just 2 level 4 demonic beasts, and they dare to be so arrogant. Just as Zhao Mingyue finished speaking, a cold snort came from Shoshua town. The next moment, a dazzling red light burst out, as if a red sun was rising. The red sun rose to a height of a few tens of meters, and suddenly turned into a red pillar of light, shooting towards the direction of the beast roars. Everywhere it passed through, the air seemed to boil. The terrifying temperature caused all the flammable items on the battlefield to be incinerated and turned into ashes. True Inferno technique. Li Fuchen recognized the technique that his opponent executed with a single glance. In the Zhonglan sect, there were 2 absolute arts. One was the true Zhonglan technique, a soft technique. The other was the true Inferno technique, a yang technique. It was said that these 2 absolute arts were mystic class, peak tier techniques, and had a total of 21 ranks. Li Fuchen's 13th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was only at the 11th rank when compared to the true Inferno technique. It was at least 10 ranks away from the highest 21st rank. It's Uncle Wuji, Zhao Mingyue blurted out. The Zhonglan sect didn't have a lot of Heaven Realm martial artists, but it wasn't a small number either. There were quite a number who cultivated the true Inferno technique. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with the red light, they wouldn't be able to recognize who it was. But Zhao Mingyue could. Are you Elder Zhao Wuji? Chen Fanghua asked. Zhao Mingyue nodded, yes. Her grandfather was the inner sect Grand Elder, and Zhao Wuji was her grandfather's godson. His ability was ranked at the top of the inner sect elders. With Elder Zhao here, these 2 Class 4 demonic beasts aren't even worth mentioning. Chen Fanghua let out a breath of relief. Zhao Wuji was at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, and had a record of killing Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts. If these 2 Class 4 demonic beasts weren't Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, he would definitely lose. Even if they were Class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Wuji. The red light beam pierced through the middle of the 4 strongest Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. In an instant, the 4 demonic beasts turned into fireballs and perished. As for the remaining Class 3 demonic beasts and Class 2 demons, Zhao Wuji didn't bother to deal with them, and left them to the outer sect elders and inner sect deacons. Thank you, Elder Zhao. One of the outer sect elders bowed respectfully with a cupped fist. Zhao Wuji didn't reply, and increased his speed towards the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts. Boom boom. In the thick night sky, a pillar of fire burst into the sky. The intense light illuminated the pitch-black battlefield as though it was daytime. Everyone looked over, and saw an imposing figure standing in the middle of the pillar of fire, just like a demon god. Is this a Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. To be able to fly with Qi, stand in the air, and contest with Class 4 demonic beasts. No matter which one it was enough to make one's heart flutter and look forward to it. Zhao Wuji didn't want to implicate the rest of the crowd, and intentionally lured the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts away. The sounds of the battle gradually faded away, with the occasional clashing of thunder. Kill. Without the interference of the Class 4 demonic beasts, everyone's battle intent was restored, and they fought with all their might. And they worked even harder than before. The appearance of a Heaven Realm martial artist brought them confidence and hope, as though a ray of light pierced through the dawn. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen noticed that the demonic beasts were gradually decreasing. Previously, there would be 2 or 3 demonic beasts attacking him at the same time. Now there were only 1 or 2 demonic beasts attacking him. The demonic beasts are decreasing. Haha, the beast wave is ending. Many of them realized this and laughed hysterically. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the battlefield were at least a few 100,000. A few 100,000 corpses would produce a few thousand demon cores. If one was lucky enough to obtain a few Class 2 demon cores, it would be enough to make a small fortune. After all, a Class 2 low-tier demon core was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. A Class 2 mid-tier demon core was worth at least 20,000 gold coins. A Class 2 high-tier demon core was worth at least 40,000 gold coins. A mutated demon core was worth 5 times more than a demon core of the same class. Other than that, the materials from the demonic beasts were also of considerable value. The demonic beast hide could be used to make leather armor. The claws and teeth could be used to make accessories or weapons. Some of the materials from the body of some special demonic beasts could even be used to refine pills. Chapter 110. At the break of dawn, Zhao Wuji rushed back with a face full of smiles. No matter what, he didn't expect that of the 2 Class 4 demonic beasts, the Class 4 low-tier one would have a demon core. A Class 4 low-tier demon core was worth around 15 million gold coins. This was definitely a windfall. Zhao Wuji had accumulated for so many years, and his total net worth was only a few million gold coins. Of course, this was mainly due to his high expenditure. I wonder when will I be able to get my hands on a Class 4 demon core? On the way back, Zhao Wuji thought to himself. But soon enough, he dispelled this extravagant hope. This was definitely luck. On average, out of 100 Class 4 demonic beasts, there might not even be one with a demon core. This time, he was just lucky. Due to his good mood, Zhao Wuji helped the crowd to clean up some demonic beasts on the way back. With his ability, he didn't even need to make a move against low-tier demonic beasts. He could just use his chi to kill a large number of demonic beasts. With Zhao Wuji's help, the beast wave ended even faster. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground, the battle was finally over. It is everyone's credit that we were able to defend against the beast wave. Now the spoils of the battlefield are all yours. But let me say this first. When fighting for the spoils of war, no killing is allowed and no crippling is allowed. Those who violate this rule will have to bear the consequences. Standing on top of the tall walls of Shoshua town, Zhao Wuji raised his voice. Thank you, my lord. Everyone shouted in unison and began to fight for the spoils of war. On top of the walls, the Earth Realm martial artists didn't go down to fight for the spoils of war. The corpses of the Class 3 demonic beasts were already cut open by them. If there was a demon core, they would have already taken it. As for the Class 2 demon core, they didn't even bother about it. Elder Zhao, you seem to be in a good mood. An outer sect elder who knew Zhao Wuji smiled. Zhao Wuji's serious face was filled with pride. I was lucky to get a Class 4 low-tier demon core. What? Class 4 low-tier demon core? The outer sect elder was dumbfounded. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons, who heard this news, were also dumbfounded. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji was even more proud. Congratulations, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, you have to treat us. Yes, Elder Zhao's luck is monstrous. You should treat us. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed. Of course I will treat, and I won't be stingy. Once we return to the sect, I will treat all of you. The outside world basically didn't have any precious delicacies. Unlike the Azure Water sect, which had precious ingredients like treasure fish. Li Fuchen and the others also joined the looting camp immediately. Basically, if they saw a complete demonic beast corpse, they would split it open and search carefully. Of course, they didn't care about the level 1 demonic beast's corpse. Their target was the level 2 demonic beast's corpse. Haha, mid-rank 2 demon core. An Origin Realm martial artist found a Class 2 mid-tier demonic core and laughed heartily. Seeing that someone had already gained something, everyone worked even harder. With a strong consciousness, Li Fuchen does not need to be like others. A sword to split the monster beast's corpse, and then slowly search. He pressed his palm on the surface of the demon beast's corpse, and his consciousness entered it along with his true chi. In just 1 or 2 breaths, he would know whether the demon beast had a demon core or not. Because of this, his efficiency was naturally much higher. In less than half an hour, He had found 3 level 2 demon cores. One of them was a level 2 mid-tier demon core. This looks like a class 2 high-tier mutated demonic beast, golden fur bear. Underneath a pile of corpses, Li Fuchen suddenly found a demonic beast with golden fur. Shaking off the other corpses, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This golden fur bear's corpse was complete. Who killed it? Why didn't they split it open to search for the demon core? Li Fuchen didn't understand. That's right, it must have been killed by Elder Zhao Wuji. But Elder Zhao Wuji was too strong. With just a burst of true qi, a large number of demonic beasts were killed. No one else noticed. Not bothering to check with his true qi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the golden fur bear. The dead golden fur bear's corpse didn't have a tough defense, and was easily split open by Li Fuchen. His true qi entered the corpse along with his true qi, causing Li Fuchen's heart to race. At the abdomen of the golden fur bear, he found a pale gold demon core that was so beautiful. Executing the red jade palm, Li Fuchen extracted the pale gold demon core. This one demon core is worth 200,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen let out a smile. A class 2 high-tier demon core was worth about 40,000 gold coins. A class 2 high-tier mutated demon core was 5 times that, which was worth about 200,000 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a windfall. Heavens, a class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. What great luck! Near Li Fuchen, a Zhonglan inner sect disciple exclaimed. Li Fuchen frowned. He understood the logic of not flaunting one's wealth, but he still got exposed. Not far away, Liao Hailong looked over. Seeing Li Fuchen keeping the pale gold demon core, his eyes couldn't help but have a flash of delight. Li Fuchen, I shall give you a chance to apologize. Hand over that demon core. Liao Hailong quickly walked over and said. Li Fuchen replied. Based on what? Based on what? You don't have the qualifications to obtain this golden fur bear's demon core. Liao Hailong didn't like Li Fuchen at all. Under normal circumstances, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the golden fur bear. But now Liao Hailong took advantage of this opportunity. Then what qualifications do you have? Li Fuchen countered with a question. Liao Hailong spoke in a gloomy tone. Li Fuchen, I don't know who gave you the guts to provoke me. This is a foolish action. I advise you not to anger me. If not, I will beat you into a dead dog and step on you. You will never be able to rise again. Then I would like to see if you are the dead dog, or if I am the dead dog. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even though he didn't have the confidence to defeat Liao Hailong, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Look, Li Fuchen and Liao Shixiang are going against each other. This Li Fuchen is too arrogant. It is fine if he is arrogant in the outer sect, but he is also arrogant in the inner sect. Liao Shixiang is 2 levels higher than him. A dog-like thing dares to provoke Liao Shixiang. He is simply looking for death. The 2 inner sect disciples that followed Liao Hailong sneered. Not good. Li Fuchen is going to suffer. Gao Changtian Wu Qingmei, and the others saw Li Fuchen and Liao Hailong. Gao Changtian was a little anxious, as he had a good impression of Li Fuchen. Gao Shixiang, don't say anything. Otherwise, Liao Shixiang might vent his anger on you. Let me go persuade him. Wu Qingmei thought for a moment, and decided to persuade Liao Hailong, and Li Fuchen to admit his mistake. It was better than being humiliated on the spot. Good, very good. A dog-like thing dares to talk back to me. I shall pluck out your dog teeth, and break your dog legs. Let's see if you still have the qualifications to provoke me. Liao Hailong was enraged. 6th level of the Origin Realm burst out. 11th rank Jade Shadow Mystic Technique burst out. Full force of his body, Liao Hailong furiously cleaved with his blade. It was like a violent storm, lightning and thunder. Chapter 111. Liao Hailong, others might be afraid of you, but it doesn't mean I, Li Fuchen, am afraid of you. Let's see who will be the dead dog today. Li Fuchen's body shook. 4th level of the Origin Realm burst out. 13th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique burst out. 15,000 kilograms of physical strength was unleashed. Leaping forward, the black iron sword in his hand followed a unique path. In a split second, a stream of light burst out, and the speed of the sword increased to the limit. Mystic class low-tier sword art. Meteor sword style. Two black iron swords, one like lightning and the other like a meteor, clashed together. Clang! The horrifying sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt the ears of those nearby. The weeds on the ground were all pulverized. Even the fine soil was pulverized. Between the two of them, green and red lights intertwined. Sparks shot out a few meters and ignited the grass. A huge force was felt. Liao Hailong and Li Fuchen each took 7 to 8 steps back. Li Fuchen blocked Liao Shixiang's full-powered blade. Wu Qingmei, who was walking over, was in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. Liao Hailong was an inner sect prodigy. His cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Yuan Tian because they were of similar cultivation levels. If Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the Qi realm back then, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yuan Tian. Gao Changtian took a deep cold breath. Interesting. This Li Shidi is much stronger than I imagined. Chen Fenghua observed the situation. He can go against Liao Hailong Shixiang. Zhao Mingyue was flabbergasted, but soon after, her eyes lit up. It must be because Liao Shixiang didn't use his full strength. How could he block a single blade from Liao Shixiang? The 2 inner sect disciples who mocked and ridiculed Li Fuchen earlier were dumbfounded. Son of a bitch, die! Liao Hailong consecutively slashed at Li Fuchen for 12 times. Clang, 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 clang. Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was much stronger than his opponent's. Not only did it block Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style, it even slightly suppressed Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong's face turned pale. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. You are just a 4th-level Origin Realm martial artist. How can you block my wind and thunder sword style? Are you cheating? I wonder if you still have the mouth to curse later. Every time Liao Hailong called him a bastard, Li Fuchen was infuriated. He decided that even if he didn't have a chance, he would create an opportunity to defeat Liao Hailong and give him a few tight slaps. 10 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. Soon 100 moves had passed. Neither side could do anything to the other, but with Chen Fenghua's eyesight, she could faintly see that Li Fuchen had a slight advantage. The combination of wind and thunder. Liao Hailong's Tempest sword art had become even more ferocious. He, who had cultivated the Tempest sword art to near the greater mastery stage, had never lost before. Break! Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was already at the perfection stage. Be it the power or the exquisiteness, it was at the extremity of the meteor sword style. In the air, streams of light burst forth. Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style was utterly defeated. 3 sword moves couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. At this moment, it showed the importance of an all-round ability. Just slightly suppressing Liao Hailong, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. He executed the shadowless leg, and went without a trace. He didn't execute the wind shadow steps. Even though the wind shadow steps combined with the shadowless leg could increase his speed, it would be lacking in attack power, and wasn't as good as the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique. Liao Hailong was careless and got grazed by Li Fuchen's blade on his back. He was wearing a Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor, and had a tough physical defense. This blade didn't seriously injure him, but it did affect his condition. Tripart sword style. Li Fuchen circled around Liao Hailong and constantly attacked. His sword style was erratic. Sometimes it was meteor fall. Sometimes it was the tripart sword style. Die! Liao Hailong was extremely aggrieved. He swept his black iron sword in a circle. In the air, there was a thunderstorm, and the sword presence was oppressive. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure was blown away. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was on the right side of Liao Hailong. Meteor fall. With a swing of the sword light suddenly disappeared, turning into a shooting star and disappearing. PFFF. The Qi protection crumbled, and the Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor was penetrated. Liao Hailong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, suffering a severe internal injury. Meteor fall was too strong. It had extreme lethality and speed. The Class 2 high-tier ironback gorilla almost got its skull pierced by Li Fuchen. Xiao! 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 After injuring Liao Hailong with a single blade, Li Fuchen held his breath and consecutively executed 3 meteor fall. 2 of them hit the same spot. The Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor and flesh were instantly penetrated, causing Liao Hailong's face to turn pale. Clang! Li Fuchen repelled Liao Hailong's black iron sword. Now who is the dog? Li Fuchen stood in front of Liao Hailong, coldly staring at him. The two inner sect disciples who followed Liao Hailong were stunned. They never expected Liao Hailong to lose. Liao Hailong was an inner sect prodigy, and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen won? Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't imagine what stage Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Chen Shiji Li Fuchen won. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were intense. This was the first time she was so interested in someone. Even if it was Yuan Tian who had a 5-star bone frame, she didn't care about him. In her opinion, even though Yuan Tian had a high chance of progressing to the Heaven Realm, she was still the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. A Heaven Realm cultivator wasn't worthy of her attention, unless Yuan Tian could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. A pity, even if he was a 5-star bone frame, he couldn't guarantee that he could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. Looking at the entire Zhonglan sect and the surrounding sects, the Reincarnation Realm was the pinnacle of combat strength. A Reincarnation Realm expert was enough to dominate this land and live a carefree life. That's right. What a surprise! Chen Fanghua stroked the hair on her forehead. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. One day, I will kill you with my own hands and destroy everything you have. Despair, haha. Liao Hailong's face was filled with madness and hatred. Pa! Li Fuchen landed a slap on Liao Hailong's face, causing it to swell up. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Liao Hailong screamed. Pa! Li Fuchen gave another backhand slap on Liao Hailong's face. Pa! Li Fuchen didn't give Liao Hailong any chance to speak. Slap after slap ruthlessly. Liao Hailong was slapped silly, his eyes glazed over. This too. Everyone who witnessed this scene was in a daze. Domineering, truly domineering. He didn't even want to waste his breath. He slapped him straight away. Damn it, Li Fuchen is too reckless. Liao Hailong is the young master of the ancient Liao clan. His status is even higher than Feng Liahai's. Gao Changtian was well aware of Liao Hailong's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed his anger and humiliation. Damn it, he dares to humiliate my clan's young master. He deserves to die, no one can save him. Chapter 112. These two inner sect deacon apprentices were around 40 years old, and were at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. With their speed, they arrived at Li Fuchen's side in a short moment. Jade Wave Sword Style. Soaring Sword Style. The two of them came at Li Fuchen from the left and right. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he wasn't a match for two 9th level Origin Realm inner sect deacon apprentices. Myriad Blossom Sword Style. At the crucial moment, Chen Fanghua rushed over and used the Myriad Blossom Sword Style to break their Jade Wave Sword Style and Soaring Sword Style. Chen Shiji, what is the meaning of this? One of them raged. Chen Fanghua replied, don't forget, you two are just inner sect deacon apprentices. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the disciplinary hall? An inner sect deacon apprentice had a lower status than an inner sect disciple. Offending one's superior was a serious violation of the sect rules. The other said, Chen Shiji, you better be clear about one thing. Our Liao clan is one of the ancient clans in the Zhonglan region, and Liao Hailong is our young master. Let me advise you, don't get yourself into trouble, or you will have to bear the consequences. That's right, offending the Liao clan will not end well. The reason why they dared to kill Li Fuchen was because they had the support of the Liao clan. As one of the ancient clans, the Liao clan had plenty of Earth Realm martial artists, and a few Heaven Realm martial artists. They had quite the say in the Zhonglan sect. Chen Fanghua sneered. Then I would like to see how your Liao clan is going to deal with me. Do you think your Liao clan can surpass the Zhonglan sect? At this moment, Liao Hailong finally came to his senses. He hysterically said, Li Fuchen, you dare to slap me? Do you know you have committed a grave sin? An unforgivable sin. Kneel down and break both your arms. Then you still have a chance to save yourself. If not, no one in this world can save you. And Chen Fanghua, you still have time to scram. If not, I swear you will regret it for the rest of your life. Presumptuous. Chen Fanghua was enraged. She was an 8th level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple, and had never been threatened by anyone, not even the Liao clan. Once she became a direct disciple, even the Liao clan wouldn't dare to touch her. Presumptuous, huh? I have even more presumptuous. I will humiliate you in every possible way. Liao Hailong wasn't afraid of Chen Fanghua at all. In terms of talent, he wasn't any worse than Chen Fanghua. He was confident that he could catch up to Chen Fanghua within a few years. Zhao Mingyue, who was standing next to Chen Fanghua, couldn't hold it in any longer. Her pretty face turned frosty as she asked, Liao Hailong, is your Liao family very powerful? Our Liao clan is naturally powerful, but... Liao Hailong looked at Zhao Mingyue, unable to continue. The Liao clan was ancient and powerful, but there was always a higher mountain. The Zhao clan that Zhao Mingyue belonged to didn't have many members, and didn't have a long history. However, Zhao Mingyue's grandfather was an inner sect grand elder, and her father was also an inner sect elder. There was also Zhao Wuji, who was one of the top inner sect elders. With the three of them's power and strength, even the Liao clan had to bow down to them. In this world, the background was important, but the background also had to bow to the absolute strength. If a reincarnation realm martial artist came, the sect had to treat him with respect. One person was equivalent to a sect. Why aren't you talking? Isn't your Liao family quite powerful? You can kill whoever you want. Even inner sect disciples aren't worth mentioning. Zhao Mingyue wasn't courteous at all. Her words were sharp. Liao Hailong braced himself and said, Zhao Mingyue, I didn't offend you. Why do you have to go against me for an unrelated person? What's going on? Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Mingyue quickly looked over. In midair, Zhao Wuji stood in midair. He smiled and nodded at Zhao Mingyue. Mingyue, tell me about the situation here. Zhao Mingyue pointed at Liao Hailong, and the two inner sect deacon apprentices. They are Liao clansmen. Had it not been for Chen Shiji, Li Fuchen would have died in their hands. Furthermore, they even used the Liao clan to bully Chen Shiji. I can't stand it. Liao clan. Zhao Wuji laughed. Elder Zhao, we didn't mean it that way. This piece of shit is too despicable. He humiliated our Liao clan's young master. One of the inner sect deacon apprentices explained with a trembling voice. A powerful chi presence was released, forcing the two inner sect deacon apprentices to kneel on the ground. Zhao Wuji spoke word by word. Since when did the life and death of inner sect disciples belong to your Liao clan? Then what is the use of my Zhonglan sect? Is your Liao clan trying to replace the Zhonglan sect? Elder Zhao, please spare our lives. Our Liao clan wouldn't dare. The two inner sect deacon apprentices crumbled. Their expressions were filled with fear, and didn't dare to explain anymore. When we return, go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Zhao Wuji spoke indifferently. Yes. The two of them kowtowed repeatedly. Liao Hailong lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. The killing intent in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. Zhao Wuji might be formidable, but his great-grandfather was one of the top-ranked elders in the inner sect. Of course, he didn't dare to talk back to Zhao Wuji, but that didn't mean he would let Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua off. Today's humiliation he shall bear it first. In the future, he would return it 100-fold. Glancing at Liao Hailong, Zhao Wuji said, Your great-grandfather, Elder Liao, is also an important figure. Do not give him any trouble, or else the sect rules will not be merciful. As an inner sect elder, Zhao Wuji had to give some face to Elder Liao. All right, you may all disperse. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and floated away. Just you wait. Giving a venomous look at Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua, Liao Hailong turned and left. Many thanks to the two of you for your help. After Liao Hailong left, Li Fuchen cupped his fist and thanked Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue. Had it not been for the two of them, he would have lost his life here. He didn't expect the Liao clan to be so brazen and kill an inner sect disciple. At this moment he felt that he was still too weak. He didn't expect to become a heaven realm martial artist within a few years. It was impossible and unrealistic. But he could still become a direct disciple within a few years. Direct disciples were the future pillars of the Zhonglan sect. Anyone who dared to touch a direct disciple would be the same as touching the foundation of the Zhonglan sect, and would suffer the wrath of the upper echelons of the Zhonglan sect. Li Fuchen, you have to be careful. Liao Hailong has an uncle Liao Tianjun, who is also an inner sect disciple, and is at the 8th level of the origin realm. For you to bully Liao Hailong like this, his uncle will not let you off. Zhao Ming were reminded. Ancient clans were terrifying. They had a deep foundation, and could constantly produce outstanding talents. Even though Liao Tianjun wasn't a 4-star bone frame, and was only a 3-star bone frame, his cultivation time was a few times longer than Li Fuchen's. The current Li Fuchen couldn't deal with Liao Tianjun yet. Liao Tianjun, huh? I got it. Li Fuchen memorized this name. He wasn't worried about Liao Tianjun's revenge. A mere 8th level origin realm inner sect disciple wasn't worth his worry. Give him another year, and Liao Tianjun wouldn't be a problem. Chen Fenghua said. Since I have offended the Liao clan, if there is anything you can't solve, you can look for me. She felt depressed in her heart. Offending the Liao clan wasn't the result she wanted. But she didn't expect the Liao clan to be so arrogant. Stopping them from killing Li Fuchen would result in them bearing a grudge. In her heart she thought, Li Fuchen, I hope you can still be this demonic in the future. I didn't save your life in vain. Chen Shiji, today's saving grace will be repaid tenfold in the future. Li Fuchen spoke seriously. Chapter 113. The beast wave didn't just engulf Shoshua town. It also engulfed other towns. In the entire Guangzhou city, the density of demonic beasts was a few times higher than before. Even the normally safe little forest might have a few demonic beasts hiding within. The few of them didn't head to Guangzhou city to trade for demon cores. Within the sect, there were also demon cores that could be traded. The sect was actually equivalent to a city, but this city was filled with experts. 3 Class 2 low-tier demon cores, 2 Class 2 mid-tier demon cores, 1 Class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. A total of 300,000 gold coins. In the trading hall, the 6 demon cores that Li Fuchen obtained from the battlefield of Shoshua town were sold for 300,000 gold coins. Li Shidi, you have made a fortune this time. You should treat us to a meal at the delicacy pavilion. Chen Fenghua suggested. Yes. Zhao Mingwen nodded. Li Fuchen laughed. No problem. The delicacy pavilion was the Zhonglan sect's high-class dining hall. It was similar to the restaurants outside, but the food inside was extremely expensive. A single meal could easily cost up to a few thousand gold coins. If it was extravagant, a single meal could easily cost tens of thousands of gold coins. The Zhonglan sect had 4 delicacy pavilion, 1 for the outer sect, 1 for the inner sect, 1 for the direct disciples, and 1 for the core sect. Inner sect delicacy pavilion. Delicious. The last time I came here, I couldn't forget about it. Now I finally get to eat it again. Chen Fenghua used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth, her face filled with happiness. Zhao Mingyue ate happily too. Even though she was the granddaughter of the inner sect grand elder, she had always been independent and rarely asked for resources. Looking at the table full of dishes, Li Fuchen finally understood why the delicacy pavilion was so expensive. The ingredients here were all mid-grade, like mid-grade spirit vegetables, second-tier treasure fish, tofu made from mid-grade spirit beans, mid-grade spirit birds, mid-grade spirit bird eggs. One had to know that a second-tier treasure fish that had just been caught was worth 1,000 contribution points per caddy. 10 caddies would be 10,000 contribution points. If it could be converted into gold, then it would be 20,000 gold. Including the processing fees, this treasure fish was worth a total of 21,000 gold. The good thing was that the other mid-grade ingredients were cheaper, and only cost a total of 9,000 gold coins. This meal cost Li Fuchen a total of 30,000 gold coins. But Li Fuchen didn't feel any heartache. He was just like the other two, immersed in the process of enjoying the food. The processed mid-grade ingredients were indeed a delicacy of the world. The taste was indescribable. If the food here was compared to delicacies, the food he had eaten before would be tasteless. After the meal, the three of them felt their bodies heating up. The higher the grade of the ingredients, the more nourishing they would be. This meal of theirs was equivalent to eating several high-tier yellow-grade dragon tiger pills. It would be strange if their bodies did not heat up. After exiting the delicacy pavilion, the mountain breeze blew, cooling him down a lot. Li Fuchen, you are finally willing to come out. Break one of your arms. Don't test my patience. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I'm Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong's uncle. 10 meters away from the main entrance of the delicacy pavilion, a stalwart-looking youth stared at Li Fuchen, as though he was a dead man. Liao Tianjun, Li Fuchen is my friend. I advise you to leave now. Chen Fenghua spoke coldly. Liao Tianjun looked at Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua, are you sure you want to get involved in this? That's right, I'm going to take care of this. Chen Fenghua did not hesitate at all. Kiki. Liao Tianjun let out a sinister smile. Chen Fenghua, you shouldn't have done this. You could have had a bright and beautiful future. But a pity, because of a lowly ant, you are ruining your future. Maybe you think I am bragging, but in the future, you will know what a wrong decision you have made. Not knowing why, when Chen Fenghua heard Liao Tianjun's words, she felt a chill. Zhao Mingyue couldn't bear to see Liao Tianjun threatening Chen Fenghua. Squinting her eyes, she said, Liao Tianjun, I am warning you. If you dare to touch Chen Shiji, I will make you pay. Hearing this, Liao Tianjun didn't mind. Who said I am going to touch her? Is talking about breaking the sect rules? You. How could Zhao Mingyue win against Liao Tianjun in an argument? She was immediately stopped by him. Shifting his gaze back to Li Fuchen, Liao Tianjun spoke with disdain. What? Are you going to hide behind these two women for the rest of your life, and be a coward? If you break one of your arms now, I can let bygones be bygones. If not, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Don't think I am joking. I am a very serious person. When Liao Tianjun spoke, he spoke in a refined manner, but gave off the vibe of a venomous snake. Every word carried a chill that could penetrate one's heart. Li Fuchen laughed. Liao Tianjun, if I remember correctly, you are 31 years old this year, right? So what if I am? Do you think I will be too embarrassed to find trouble with you, because I am older than you? You are wrong. Liao Tianjun sneered. Li Fuchen shook his head. Give me 1 year. 1 year later, let's have a showdown on the intersect's Feng Yun stage. The Feng Yun stage was a place for disciples to settle their grudges. Even though the Feng Yun stage prohibited killing, but it was permissible to cripple the other party. The loser was not allowed to take revenge. If the sect found out and took revenge, the loser would be sentenced to death. 1 year? Liao Tianjun sized up Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body was like a spear. Under the mountain breeze, he didn't move an inch. Liao Tianjun's eyes were unfathomable and didn't reveal any emotions. Apologies, I don't want to give you even 1 year. Break one of your arms now. They can't be by your side forever. Liao Tianjun shook his head. He was a person who liked to do things he was confident in. 1 year later, there would be too many variables. What's more, why would he give Li Fuchen a year? Liao Tianjun, you are such a coward. You are at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, while Li Fuchen is at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. You don't even dare to wait for a year. What kind of hero are you? Zhao Mingyue said with disdain. The commotion here attracted the attention of many intersect disciples. After hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, everyone looked at Liao Tianjun with a strange expression. Liao Tianjun's expression turned ugly. Fine, I will give you 1 year. 1 year later, I will see you at the Feng Yun stage. I will cripple your dantian, break all your limbs, and let you spend the rest of your life in bed. I will return the same words to you. Li Fuchen was indifferent and replied. Li Fuchen's calmness almost caused Liao Tianjun to lose control of his emotions. He was always the one in control, but in front of Li Fuchen, he had a passive feeling. No matter what he said, Li Fuchen didn't reveal any emotions. I don't believe that you can improve so much in 1 year. I hope you won't be crying and begging for mercy. Liao Tianjun threw out a statement and left. 1 year later, Liao Shixiang is going to duel with Li Fuchen at the Feng Yin stage? Isn't Li Fuchen being too reckless? Liao Shixiang stepped into the 8th level of the Origin Realm half a year ago. 1 year later, he might even step into the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He is indeed a little reckless. Li Fuchen is only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year later, he will at most be at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. What's more, each level of the martial Dao is harder to advance. Chapter 114. Li Shidi, are you confident 1 year from now? Chen Fenghua looked at Li Fuchen. Liao Tianjun was now at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year from now, he would most likely be at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If Li Fuchen wanted to defeat Liao Tianjun, he would need to reach the 7th level of the Origin Realm within a year. If not, there would be no hope. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but 80% to 90%. Li Fuchen replied. As long as he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he had the confidence to defeat Liao Tianjun. After all, 1 year was enough for him to increase his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique by another rank. Since you are so confident, I am looking forward to the outcome 1 year from now. Chen Fenghua's eyes were filled with splendor. Perhaps this 1 year promise would allow her to understand Li Fuchen's potential. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun 1 year from now. So what if she offended the Liao clan? She didn't care. Seems like I have to work hard too. I cannot be left too far behind by you. Zhao Mingyue said. After the three of them separated, Li Fuchen went to the martial hall. He had 150,000 contribution points now and reckoned that he should be able to redeem a Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. A Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique required Peak Tier, Yellow Class, Body Tempering Pills to progress quickly. But it didn't matter without pills, it would just slow down the progress. With pills, and a ridiculously high perception and willpower, 1 or 2 years would be enough to reach completion. Without pills, it might take 10 or 20 years to reach completion. If he had extra contribution points, Li Fuchen intended to redeem some Yellow Class, Low-Tier Sword Art manuals. As the saying goes, the higher the level of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for one's foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one cultivate higher-tier martial arts. If not, even if a high-tier martial art was presented to you, you would only be able to learn the basics. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen first went to the Body Refinement Technique section. Silver Dipper Body Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 35,000 kilograms of physical strength, 160,000 contribution points. Gold Battle Body Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 36,000 kilograms of physical strength, 170,000 contribution points. Blood Concealment Body Refinement Art, Profound Level High-Rank Body Refinement Art. When cultivated to perfection, one will possess a strength of 40,000 jin, worth 200,000 contribution points. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen chose the Hidden Blood Body Technique. Either he didn't choose, or he chose the strongest. In addition, the Hidden Blood Body Refinement Technique was slightly less reliant on body tempering pills than other body tempering techniques. Because Li Fuchen was a first-grade intersect disciple, he had a 30% discount. 200,000 contribution points. He only had to pay 140,000 contribution points. After some consideration, Li Fuchen spent another 2,000 contribution points to redeem 100 Yellow Class, Low-Tier Sword Art manuals. He wanted to see how long it would take for him to train a low-tier Yellow Class sword technique to the trance stage. 100 sword art manuals? The martial arts Great Hall Elder fumed with rage. Yes, Li Fuchen nodded. Although the foundation is important, you can't be impatient to improve. Otherwise, you will drag down your progress and easily get stuck in a dead end. The martial arts Hall Elder reminded. Li Fuchen replied seriously. Elder, I understand. I just want to give it a try. The martial arts Hall Elder didn't say anything and looked at the Hidden Blood Body Technique manual. He continued, to cultivate a body tempering technique, it requires a large amount of body tempering pills. If you have demonic beast blood essence, the effects will be even better. Of course, demonic beast blood essence contains evil qi. If you cannot refine the evil qi, consuming it will be harmful. You can give it a try first. Demonic beast blood essence. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't know that demonic beast blood essence could replace body tempering pills. If he knew, he would have gathered enough demonic beast blood essence from the battlefield of Shoshua town. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that demonic beast blood essence wasn't something that could be easily gathered. Refining demonic beast blood essence was a skill that required one to be at least at the Earth realm to barely do it. Exiting the martial arts hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence, 20,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, 200,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 3 demonic beast blood essence, 2 million gold coins for a small bottle. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuchen saw the price of the demonic beast blood essence. After some understanding, Li Fuchen realized that demonic beast blood essence wasn't expensive at all. All the small bottles were of the same size, with a small bottle containing 100 drops of demonic beast blood essence. A single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a single mid-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. But a single body tempering pill was worth around 500 gold coins, while a single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was only 200 gold coins. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence is useless to me. Only Class 2 demonic beast blood essence is useful. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a high-tier, yellow class dragon tiger pill. It was almost on par with a peak-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. What's more, a single drop was only 2,000 gold coins. It was practically free. Hesitating for a moment, Li Fuchen purchased a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. After a 30% discount, it was 140,000 gold coins. He wanted to see how effective a Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was, and if it really surpassed the dragon tiger pill. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. Roar! Li Fuchen felt as though he heard the angry roar of a demonic beast. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen's heart started to race. Such an intense evil qi. Li Fuchen was shocked. How could he have known that a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast could only produce 2 to 3 drops of blood essence? Class 2 mid-tier demonic beasts could produce 5 to 6 drops, and Class 2 high-tier demonic beasts could only produce 10 drops. This small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was the sum of a few dozen Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts. With so many types of demonic beast blood essence mixed together, the evil qi was unimaginably intense. Those without a firm will shouldn't consume too much of it, or they would go insane and go berserk. After refining a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. The effect is about 3 times that of the dragon tiger pill. But refining this evil qi requires time, which would delay my cultivation speed. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Laughing bitterly, Li Fuchen muttered to himself, "It is probably because of the evil qi that the demonic beast blood essence is so cheap. Without the evil qi, a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence wouldn't be 200,000 gold coins, but 600,000 gold coins. Forget it. I didn't expect to cultivate the hidden blood body technique to the completion stage. As long as I can improve." Li Fuchen only carried the hidden blood body technique for practice. His true focus was still on sword arts. Yellow class sword arts were foundation sword arts. Mystic class sword arts were sword arts that contained mysticism. If one could comprehend a mystic class sword art to the trance stage, one would be able to produce sword intent. A sword art that contained sword intent would be several-fold stronger than a sword art that didn't contain sword intent. Be it speed or power, they would all reach an inconceivable level. On the first day, Li Fuchen took out a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual and started cultivating. 5 days passed. The willow sword art reached the trance stage. On the 6th day, Li Fuchen chose a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual called Casual Cleave. It took him another 5 days to reach the trance stage. Chapter 115. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had cultivated a total of 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. This speed was enough to shock the world. Even though yellow class, low-tier sword arts were the most basic of the basic sword arts, they still contained the essence of the sword Dao. Like the Horsedale Willow Sword, it was a soft sword that could be slashed at any time. Within a limited space, it could bring out the full potential of the slash. It wasn't difficult to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the sub-perfection stage, but to fuse it with one's own understanding of the sword Dao to reach the trance stage, the difficulty would increase by a few folds, or even 10 folds. If one wasn't a prodigy, it would take a month, a year, or even a few years to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. Those who were slow would never be able to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. This wasn't something that could be solved with time. In the first month, Li Fuchen cultivated 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month it was 7. In the third month it was 9. And in the fourth month, it was 12. The further he progressed, the faster Li Fuchen's comprehension speed became. Split. His body skimmed past the fine iron ore, and in the instant he passed it, Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword. Without even looking, he slashed at the fine iron ore behind him. This slash was much stronger than a regular slash. A hole was formed on the fine iron ore, sending shards of rocks flying. Landing on the ground, he stood straight and slowly sheathed his sword. Li Fuchen let out a breath of turbid air and thought to himself, there are tens of thousands of sword arts, but the core of all of them are the same. It is all about maximizing the speed, skill, and power of the sword art. Another month passed. This month, Li Fuchen cultivated a total of 18 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. It was 6 more than last month. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level of the origin realm. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed wasn't considered fast. Those prodigies from his batch had already reached the 5th level of the origin realm. Especially Yuan Tian, who had already broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm 2 months ago. Those with superior bone frames would have a greater advantage in the later stages of cultivation. With his astounding perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was on par with a 4-star bone frame. But compared to a 5-star bone frame, it was still lacking. According to the Azure Watersex historical records, 5-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 22. 4-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 25, a difference of around 3 years. Of course, for the same 4-star bone frame, depending on the difference in perception, the time taken to break through to the Earth realm would be different. The fastest would be at the age of 21 or 22, which was equivalent to a 5-star bone frame. However, the Zhonglan Sect's 5-star bone frame breakthrough record was at the age of 18. This record had not been broken for decades. Li Fuchen had a good attitude. He didn't need to compare himself with others. His only opponent was himself. As long as he surpassed one limit after another, he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and look down on the universe. Intersect Cafeteria. Senior Brother Yuan, congratulations on defeating Senior Brother Taifeng. Taifeng Shixiang is at the 8th level of the origin realm, but he still couldn't withstand 100 moves from Yuan Shixiang. Maybe in less than a year, Yuan Shixiang will become one of the top 10 Intersect disciples. At a dining table, 2 Intersect disciples were having a meal with Yuan Tian. The 2 of them were praising Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's expression didn't change. Defeating Taifeng isn't much. He is just a 3rd-grade Intersect disciple. You can't say that. Not everyone can cross 2 levels to defeat Taifeng Shixiang. In the entire Intersect, there wouldn't be more than 10 who can do it. That's right. Taifeng Shixiang has been an Intersect disciple for more than a decade. He has accumulated a lot of experience, and isn't just any regular 8th-level origin realm martial artist. Oh right, Yuan Shixiang. Have you heard of the Intersect disciple named Li Fuchen, and Liao Tianjun Shixiang having a one-year appointment? Overestimating himself. Mentioning Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was a prideful person. Losing to Li Fuchen was a thorn in his heart. Every time he thought about it, he would lose control of his mind. The two of them observed Yuan Tian's expression and knew he wasn't happy. One of them mocked Li Fuchen, overestimating himself. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is a second-grade inner sect disciple, and his cultivation level is 4 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Who does he think he is? Even sword maniac Shixiang couldn't cross 4 levels to defeat a second-grade inner sect disciple when he was at the origin realm. Blindly arrogant will only bring about one's own destruction. The Fengyin stage isn't a good place. The two of them severely belittled Li Fuchen. I hope his injuries aren't too severe on the Fengyin stage. If not, I will lose a lot of fun. Even though he lost to Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian still didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. He had a 5-star bone frame, and his cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace. This gap would only get bigger and bigger. In just a few years' time, he and Li Fuchen would no longer have any interactions. After all, he would be an Earth Realm martial artist in a few years' time. Why would an Earth Realm martial artist have any interactions with an Origin Realm martial artist? 7th month Li Fuchen had comprehended 26 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. Close to 1 sword art a day. At the end of the 8th month, Li Fuchen had redeemed 100 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. All of them had been comprehended to the trance stage. 100 sword arts were created by 100 individuals. It was considered 100 sword arts. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though 100 individuals were executing sword arts in his mind. An indescribable thing was growing and growing. Break! In the courtyard, Li Fuchen wielded the black iron sword, and with a simple thrust, he thrust at the fine iron ore. Buzz! A mystical chi presence was emitted. This thrust of Li Fuchen's was obviously just a simple thrust, but it gave off a feeling of myriad changes. If someone was to fight with Li Fuchen now, there was a high chance that they would make a mistake in judgment. Crackle! The fine pieces of the fine iron, or sputtered in a spiral shape. A nearly perfect hole appeared on the iron, or that was the height of a human. The sword moves with the heart moves with the sword. With the sword and heart as one, nothing can stop it. Li Fuchen had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Li Fuchen was still immersed in this mystical state. At the start of the 9th month, Li Fuchen began to practice the meteor sword style. Unsure if it was Li Fuchen's illusion, he felt that his meteor sword style had come alive and had its own breath. And even though it was just a single sword move, meteor fall, it had evolved into countless possibilities. Just like a meteor shower with countless meteors. Each meteor might look similar, but their final destination was entirely different. Pew. On the fine iron ore, a stream of light burst forth and holes appeared. Break! As the countless streams of light faded, the last stream of light appeared. The speed of this stream of light had reached a limit. It was so fast that it seemed to be fixed in time. Pop! A beautiful and shocking sound echoed. The fine iron ore was penetrated by the sword. Due to the extreme speed of the sword, it wasn't fine pieces of ore that sputtered but powder. Chapter 116. Sword Intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. In that instant, all the sword arts that he had learnt were infused into Meteor Fall, giving it a unique life force. And this life force was exactly Sword Intent. Of course, this Sword Intent was still very weak, just like a budding seed that had yet to grow. But it was already very strong, terrifyingly strong. Li Fuchen didn't know that a slight adjustment to the Meteor Fall would allow the sword move to burst out with a power that was several times stronger. It was simply unimaginable. Sword Intent may be the essence of the Sword Dao. A complete Sword Dao contains countless Sword Intents. When all these Sword Intents are fused together, it becomes the ultimate Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a bold idea. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword Intent was perfected. With a swing of the blade, without any change in force, the sword's speed would at least double. With the same amount of force, the sword speed would increase by at least 3 folds. Middle of the 10th month, on the fake mountain in the middle of the courtyard, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged, his body emitting a fiery qi presence. After 10 months, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique finally showed signs of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique broke through again, it would be at the 14th rank. No matter what technique, the last 3 ranks were of utmost importance. With every increase in rank, one's combat ability would greatly increase. It was the same for the 13th rank, and even more so for the 14th rank. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Li Fuchen's qi presence was getting increasingly fiery. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's body suddenly emitted a layer of qi flames. That's right, it was qi flames. Previously, when Li Fuchen's qi was exposed, his qi protection was just like a flame, but it wasn't at the level of qi flames. Now that he had broken through to the 14th rank, his qi had a qualitative change. It was even more significant than advancing from the 4th level to the 5th level of the origin realm. Boom! The qi flames intensified by a few folds. Li Fuchen's entire body became a flaming man. The surging qi flames rushed into the sky, blowing away all the debris within a few meters radius. Such a strong burst strength. Li Fuchen's eyes were flashing with passion. He could feel that his burst strength had increased by a few folds. He was now an Origin Realm martial artist, and not a Qi Realm martial artist. An Origin Realm martial artist's explosive strength was extremely terrifying. There is less than 2 months left. I wonder how is Li Fuchen's strength progress? The 1-year promise was gradually approaching, and it affected many people's hearts. Among them, Chen Fenghua was the most concerned. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun, it would prove that Li Fuchen's potential was definitely at the demonic class, and not just a normal bone frame. Of course, even if Li Fuchen didn't defeat Liao Tianjun, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen's potential was lacking. After all, Li Fuchen had only been an inner sect disciple for 3 years. Li Fuchen, my grandfather will be watching this match personally. I hope you don't disappoint my grandfather. That day when Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun agreed on the 1-year pact, Zhao Mingyue informed the inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Tianda, about it. Zhao Tianda was interested in Li Fuchen's normal bone frame, and decided to take a look himself. In a spacious courtyard in the inner sect, Li Fuchen, wait for your death. Liao Tianjun laughed heartily. Just today, he had broken through to the 9th level of the origin realm. At first, he was a little worried that there would be variables. But now he wasn't worried at all. Even if Li Fuchen were to advance 2 levels in a year, he still had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The difference of 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily overcome. Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have offended my Liao clan. Offend me, Liao Tianjun. I will break all your limbs, cripple your dantian, and let you live in agony for the rest of your life. Those who go against my Liao clan will never have a good ending. Liao Tianjun was confident, and had a sinister expression on his face. After the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through to the 14th rank, Li Fuchen's absorption speed of heaven and earth energy increased by several folds. It was as though his dantian was hiding a furnace. No matter how much heaven and earth energy entered his body, it would be quickly converted into scarlet fire qi by the furnace. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel a surge of energy being born. This energy was similar to sword intent, but it was more reserved and violent. Li Fuchen knew that this was scarlet fire intent. Mystic class martial arts, when cultivated to the extremity, would give birth to intent. Mystic class sword arts were sword intent. Mystic class fist arts were fist intent. But for mystic class techniques, it was technique intent. In fact, no matter what technique was cultivated, or what rank the technique was at, the martial artist would always feel the existence of technique intent. But this technique intent didn't provide any substantial help to the martial artist. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank would the martial artist truly experience the benefits of technique intent. For example, when a cultivation technique was of a low grade or rank, the technique intent was just a fetus. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank would the fetus turn into a human, and allow the technique's power to increase exponentially. I wonder what kind of power the 15th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique would have. Li Fuchen had an intense anticipation towards the true Scarlet Fire intent. The Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was a Mystic class mid-tier technique. The Scarlet Fire intent that was born should be much stronger and more fearsome than the Meteor Sword intent. Most importantly, to cultivate a Mystic class sword art, it required a certain level of Sword Dao foundation. But Mystic class techniques didn't have this problem. From the first rank, Mystic class techniques were already in the process of developing technique intent. It required a gradual process. On the 11th month, Li Fuchen had complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent. The advantage of having complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent was that he could execute the Meteor Sword style as he wished. It wasn't like the beginning, where he could only release it but not retract it. Once it was executed, the opponent would surely die. On the 12th month, Li Fuchen broke through from the 5th level of the Origin Realm to the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. The Origin Realm, each level was harder than the previous. At the Origin Realm, other than the 4-star and 5-star bone frames, no one could break this rule. Especially Li Fuchen, who had a normal bone frame. Luckily, Li Fuchen's perception made up for his lack of bone frame. After becoming an inner sect disciple for less than 3 years, his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through from the 9th rank to the 14th rank. The increase in rank of his technique was the same as increasing his bone frame star grade in a short period of time. At least it was so up until now. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed was closely related to the increase in rank of his technique. When the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the highest rank, it wouldn't take long before he would need to switch to a higher ranked technique. If he didn't have a higher level cultivation method for him to display his skills, then his cultivation speed would gradually slow down. By the time those who had better bone frames than him cultivated their profound level middle tier cultivation method to the highest realm, his cultivation speed would be several times slower than them, maybe even 10 times slower. Without bone frame, the path of perception was destined to be a path of improvement. Chapter 117. 1 year was up, and it was the appointed time for Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. On this day, there were plenty of inner sect disciples gathered around the Feng Yun stage. Most of them were here to spectate the duel between Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. There was also a small portion who came to spectate the duels of other inner sect disciples. The Feng Yun stage was a square platform made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. It was rumored that the Feng Yun stage was reinforced with a sturdy array. Even an Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to damage it. On the Feng Yun stage, 2 inner sect disciples were in the midst of a duel. Zhou Xiaotian, you snatched my childhood sweetheart. I will not let you live under the same sky as me. Today, either you or I will be crippled. Zhang Xiaohai, do you think you are worthy of Wang Li Shimi? Since you don't know your place, then I shall let you know what it means to have no way out. The battle between the 2 inner sect disciples was extremely intense. The inner sect disciple named Zhang Xiaohai had blood on his cheek, which was left with a cut. Die! Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence burst forth as he used the soaring sword style to attack the inner sect disciple named Zhou Xiaotian. This soaring sword style was obviously at the completion stage. In a single move, the sword light was erratic and chilling, as though dozens of swords were attacking Zhou Xiaotian at the same time. Zhang Xiaohai, no wonder you dared to challenge me. It turns out that you have cultivated the soaring heaven's sword skill to near major completion. Unfortunately, my soaring cloud killing slash is also near major completion. Break for me. Zhou Xiaotian let out a long howl as his sword light was like a waterfall, piercing through the sky and slicing apart Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence. Kacha! An arm fell off, and was turned into a mist of blood by the sword light. Ah! Zhang Xiaohai let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. He looked at Zhou Xiaotian with a twisted expression. Zhou Xiaotian's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 level. He thought that with his sword skills at the completion stage, he would be able to fight with Zhou Xiaotian to a draw. This was the result he wanted. As for defeating Zhou Xiaotian, He didn't have much confidence. But the heavens were blind, and couldn't even fulfill this small wish of his. Pointing his black iron sword at Zhang Xiaohai, Zhou Xiaotian laughed sinisterly. Don't think I will let you off just because you lost an arm. Don't worry. I will slowly sever your tendons and cripple your dantian. Then you will never be able to cultivate again. Before going on the Feng Yun stage, both sides had signed the Feng Yun agreement. If the opponent wasn't killed, the loser would be dealt with. For the Feng Tian, there were Tian and Li. Feng Yun and Li Fuchen, the Feng Yun stage was Tian had was. Of course, the other party had to agree first. If the other party did not agree, no one could force him to go up. Feng of Xiao Xiaofutian. With a shake of the black iron sword, Zhou Xiaotian cut off one of Zhang Xiaohai's tendons. Zhang Xiaohai's face turned pale from the pain, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Senior brother Zhou, forget it. He is already half crippled, and will no longer have the ability to challenge you in the future. Below the stage, a pretty female inner sect disciple with a round but said lightly. Since junior sister Wang Li has spoken, I will let you go. Zhang Xiaohai, take revenge on me in your next life. Haha. Zhou Xiaotian laughed, and jumped off the Feng Yun stage in high spirits. Zhang Xiaohai's eyes dimmed, and he was sent off by an inner sect deacon. What a pity. His childhood friend was snatched away, and his arm and leg tendons were severed. His life is basically over. How can the Feng Yun stage be taken lightly? Between the two of them, one will be crippled. That childhood sweetheart of his is really something. She actually got together with Zhou Xiaotian. I heard that someone saw them doing it in the woods. That butt is so white and big. Is there such a thing? When Zhou Xiaotian is bored, we might have a chance to play. The inner sect disciples below the stage were gossiping, and their words were filthy. Although the duel was over, most people didn't leave. This caused those who didn't know to look at each other in dismay. There was still a duel on the Feng Yun stage. That was the only explanation. Senior brother, who will be fighting on the Feng Yun stage next? One of them couldn't help but ask. The inner sect disciple who was questioned replied with astonishment. Don't you know? Today is the day of Liao Tianjun Shixiang and Li Fuchen's duel. They should be here soon. Liao Tianjun Shixiang. TSK. I heard that Liao Tianjun Shixiang progressed to the 9th level of the origin realm. This Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Interesting. First it was Zhang Xiaohai, now it is Li Fuchen. These two are destined to be tragic characters. Almost no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, as the difference was too great. Zhang Xiaohai and Zhou Xiaotian were only one level apart, yet he lost an arm and a leg tendon. Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun were at least 4 levels apart. They didn't think that Li Fuchen could advance 2 levels within a year. Wang Li shimmy, there are too many reckless people these days. I thought there was only one Zhang Xiaohai this year. Who would have thought there would be another Li Fuchen? Zhou Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer when he found out about the duel between Liao Tianjun and Li Fuchen. The female inner sect disciple named Wang Li said, I heard that this Li Fuchen once defeated Yuan Tian in the outer sect, and became the outer sect's #1 disciple. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xiaotian secretly caressed Wang Li's, but was rewarded with a roll of her eyes. He grinned and said, times have changed. I admit that he is strong in the same realm, but that is the Qi realm. Now that he is at the origin realm, everything is different. Let alone the fact that he isn't a match for Liao Tianjun. Even if it is Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame after all. News of him spread very quickly. 4 months ago, Yuan Tian had already progressed to the 7th level of the origin realm. He was probably not far from the 8th level of the origin realm. It seems like this Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Wang Li was speechless. She didn't understand why there were so many people who didn't know their own limits. Zhang Xiaohai was like this, Li Fuchen was like this. Look, Liao Tianjun is here. Liao Hailong is here too. That is elder Liao Tianyan, right? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw 3 people walking over from not far away. They were Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong, and a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. He looked similar to Liao Tianjun, and was an inner sect elder. Liao Tianyun, inner sect elder, second level of the heaven realm. Uncle Tianjun, on the Fengyun stage, don't hold back. Liao Hailong spoke viciously. Liao Tianjun gave a conceited smile. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Those who offend my Liao clan shall all go to hell. This Li Fuchen, I will let him have a taste of the most terrifying things in this world. I will let him live in fear and inferiority for the rest of his life, living in the shadow of our Liao clan. At the side, the imposing Liao Tianyun said, do not harm his life, in case he brings trouble to the Liao clan. Father, I know. Liao Tianjun nodded. Why isn't this Li Fuchen here yet? Could he be afraid and regretting it? It isn't impossible. Since he didn't sign the contract, it doesn't count. If that is the case, I will mock him every time I see him. Chapter 118. Li Shidi, although I know you have absolute confidence and certainty, but on the Fengyun stage, anything can happen. Do not be careless. Chen Fenghua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. Even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Chen Shiji, don't worry. A lion fighting a rabbit? Chen Fenghua didn't know why, but when she heard this, she immediately relaxed. Liao Tianjun, you're really pitiful. Of all the people you could have offended, you just had to offend junior brother Li. Chen Fenghua thought to herself. Li Fuchen's arrival caused the atmosphere to explode. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were rejoicing in his misfortune. Sixth level of the origin realm. What capabilities does this Li Fuchen have to actually advance to the sixth level of the origin realm? One of the inner sect disciples sensed and exclaimed, what? Sixth level of origin realm? Hearing this, all the inner sect disciples released their chi. He is indeed at the sixth level of the origin realm. This is impossible. He is just a normal bone frame. Isn't his cultivation speed too fast? It is comparable to a 4-star bone frame. He must have taken some forbidden medicine for this duel. That's right, he must have taken a forbidden medicine. This kind of forbidden medicine has great side effects. In the next 3 to 5 years, he can forget about advancing again. So what if he is at the 6th level of the origin realm? Liao Tianjun Shixiang is at the 9th level of the origin realm, which is 3 levels higher than him. Even though Li Fuchen's advancement to the 6th level of the origin realm shocked everyone, no one thought that Li Fuchen could defeat Liao Tianjun. Everyone believed that Li Fuchen must have consumed an exorbitant amount of forbidden medicine. A dog dares to challenge Liao Tianjun? He's simply courting death. Feng Lihai sneered from within the crowd. Li Fuchen is too rash. It was unknown when Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei had arrived near the storm platform. Gao Changtian sighed. He was very clear what kind of place the wind cloud platform was. Only one of them could walk down, the other had to be carried down. No matter where he is always the center of attention. This kind of man is really rare. A seed was planted in Wu Qingmei's heart. This seed seemed to be showing signs of germination. Yuan Shixiang, how many moves do you think Li Fuchen can withstand? On the east side of the storm platform, a small group of people was extremely eye-catching. The center of this group of people was Yuan Tian. No matter where a 5-star bone frame was, he would be the center of attention, and was like the sun in the sky. In fact, if Li Fuchen had a 5-star bone frame, there wouldn't be so much criticism. Feng Lihai and Liao Hailong wouldn't have offended Li Fuchen. One had to know that any 5-star bone frame was the sect's wealth. Whoever dared to touch a 5-star bone frame was equivalent to touching the sect's foundation, let alone the main city's city lord. Even the Liao clan's upper echelons would come to question them. Yuan Tian sized up Li Fuchen, and noticed that Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the origin realm. He then said, you will lose within 100 moves. From the start, he was certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand 20 moves, and this was already overestimating him. But Li Fuchen breaking through to the 6th level of the origin realm surprised him. In his heart, he wasn't so sure anymore. 100 moves. Senior brother Yuan overestimates him. I think 10 moves is more like it. Senior brother Yuan must have his reasons for saying this. Don't embarrass yourself. Just as they were talking, a figure swept onto the storm platform. Li Fuchen, get your ass up here. Liao Tianjun shouted. Liao Tianjun, are you in such a hurry to die? Li Fuchen had a sarcastic expression. With a flash, he too skimmed onto the storm platform. What a sharp mouth you have. I will make you cry later. Liao Tianjun laughed sinisterly. I wonder who will be the one crying later. Li Fuchen retaliated. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't retaliate. But once he did, everyone found him an eyesore, and felt that he was too arrogant. Those who originally had some sympathy for him immediately changed their stance, and supported Liao Tianjun. They hoped that Liao Tianjun could torture Li Fuchen, and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the storm platform, an inner sect deacon appeared. He frowned and seemed to find Li Fuchen an eyesore as well. Taking out a demonic beast pelt scroll, he said, "Will the two of you please sign your names? Once you sign, there are no other rules except for not killing the other party. Before you sign, you may reconsider." "No need to reconsider, I will sign." Liao Tianjun signed his name on the spot. "What about you?" The inner sect deacon looked at Li Fuchen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Of course I will sign." Picking up the brush, Li Fuchen signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Keeping the demonic beast pelt scroll, the inner sect deacon announced, "The storm duel shall officially begin. Both of you do your best." Finishing his statement, he turned and jumped off the storm platform. Boom! Hearing the announcement, the atmosphere in the audience heated up again. "Mingyue, is this the Li Fuchen you mentioned? His cultivation progress isn't bad, but he is too high profile. His temperament is questionable." On a small hill not far away, an elder stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was an absolute beauty. "Grandfather, don't be prejudiced by your first impression. I am sure that Li Fuchen isn't any inferior to a 5-star bone frame." The absolute beauty was Zhao Mingyue. She didn't agree with the elder's evaluation and argued. "You are too confident." The elder laughed lightly. Just you wait and see." Zhao Mingyue was a little angry. "Don't tell me you have fallen for him?" As though he thought of something, the elder got nervous. He didn't wish for his granddaughter to get together with a normal bone frame. The bone frame was related to the inheritance of the bloodline. If the parents had a decent bone frame, the child's bone frame wouldn't be too bad either. If the parents had a terrible bone frame, the child's bone frame would be terrible too. His granddaughter had a 4-star pure Yin bone frame. Such a bone frame wasn't inferior to a 5-star bone frame. "Grandfather, what did you say?" Zhao Mingyue was annoyed. "Mingyue, tell me seriously. Do you like him?" The elder had a serious expression, and even had a trace of strictness. Zhao Mingyue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "That's good." The faintly discernible aura on the old man's body dissipated, and he once again returned to his previous calm and leisurely appearance. On the storm platform, Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun stood 20 meters apart. Grinning, Liao Tianjun's imposing body exploded with a terrifying qi presence. This qi presence was like a storm that engulfed Li Fuchen. Without waiting for Li Fuchen to react, Liao Tianjun roared, "Earth Scare Sword Style!" The Earth Scare Sword Style was an extremely cruel sword style. As long as a wound was made on anyone's body, the vicious sword force would invade the body and destroy the meridians and blood vessels, causing the opponent to be in excruciating pain. When the sword was brandished, a distorted and sharp light appeared in the air. The sharp light was like a swimming fish, and was extremely agile. The Earth Scare Sword Qi actually appeared. Liao Tianjun Xixiang has cultivated the Earth Scare Sword style to the completion stage. How sad. Li Fuchen probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blade. He was so arrogant before the duel, but now he is probably kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 119. To reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art was extremely difficult. Even Liao Tianjun, a second-grade inner sect disciple with a 3-star bone frame, spent close to a decade to achieve it. Of course, there were even more second-grade inner sect disciples who spent 10 years and still couldn't reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Most of them were stuck at the threshold of the completion stage. Earth Scare Sword Style? Li Fuchen was slightly surprised. The Earth-Scarce sword style was considered one of the hardest mystic class, low-tier sword arts to cultivate. Who would have thought that Liao Tianjun could actually cultivate it to the completion stage, and had a perception that exceeded a regular 3-star bone frame? What a pity! Li Fuchen shook his head. If he had merely broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm, he might not be a match for Liao Tianjun. But now, even 2 Liao Tianjuns wouldn't be a match for him. Meteor fall! The black iron sword was unsheathed, and a stream of light appeared. Then it froze and no longer moved. In the next moment, there was a burst of blinding sparks. Liao Tianjun felt as though he was struck by lightning, and his black iron sword almost flew out of his hand. His entire body leaned back and retreated. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, Liao Tianjun was still in control of the arena, but in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. The crowd couldn't even see how Li Fuchen made his move. They could only see the sparks and the flashes of light. Such a fast and terrifying blade. The crowd was flabbergasted. This was too much. Liao Tianjun was at the 9th level of the origin realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. Those who were certain that Li Fuchen couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen now felt their faces hurting, as though they were slapped 100 times. Gao Changtian was flabbergasted. At the side, Wu Qingmei's eyes were wide open and forgot to breathe. In her mind, she kept replaying the scene of that blade, and Li Fuchen's confident look. So he wasn't bragging. Liao Tianjun was courting death by challenging him. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaotian exclaimed. Wang Li, who was beside him, looked as though she saw a ghost. Zhou Xiaotian was formidable, but compared to Liao Tianjun, he was still lacking. Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen, and was forced to retreat. Impossible! How is this possible? He must be cheating. Below the stage, Liao Hailong was in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. 1 year later, his uncle Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. This was a huge blow to him, and his martial Dao confidence had collapsed. Seeing his son being repelled by a single blade from Li Fuchen, Liao Tianjun narrowed his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Damn it! Why is this Liao Tianjun so useless? Fang Lihai cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated Li Fuchen even more. As the Mountain Sea City's young city lord, he was humiliated by Li Fuchen. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he had to watch Li Fuchen prosper. It was truly unbearable for him. Well done, junior brother Li. Chen Fenghua's emotions were extremely agitated and complicated. In just a short span of a year, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass Liao Tianjun. Even she didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. Such a talented individual was rarely seen in the entire Zhonglan sect. Grandfather, what do you think? I told you he isn't a normal person. Zhao Mingyue was also shocked by this result, as it was out of her expectations. After being shocked, she couldn't help but speak to the veteran beside her. The veteran slowly let out a breath. 6th level of the origin realm, physical strength exceeding 20,000 kilograms, Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique at the 14th rank, Meteor Sword Style at the perfection stage. Such a perception is definitely not a normal person. But most importantly, his grasp of timing is 1 level higher than the other inner sect disciples. He can find the flaw of the Earth-Scarce sword style in a split second. What? The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is at the 14th rank? Last time he was at the 13th rank? Zhao Mingyue's red lips slightly opened. She didn't have the eyesight of a Heaven Realm martial artist, hence she couldn't see much. This child's perception is comparable to Sword Maniac. But now, Sword Maniac has a 4-star bone frame, and he doesn't. If the veteran knew that Li Fuchen's meteor sword style wasn't at the perfection stage, but at the trance stage, he wouldn't have said this. Back when Sword Maniac was at the 6th level of the origin realm, he didn't even reach the trance stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword style, and comprehend sword intent. On the Feng Yin stage, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his opponent's ability, he couldn't even force out his sword intent. Why would he give chase? That's right, he didn't use his sword intent for that meteor fall move. Hence to outsiders, Meteor Fall was only at the perfection stage. Li Fuchen had his own considerations for doing this. He had plenty of enemies now, and it was inevitable that he would be ambushed. Hence, it was necessary to keep some trump cards. Once his trump cards were exposed, there wouldn't be any chance of a comeback. He didn't wish for such a thing to happen. If I use my sword intent, I can even kill 2 Liao Tianjuans in an instant. Li Fuchen thought to himself. There was a huge difference between using sword intent or not. The presence of sword intent was enough to double the speed of Meteor Fall and amplify its firepower by at least 3 times. In the face of absolute speed, any technique or power wasn't worth mentioning. A single strike was a sure kill. A pity that he couldn't use it and didn't need to. Bastard, what did you do just now? After retreating over 10 steps, Liao Tianjun finally stopped his retreating momentum. He lifted his head and asked with a questioning expression. You aren't a match for me. It is not too late to back out now. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't want to fight to the death with the Liao clan. Hence, he was willing to give his opponent a chance to retreat. Dream on. Don't be too arrogant. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Liao Tianjun was infuriated. A pill that was hidden in his mouth was suddenly crushed. In the next moment, an extremely violent energy surged out. The intensity of his qi presence was increased by at least 30%. What is going on? Liao Tianjun Shixiang's qi presence got stronger. Did he conceal his ability? I knew it. How could Li Fuchen be a match for Liao Tianjun? Liao Tianjun Shixiang must have been careless. Everyone suddenly realized. Something isn't right. Chen Fenghua frowned. Liao Tianjuan's qi presence was formidable, but it didn't seem like it was cultivated by himself. Half-mystic class pill qi burst pill. Such audacity. Beside Zhao Mingyue, the veteran frowned. Grandfather, he is violating the rules of the Feng Yin stage. Why aren't you going to stop him? Zhao Mingyue asked. On the Feng Yin stage, no external force was allowed. If not, the Feng Yin stage's basic fairness would be gone. The veteran shook his head. Let's wait and see. This kid shouldn't be so simple, right? He was prepared to make a move at the crucial moment. If Li Fuchen couldn't stop Liao Tianjun, then Li Fuchen wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Little bastard, lie down. The Qi Burst pill was a half-mystic class pill. One pill was worth 70,000 gold coins. At first, he thought his father was making a big fuss. Now that he thought about it, his father was indeed wise. As long as he could win, who cared about the process? Mixed with a horrific qi presence, Liao Tianjun slashed at Li Fuchen again. The violent sword presence was like the sharpest storm that could cut through anything. Chapter 120. A medicinal pill that increases true qi. Li Fuchen frowned. This seemed to violate the rules of the storm platform. But since the inner sect deacon in charge of the storm platform did not say anything, he obviously could not say anything. Woo woo woo. When it was 10 meters away from Li Fuchen, the distorted earth-scarce sword qi suddenly flew out from the sword. True qi was released. After swallowing the explosive qi pill, Liao Tianjun reached the level of true qi externalization and could kill people from a distance. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and changed his footsteps before vanishing without a trace. Low-tier profound level leg art, shadowless kick. Clang clang clang. The twisted sword qi brushed past the ground and exploded into a layer of pale white sparks. Do you think you can escape? Liao Tianjun grinned hideously as he swung his sword again and again. Streams of earth-scarred sword qi were like swimming fishes, covering a radius of 10 meters. This 10-meter area was undoubtedly a death zone. Anyone who was weaker than him would be sliced into a bloody mess by the numerous sword qis. Li Fuchen's footwork was extremely fast. It was as though his entire body was weightless. He turned into a ghostly shadow and shuttled around the Feng Yin stage. The earth-scarce sword qi, that was like a swimming fish, was unable to get close to him. Liao Tianjuan's face darkened. Do you only know how to run? Coward! How could he not see that Li Fuchen's leg art had probably reached the perfection stage? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge so many earth-scarce sword qi. Escape? That might not be the case. Li Fuchen made a turn in midair and took 3 consecutive steps on the ground. Like a wisp of green smoke, he passed through a large amount of earth's scarce sword qi and instantly appeared on the left side of Liao Tianjun. Liao Tianjun was distracted by Li Fuchen's footwork, and his reaction was slightly slower. However, Liao Tianjun was quite formidable. At the crucial moment, his body spun like a spinning top, and he used the ultimate move of the earth-scarred sword technique, Heaven Crippling Earth-Scarred. Woo 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 woo. His body was like a giant top that was spinning violently. At the same time, streaks of arc-shaped sword qi were shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He had to swing his sword to neutralize the streaks of sword qi. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters away. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Gale Swift Sword. Liao Tianjun let out a furious roar and changed his sword stance from Earth Scarcity to Hurricane Swift Sword. Even though the Hurricane Swift Sword was only a yellow class peak tier sword art, it wasn't as profound as the Earth Scarce sword art, and its power was far from being comparable to the Earth Scarce sword art. Its advantage lay in its speed. Not only was it fast, it was ferocious as well. It was like a violent gust of wind, unstoppable. Li Fuchen is going to lose. Below the stage, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen's footwork was indeed incredible, and could easily dodge the Earth Scarce sword qi. But when Liao Tianjun executed the violent wind quick sword, the space for Li Fuchen to dodge was shrunk by a few folds. Don't even mention a human, even a bird wouldn't be able to dodge. The dense sword qi swept over, and the range was so wide that it almost covered half of the storm platform. Since I can't use my sword intent, this is the only way. Withdrawing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and revolving the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen lightly leapt forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In a split second, he flew a few dozen meters away. That speed was simply unheard of, and wasn't something a regular Origin Realm martial artist could achieve. How could it be so fast? Everyone was shocked by Li Fuchen's speed. I don't believe you can dodge all of my attacks. Liao Tianjun went berserk and poured all of his qi into the black iron sword. The density of the sword qi increased once again. At the same time, Liao Tianjuan's left hand would occasionally send out punches. The violent fist force enveloped Li Fuchen. With the fist force in front, and the concentrated sword qi behind, if it was anyone else, even if it was a first-grade inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, they wouldn't be able to dodge, and would have to face it head-on. But Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. Completely disregarding the inertia of extreme speed, Li Fuchen lightly tapped on the ground with his feet and flew backwards. Not only did he dodge the fist force, he even leapt over the sword qi. If this was it, it would have been fine. After leaping over the sword qi, Li Fuchen used his left hand to suck on the ground. Under the violent suction force, Li Fuchen's speed shot through the air and landed on the ground in an instant. But this time, he was head down and legs up. Tapping the black iron sword on the ground, Li Fuchen flipped his body and landed behind Liao Tianjun like he was juggling. From start to finish, Li Fuchen gave off a feeling that he was defying the laws of nature and gravity. It was as though nature couldn't restrain him any longer. Is he still a human? Is he a monster? Everyone was in a daze. They never thought that a human's body could perform such high speed and difficult movements. It was simply challenging the limits of their vision. Wind shadow steps at the perfection stage, shadowless leg at the perfection stage. This child is rather interesting. The veteran's eyes shrunk. He couldn't help but admit that Li Fuchen's perception was definitely at the heaven-defying class. Not only did he cultivate his sword arts to the highest rank, his light body technique and leg arts were also ridiculously high. If a regular person could achieve any one of them, they would be proud. You have lost. Without waiting for Liao Tianjun to turn around, Li Fuchen placed his sword on his opponent's throat. Liao Tianjuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Lost? When did I lose? Pung. Liao Tianjun suddenly punched at Li Fuchen's chest. Even with his 20,000 kilograms of physical strength and astounding physical defense, Li Fuchen couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Despicable. Chen Fenghua cursed. Shameless. Zhao Mingyue couldn't hold back her anger. Li Fuchen had already let him off, but he didn't expect Liao Tianjun to not admit defeat and sneak attack Li Fuchen instead. Li Fuchen, don't pretend to be righteous. Do you really think it is hard for you to defeat me? On the Fengyun stage, other than killing, there are no other rules. It is impossible for you to win without a fight. Now lie down. Don't worry, I will only chop off your limbs. I will preserve your dantian for you. Haha. Liao Tianjun followed up with the earth-scare sword style to envelop Li Fuchen. I was too careless. Li Fuchen sighed. Liao Tianjun knew that Li Fuchen didn't dare to kill him, hence he was unrestrained. Li Fuchen had underestimated his opponent's shamelessness. At such a close distance, he couldn't even execute his body technique in time. After all, the radius of the fist force was too wide. Unless he could instantaneously shift, there was nothing he could do. Li Fuchen, who was sent flying while vomiting blood, took a deep breath and rushed into the sky. Since you aren't willing to admit defeat, then don't blame me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold glow. The combination of the wind shadow steps and shadowless leg wasn't just this. Body like the wind, wind like a shadow, shadow without a trace. At this moment, Li Fuchen showed everyone what a light body technique was, and what it meant to surpass the limits of one's vision. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen was behind Liao Tianjun again. His speed was even faster than before. Liao Tianjun didn't expect the injured Li Fuchen to be even faster. But he wasn't worried in his heart. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would dare to offend the Liao clan and hurt him. But he underestimated Li Fuchen's determination. With a flash of light, Li Fuchen pierced Liao Tianjun's left arm. With a spin of the black iron sword, with a flick, a huge arm flew into the sky and blood rained down. Chapter 121. Seeing Liao Tianjun howling miserably, the vicinity of the storm platform was completely silent. No one could imagine that Liao Tianjun would lose so miserably. This was especially true for those who knew that Liao Tianjun had consumed a qi explosion pill. Their hearts were filled with shock. Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Once he advances to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, how strong would he be? Would he be able to go against an Earth Realm martial artist? How ruthless. He actually dared to injure senior brother Liao Tianjun. Having lost his left arm, senior martial brother Liao Tianjun's battle prowess has been greatly reduced. In a battle of the same cultivation realm, he will suffer a great loss. That's right. Although the left arm looks useless, it can ensure the balance of the body. At the crucial moment, it can even attack the opponent from both sides. Sigh, what a pity. Severing Liao Tianjun Shixiang's arm. This Li Fuchen has completely offended the Liao clan. His future days will be tough. In addition to being shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, everyone was also shocked by Li Fuchen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. When facing a colossus like the Liao clan, it was inevitable to suffer some losses. But if you dare to let them suffer, then sorry. They will definitely let you know what it means to seek your own death. Stupid. Do you really think that the grudge will be resolved after you leave the storm platform? Yuan Tian said coldly, not feeling good. Little bastard. If you dare to break my son's arm, I'll break all your limbs. With a roar, a phantom instantly appeared on the storm platform. It was Liao Tianyin. Liao Tianjun, who had lost an arm and was breathing weakly, stood up. Liao Tianyun's aura erupted and filled the entire storm platform. Under the shroud of this horrific qi presence, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was being pressed by a mountain. His knees went soft, and he couldn't help but kneel down. Never. Li Fuchen bit his lips and resisted the qi presence. Due to using too much strength, Li Fuchen bit his lips and didn't even know that blood was flowing out. Father, I lost an arm. I'm done for. Liao Tianjun was in so much pain that his eyes were numb. Heavenly Army. Liao Tianyin looked anxious. He didn't expect that Liao Tianjun, who consumed the Qi Burst pill, would still lose to Li Fuchen. This was completely different from what he expected. Little bastard, it's just a competition. Why are you being so heavy-handed? What are your intentions? Liao Tianyin stared at Li Fuchen with a cold expression, His eyes surged with murderous intent. Under the shroud of the opponent's chi presence, Li Fuchen couldn't utter a single word. He gritted his teeth and his veins were exposed. But from the start to the end, Li Fuchen didn't even let out a grunt. In his eyes, there was only an unyielding look, and there wasn't a trace of begging. Seeing Li Fuchen's expression, Liao Tianyun's face turned even colder. Even with his heaven realm chi presence, he wasn't able to force Li Fuchen to kneel. The tenacity of this child's willpower was simply appalling. Generally, people with strong willpower would have great achievements in the future. This kid couldn't be allowed to live. Liao Tianyun felt a hidden danger and his killing intent exploded. Little bastard! You are so young and yet you are so ruthless. You are a scourge to our Azure Water sect. Today, I shall represent the sect to cripple your dantian and break your limbs. While speaking, Liao Tianyun swung his hand. 5 sharp chi forces assaulted Li Fuchen's dantian and limbs. Is this the end? Li Fuchen stared at the chi attack and roared in his heart. Below the stage, although most of the people were gloating, there were still a few people who could not bear it. The Liao family was too overbearing. On the storm platform, as long as one did not kill, there were no rules. Could it be that only your son was allowed to cripple Li Fuchen? But Li Fuchen was not allowed to hurt your son? What kind of logic was this? What's more, Li Fuchen had already let your son off once. The current outcome was your son's own fault. Unfortunately, Liao Tianyun couldn't hear the thoughts of these people. Even if he did, he would only scoff at them. His Liao clan was an ancient clan of the Zhonglan region. How could a trash like Li Fuchen compare to their clan's descendants? Seeing that Li Fuchen was about to become a cripple, Liao Tianyun stopped. A vigorous and forceful voice echoed out of nowhere. In the next moment, a chi wall appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The 5 streams of energy shot out by Liao Tianyun disappeared without a trace. This was not good. It was the inner sect Grand Elder. Liao Tianyun was unwilling to give up. Gritting his teeth, he executed another attack. This attack was with his full strength. An extremely intimidating chi force, as though it was going to rip apart the void, turned into a sharp sword and ruthlessly slashed at the chi wall. Presumptuous! Get down! The chi wall surged and shattered the sharp sword. In the next moment, an even more horrifying chi presence descended and pressed down on Liao Tianyun. A shocking scene happened. Liao Tianyun, who was at the 2nd level of the heaven realm, couldn't withstand this chi presence, and laid down on the ground, unable to move an inch. Liao Tianyun used his chi presence to suppress Li Fuchen, and didn't even make Li Fuchen kneel. But his opponent used his chi presence to suppress him to the ground. How much ability did he have to achieve this? Below the stage, the crowd kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. The fight between the inner sect elders wasn't something they could discuss, let alone disturb. In the skies above the Fengyun stage, a green-robed veteran landed slowly with an angry expression. Inner sect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, peak-level heaven realm cultivation, one of the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect. Apart from the sect patriarch, supreme elder, and the sect protector, he had the highest and most respected status. Liao Tianyun, you are too presumptuous. Who do you think you are to interfere with the Fengyun stage's duel? Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Wujin didn't let go of his chi presence, and continued to suppress Liao Tianyun. Liao Tianyun bellowed while lying on the ground. Grand Elder, this child is ruthless. He didn't take into consideration our fellow sect members, and severed one of my son's arms. How can I let him off so easily? Zhao Wujin's face flashed with a strange expression. This person was really thick-skinned, to even say such words. He couldn't help but snort. How can there be any fellow sect members on the Fengyun stage? Your son is too overbearing. He asked for it and reaped what he sowed. No matter what, my Liao clan's disciple isn't someone he can compare to. Grand Elder, please allow me to punish him. What a joke. Get lost. If I find out that your Liao clan dares to deal with this child, I will report to the sect patriarch and punish your Liao clan. Zhao Wujin revealed a look of disgust. With a sweep of his chi presence, he sent Liao Tianyun and Liao Tianjun flying. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to speak a few words with Li Fuchen, Another vigorous voice echoed. Grand Elder, aren't you being too overbearing? My Liao clan has made great contributions to the Azure Water Sect, and this is how you treat my Liao clan. From afar, a green-robed figure flew over. It was a white-haired veteran who was even older than Zhao Wujin. His qi presence was like an abyss as deep as the sea. With a single glance, it was like a giant whirlpool that sucked away one's essence qi. Liao Haiwang, is it me who is overbearing or your Liao clan who is overbearing? You should know in your heart. I shall not argue with you. Hurry up and bring your Liao clan's disciples away. Zhao Wujin immediately called out the white-haired veteran's name. SSS. Many of the spectators took in a deep cold breath. What was going on today? First, it was the inner sect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, who came to spectate the match. Now even the Liao clan's founder Liao Haiwang was here. Liao Haiwang, a 9th-level Heaven Realm martial artist, was one of the top 10 inner sect elders of the Azure Water Sect. His status was only half a rank lower than the inner sect Grand Elder. Chapter 122. So this is a Heaven Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's body was drenched in sweat, as though he just got out of the water. A Heaven Realm martial artist was too strong. They didn't even need to make a move. Just their qi presence was enough to crush someone to death. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence, not because he was strong. In fact, even a first-grade inner sect disciple, at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, might not be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence. Because it wasn't just cultivation level suppression, but also spirit willpower suppression. Spirit willpower was very mystical. It could interfere with reality. If a regular person subconsciously thought that they were sick, then their body would have problems very quickly. Some places were very evil and haunted. Those who went in would come out as if they were possessed. They would have a strange expression, and would sometimes do things that normal people couldn't understand. But it was actually the spirit willpower that was distorted, resulting in hallucinations. The spirit willpower was a person's intrinsic quality. When this intrinsic quality was being pressured, the body would have an intense reaction. For those who cultivated their spirit willpower, a single look would cause you to have intense hallucinations, causing you to do things that went against your own will. Of course, these kinds of people were extremely rare, less than 1 in 100 million. Only those who possessed an extremely special bone structure were able to cultivate their own spirit and soul. Li Fuchen was able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence, mainly because his soul, spirit, and willpower were much stronger than a normal person. If not, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Not bad. To be able to defeat Liao Tianjun, who consumed a qi burst pill, is already shocking enough. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand Liao Tianyun's qi presence. Do you know that even a regular Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it? Turning around, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen with a face of admiration. Putting aside his perception, even his spirit willpower was so strong. Zhao Wujin couldn't help but appreciate this talent. Perhaps a normal bone frame would limit Li Fuchen's potential, but with Li Fuchen's current potential, progressing to the Earth Realm wouldn't be a problem. With his perception, once he reached the Earth Realm, he would definitely be one of the strongest in the Earth Realm. If he had enough opportunities, progressing to the Heaven Realm wouldn't be impossible. Many thanks for Grand Elder's help. Fuchen will never forget it. Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhao Wujin, he would have become a cripple. The peak of the martial Dao and the peak of the sword Dao had nothing to do with him. This is the Azure Water Sect. If he is allowed to mess around, what prestige and justice does the Azure Water Sect have? Zhao Wujin coldly snorted. Grandfather, the Liao clan is so shameless and overbearing. Why don't you report them to the sect master? Zhao Mingyue also jumped up. Zhao Wujin shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Do you think it's that easy to topple an ancient family? On the surface, their strength might not be comparable to our Zhao clan. But in terms of connections, they aren't any weaker than our Zhao clan. In fact, they might even be superior. What's more, the Liao clan is still a member of the Azure Water Sect. If we take them down, It will cause our azure water sect's strength to suffer and benefit our rival sections. Most importantly, he didn't have to fight to the death with the Liao clan. After all, they didn't defend him. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujin looked at Li Fuchen again and said slowly, "With your bone frame, you originally didn't have the qualifications to become a prodigy of the Azure Water sect. But after seeing your perception and spirit will, I have decided to give you the identity of a prodigy. But this prodigy status isn't that stable. If one day you suddenly lose your perception, and your cultivation speed slows down, this prodigy status will still be taken back by the sect. As the inner sect Grand Elder, he had the authority to give a prodigy status to someone without the approval of the other upper echelons. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen had the ability and could withstand scrutiny. It wasn't like he could just randomly find someone and give them the status of a prodigy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen, who never showed his emotions, couldn't help but get excited after hearing these words. Even though inner sect prodigies were also first-grade inner sect disciples, but when redeeming sect items, they would receive a discount that was much more than first-grade inner sect disciples. First-grade inner sect disciples received a 30% discount, while inner sect prodigies received a 50% discount, saving 20% of contribution points. Now if he were to redeem Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, a single bottle would only cost 100,000 gold, instead of the original 140,000 gold. He had saved a total of 40,000 gold. Your hard work and cultivation is the greatest repayment to me. Work hard. Zhao Wujin patted on Li Fuchen's shoulder. He was a person who loved talents. Be it Zhao Wuji or Li Fuchen, they were both good seedlings in his eyes. But Li Fuchen and Zhao Wuji were different. Li Fuchen had too many uncertainties, and he wasn't sure how far Li Fuchen could go. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's monstrous perception, he would at most praise him, and not give him the status of a prodigy. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen nodded. There is nothing else for me to do here. This old man shall take his leave. Zhao Wujin laughed, and with a flash, he turned into a stream of light and vanished from everyone's sight. After helping you so much, shouldn't you treat me and Qin Shiji to a meal? Zhao Minghua laughed. Naturally. In this year, in order to cultivate the hidden blood body technique, he had already purchased 3 bottles of Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, which cost him a total of 420,000 gold coins. Now he was only left with a few 100,000 gold coins, which wasn't much. But when it was time to treat, he still had to. Below the Feng Yun stage, the crowd didn't leave immediately. They all looked at Li Fuchen with envy and jealousy. The inner sect Grand Elder actually gave him the status of an inner sect prodigy. How enviable. If I had the status of an inner sect prodigy, my improvement speed would be much faster than now. That's right. Inner sect prodigies can redeem sect items at a 50% discount. How much contribution points can they save? Don't be envious. The entire inner sect doesn't even have 30 inner sect prodigies. Even if you were given the status of an inner sect prodigy, you wouldn't feel secure. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Hearing the discussions, Yuan Tian snorted and immediately left the Feng Yun stage. Li Fuchen, I shall let you be arrogant for a while. Feng Lihai left sullenly. Inner sect prodigy, huh? Li Shidi sure is a blessing in disguise. Chen Fenghua laughed. Not waiting for the crowd to leave, the 3 of them went to the delicacy pavilion and had a feast. Even though Li Fuchen felt the pinch from spending a few tens of thousands of gold coins, but compared to the status of an inner sect prodigy, these tens of thousands of gold coins weren't even worth mentioning. He could just buy a bottle of Class 2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence to save up. Of course, he needed gold coins first. Half of the year has passed. It is time to carry out a sect mission. The yearly sect mission had to be carried out, and no one could reject it. This time, Li Fuchen was prepared to carry out a high-tier mission to earn more contribution points. Who knows, he might even be able to earn some gold coins too. After finishing his dinner, Li Fuchen headed back. At the foot of the mountain, when he passed by a courtyard, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. This courtyard originally belonged to Zhu Hongxiu. A year ago, Zhu Hongxiu became an inner sect disciple. But a week later, Zhu Hongxiu disappeared along with her cousin, Zhu Xiaoming. Intuition told Li Fuchen that something happened to the Zhu clan. Chapter 123. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the mission hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a suitable high-tier mission. The mission was to kill the 3 Wang brothers and take back the Jade Buddha. The Wang brothers were all at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation skill Yellow class Great Blood Chi skill. He practiced martial arts, Blood Saber Chop, Blood Palm Imprint, and Blood Transformation Grand Technique. Mission reward: 20,000 contribution points. This mission is quite interesting. Li Fuchen was rather interested. The 3 Wang brothers were martial artists from Linsha City. After a fortuitous encounter, the 3 of them received the inheritance of an Earth Realm martial artist. They learned the Yellow class Peak Tier Cultivation Technique, Blood Chi Technique, and 3 other formidable martial arts. Since then, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't even be a match for the 3 brothers. This is it. Tearing the mission slip, Li Fuchen strode out of the mission hall. He left the quest hall. He must be going out to do some quests. Outside the mission hall, a few inner sect deacon disciples had different expressions. Facing Fiend City was a border city of the Azure Water region, and was just a few hundred miles away from the Heaven Fiend region. The Heaven Fiend region was ruled by the Heaven Fiend sect, a sect that was slightly more dominant than the Azure Water sect. This time, Li Fuchen didn't intend to temper his light body technique, and chose to ride a horse instead. The horse was a rank 2 demonic blood horse. It was extremely fast and had astonishing endurance. Hiya! Tightening his legs around the horse's abdomen, the class 2 demonic blood horse carried Li Fuchen and shot out like an arrow. Its speed was several folds faster than a class 1 demonic blood horse. Chase! Not long after Li Fuchen left, a group of inner sect deacon disciples rode on class 2 demonic blood horses and chased after him. Interesting, this little bastard actually has so many enemies. Not long after the group of inner sect deacon disciples left, another figure appeared. Looking at this person's aura, he was actually at the Earth Realm. Well, it's not fun to kill this little bastard at once. When they are almost done fighting, I will break his legs and bring him back to the Liao family. The figure grinned. Then his figure flashed and floated away like a wisp of smoke. This little fellow is really troublesome. However, it's been a long time since I went out. It's not bad to look at the scenery. High up in the sky, a middle-aged man stood in the air and saw everything. If Li Fuchen was here, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as the main examiner of the inner sect disciple trials, Elder Yu. Elder Yu's name was Yu Hua. As an inner sect elder, he had an esteemed status and would usually be in seclusion. Only occasionally would he carry out his duties in the inner sect. This time, he came out of seclusion because he was entrusted by the inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin. He requested for him to protect Li Fuchen when he was carrying out his mission. If it were anyone else, Elder Yu would have rejected the offer. What did the safety of an inner sect disciple have to do with him? But Li Fuchen was different. Yu Hua had high hopes for Li Fuchen. If not, he wouldn't have suggested for Li Fuchen to become an inner sect prodigy. Yu Hua soared into the sky like a giant bird and soared into the sky. A total of 11 9th level Origin Realm martial artists should be able to settle this. Li Fuchen had already noticed that he was being followed, but he didn't notice the existence of that Earth Realm martial artist. This was a small forest. After passing through the small forest, there was a large river. The river meandered like a white dragon, reaching the ends of the world. On the official road near the forest, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. He discovered us. From afar, the group of inner sect deacon apprentices slowed down as well. So what if he discovered us? Does he think he can go against the 11 of us? One of the inner sect deacon apprentices snorted. That's right. He may have defeated Liao Tianjun, and is stronger than any of us. But with the combined strength of the 11 of us, even 3 Liao Tianjuns wouldn't be a match. Since that is the case, then let's go. Kill him, and end this once and for all. Hiya! The 11 of them clamped onto their horses and galloped towards Li Fuchen. Who are you people? Li Fuchen sized up the 11 of them. He initially suspected the Liao clan. But with the Liao clan's strength, they wouldn't send out a 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist, but an Earth Realm martial artist. Even though he knew that once he left the sect, he would be ambushed. But he had no choice. He had to carry out the sect's mission. The only thing he could do was to purchase some survival items. He believed that with these survival items, even an Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill him easily. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that this day next year will be your death anniversary. Kill. The 11 inner sect deacons slapped on the back of their horses and rushed towards Li Fuchen for the kill. If I didn't guess wrongly, you people are from the Shuntu clan, Yang clan and Guan clan? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and revealed a cold light. Kill him. Hearing this, the 11 of them panicked. They didn't expect Li Fuchen to be able to guess their identities. The 11 of them were like 11 giant birds, attacking Li Fuchen from 11 different directions. In an instant, the sword light was dense and chilling. If it was Liao Tianjun here, he would have been turned into a hornet's nest. Staring at the 11 of them like they were dead men, Li Fuchen drew his sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, 3 streams of light appeared at the same time. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 of the inner sect deacon apprentices paused in midair, as their chests were pierced through with a blood hole. Sliding close to the ground, Li Fuchen brandished his sword 3 more times. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. One of them had his lower body pierced, another was severed in half at the waist, and the last one had his spine broken. The sound of corpses falling to the ground could only be heard at this moment. And in this short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed 6 of them. Damn it, his sword is 2 times faster than when he fought against Liao Tianjun. The power is also 3 times stronger. The remaining 5 of them were terrified. They had never seen such a fast sword. The speed of the sword had already exceeded the limits of their vision and their reflexes. Run! The 5 of them had completely lost their will to fight. With a flash, they prepared to escape in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Chapter 124. Courting Death. The gray-robed elder was infuriated. His left and right hands parted the clouds and released 2 powerful chi forces. Swish! The white smoke was parted, but Li Fuchen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Despicable little bastard. Wait till I catch you. I will let you taste all the pain in this world. The gray-robed elder's figure flashed and entered the forest. Apart from the forest, there was no other concealment. The gray-robed elder naturally assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest. A moment later, the 2 stacked corpses were pushed aside and Li Fuchen stood up. What a smart lad. Up in the sky, Yuhua saw everything. Even he was almost fooled. Had it not been for his high vantage point, he would have assumed that Li Fuchen entered the forest like the gray-robed elder. Not daring to waste any more time, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped away. Had it not been for my spirit soul ability to conceal my chi presence, it would have been a tough task to get rid of this Earth Realm martial artist. On the horse, Li Fuchen thought to himself. Li Fuchen had yet to experience the strength of an Earth Realm martial artist. Of course, he didn't want to experience it himself. Even though Liao Tianjun was able to externalize his chi and was comparable to a first-level Earth Realm martial artist, but be it his reaction speed or the volume of his chi, they were far inferior to an Earth Realm martial artist. In a fight with an Earth Realm martial artist, there was only a slim chance of survival. The Class 2 demonic blood horse was extremely fast and disappeared at the end of the road. Swish! A figure emerged from the forest. It was the gray-robed elder. He took a quick glance and noticed that one of the demonic blood horses was missing. Damn it! How could the gray-robed elder not know that he was fooled? Just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and broke out in cold sweat. In the sky, a majestic figure slowly descended. Elder you, the gray-robed elder had a fearful expression. Who allowed you to pursue an inner sect disciple? Elder you released his chi presence and immobilized the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder begged, "Elder Yu, I am innocent. I only wanted to capture him, and not kill him." "So you admit it?" Yu Hua's chi presence intensified and pressed down on the gray-robed elder like a mountain. The gray-clothed old man immediately understood that Yu Hua wanted to kill him. "Yu Hua, you'd better let me go. Otherwise my Liao family won't let you off." Puff. After that, the gray-clothed old man could no longer speak, because he had already turned into a pool of blood. Heaven Realm martial artists were too powerful. Just their chi presence alone was enough to shatter an Earth Realm martial artist. Of course, this was mainly because the gray-robed elder's willpower wasn't strong enough. Once one's willpower collapsed, one's body would become extremely weak. Little fellow, work hard. I hope that one day, you can truly control your own destiny. Looking at the direction of Li Fuchen's departure, Yu Hua flashed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless, and had 2 white miasma bombs ready at all times. On the 3rd day, Li Fuchen slightly relaxed his vigilance. Since they hadn't caught up to him yet, it was impossible for them to catch up to him in the future. The Zhonglan sect was located in the northwest of the Zhonglan region, and Linsha City was also in the northwest. The distance between the two wasn't as far as Li Fuchen imagined. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Linsha City. Linsha City was just a small city with a population of less than 200,000. Not only were there martial artists from the Zhonglan region, there were also martial artists from the Tiansha region. Even though City Lord Su Ping was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, and was much stronger than most of the city lords of large cities, he was still trembling in fear as he sat in this position. He was afraid that an expert from the Tiansha region would come and eliminate him. He couldn't be bothered with the theft of the Zheng clan's Jade Buddha by the 3 Wang brothers. He immediately posted the mission to the Zhonglan sect, and waited for someone else to deal with it. The Zheng clan was a small clan, and the strongest martial artist in the clan was only at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the outskirts of the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan patriarch personally came out to welcome him. Sensing that Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, his expression turned ugly. What could a 6th level Origin Realm martial artist do? He thought that Zhonglan sect would send a 9th level Origin Realm prodigy over. Zhonglan sect inner sect disciple Li Fuchen greets Patriarch Zheng. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. Young hero Li is too polite. Even though he wasn't pleased, the Zheng clan patriarch didn't dare to neglect Li Fuchen, and led him into the Zheng clan. In the Zheng clan's grand hall, the Zheng clan's upper echelons were all present. Why is he only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm? Could it be that the reward is too low, and none of the Zhonglan sect's formidable inner sect disciples are willing to accept the mission? The upper echelons of the Zheng clan were in a heated discussion. This mission wasn't issued by City Lord Su Ping, but by the Zheng clan. That's why the mission had a reward of 30,000 gold coins, which wasn't a small sum to the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan's annual income was only a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Clearing his throat, the Zheng clan patriarch asked Li Fuchen, "Young hero Li, this mission isn't that easy. Are you the only one here?" Li Fuchen naturally knew what the Zheng clan patriarch meant. Zheng clan patriarch, I am the only one. The Zheng clan patriarch sighed. Since that is the case, I shall bring some men to accompany you to retrieve the Jade Buddha. No matter how incredible Li Fuchen was, he could only go against one of the 3 Wang brothers. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the other 2. Li Fuchen shook his head. I alone am enough. Young hero Li, the 3 Wang brothers are all at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, and they cultivate the yellow class, peak tier technique blood chi technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with them alone. A veteran from the Zheng clan stood up. Li Fuchen gave a faint smile. Who is the strongest among you guys? Untalented, it is this old man. The veteran who spoke just now replied. If you can withstand a palm strike from me, I will leave immediately without a second word. If you can't, then everything is up to me. Li Fuchen replied. Hearing this, the veteran from the Zheng clan was infuriated. He had been at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for many years, and had a robust qi. Had it not been for his low-grade cultivation technique, he might have already progressed to the Earth Realm. Since when was he looked down upon by others? Since young Hiroli is so confident, then this old man shall offend you. The veteran from the Zheng clan came in front of Li Fuchen and revolved his technique, emitting a heavy qi presence. Heh! With a low growl, the veteran sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. In the center of his palm was a ball of radiance that contained an astounding amount of energy. Return. Li Fuchen casually placed his palm on the Zheng clan's veteran's palm. A blazing intent flashed from Li Fuchen's body, causing the air in the hall to distort. In the next moment, the veteran flew backwards and landed on his chair with a shocked expression. Too strong. So strong that it was beyond logic. Was this the strength of a Zhonglan inner sect disciple? No, a regular Zhonglan inner sect disciple wouldn't be this strong. Li Fuchen must be a prodigy of the Zhonglan sect. Young Hiroli's martial arts is astounding. This old man is impressed. The veteran's expression changed several times before he finally forced out a smile. Chapter 125. Li Fuchen found out from the Zheng patriarch that after the Wang brothers stole the Jade Buddha, they hid in the Feishue Mountains. The Feishue Mountains was perennially covered in snow and was sparsely populated. It was bordered by both the Zhonglan and Tiansha regions. Due to the frequent snowstorms, not to mention 3 individuals, even if an entire army entered, they wouldn't be able to cause a ripple. Patriarch Zheng, what's so special about this Jade Buddha statue? Intuition told Li Fuchen that this Jade Buddha wasn't simple. The Zheng patriarch hesitated and didn't know if he should tell Li Fuchen. The Zheng clan's veteran interrupted. There is no harm in telling young Hiroli. It is still unknown if this Jade Buddha can be recovered. Clearing his throat, the elder of the Zheng clan said, "This Jade Buddha is a treasure of our Zheng clan. It contains a secret technique called the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. The Mystical Dragon Secret Technique can only be cultivated by referring to the Jade Buddha. The 3 Wang brothers must have obtained this secret information from somewhere, which is why they stole the Jade Buddha." Mystical Dragon Secret Technique? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Secret techniques were a special type of martial arts, and a very rare type of martial arts. The Zhonglan sect had countless martial arts manuals, but only a few dozen secret techniques. Only direct disciples were qualified to redeem secret techniques. But Yuan Tian seemed to have redeemed a secret technique, and someone saw him execute it. It was rumored that the Zhonglan sect's strongest secret technique was called Sect Origin Swords. This secret technique was much more famous than the true Azure Water technique and the true Inferno technique. Once executed, the sky and earth would be filled with sword qi, leaving no room for escape. Not sure what grade this mystical dragon secret technique was. Secret techniques were graded differently from martial arts manuals. Secret techniques were split into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 star being the highest. But the sect Origin Swords was only a 5-star secret technique. Secret techniques that were above 5-star were those of the legends. Li Fuchen reckoned that the mystical dragon secret technique should be a 1 or 2-star secret technique. The elder from the Zheng clan continued. As long as young Hero Li can help us retrieve the Jade Buddha statue, young Hero Li can cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique on the Jade Buddha statue. Also, this old man forgot to tell young Hero Li that this mystical dragon secret technique is neither a 1-star secret technique nor a 2-star secret technique, but a 3-star secret technique. What? 3-star secret technique? Li Fuchen was shocked. 3-star secret techniques were extremely precious. If the sect Origin Swords was the Azure Water sect's sect-defining secret technique, 4-star secret techniques were absolute secret techniques, and 3-star secret techniques were first-rate secret techniques. That's right. A genuine 3-star secret technique? The Zheng veteran wanted to retrieve the Jade Buddha the most. In order to make Li Fuchen work harder, he didn't mind revealing the grade of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen nodded and thought of something. I wonder what rank everyone has cultivated the mystical dragon secret technique to? A 3-star secret technique was extremely powerful. Even if one only had a superficial understanding of it, it would still increase the strength of an Origin Realm martial artist by quite a bit. If that was the case, the Zheng clan's high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't have to fear the 3 Wang brothers, and would be able to retrieve the Jade Buddha by himself. After all, the Zheng clan had quite a number of high-leveled Origin Realm martial artists. The elder from the Zheng clan said awkwardly, "The mystical dragon mystic technique is divided into 3 stages. Other than me, who has cultivated it to the first stage, no one else has managed to cross the threshold." I see. Li Fuchen thought about it and agreed. If a 3-star secret technique was so easy to cultivate, it wouldn't be a 3-star secret technique. In addition, the secret technique was closely related to the bone frame. A 3-star secret technique corresponded to a 3-star bone frame, which meant to say, only when the bone frame was at the 3-star level would it be easier to cultivate the secret technique. But the Azure Water sect origin swords could only be cultivated by a 5-star bone frame. Those below the 5-star bone frame could only reach the entry stage or subcompletion stage. Don't worry everyone. Since I have accepted this mission, I will do my best to complete it, Li Fuchen declared. Then we shall thank young hero Li. The Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch were grateful. The Zheng clan's upper echelons all stood up and cupped their fists. Even though the mystical dragon secret technique on the Jade Buddha was hard to cultivate, it was still a 3-star secret technique. If there was a day when the Zheng clan had a 3-star bone frame, it would definitely allow the Zheng clan to flourish and rise from the ranks of the minor clans. Everyone, you don't have to send me off. Walking out of the Zheng clan, Li Fuchen didn't ride on the demonic blood horse. With a flash, he flew out like a shadow and vanished into the horizon. Such a light body technique. Unbelievable. If our Zheng clan had someone like young hero Li, we wouldn't have to worry about our clan being weak. The Zheng clan's veteran lamented. MT Feishue was situated 200 miles away from Linsha City. Before even getting close to MT Feishue, Li Fuchen could already feel the chilling intent of MT Feishue. MT Feishue isn't considered big, but it isn't small either. To find the 3 Wang brothers is no different from finding a needle in the bottom of the sea. I can only try my luck. Arriving at the foot of MT Feishue, Li Fuchen exhaled a breath of hot air and executed his maneuvers to dive into the mountains. Within the mountains, there was a heavy snowstorm, blanketing the entire place in whiteness. If a regular martial artist were to come here for a prolonged period of time, they would definitely be frozen to death. But Li Fuchen realized that the cold weather had a huge impact on his qi. Even if he didn't cultivate, his qi would still slowly grow stronger. Climbing to the top of a snowy peak, Li Fuchen looked around. Li Fuchen's eyesight was very good. Without the obstruction of the snowstorm, he would have been able to see a mouse that was 10 miles away. The golden amulet changed his soul spirit, and the soul spirit changed his perception. For the next few days, Li Fuchen climbed all the snowy peaks and looked around. When he was thirsty, he would melt some snow to drink. When he was hungry, he would slaughter some edible demonic beasts to eat. Life wasn't that tough anymore. The part of MT Feishue that was connected to the Heaven Fiend region. On this day, a black-clothed absolute beauty arrived at the mountain range. The black-clothed young lady seemed to be extremely familiar with MT Feishue. She executed her light body technique and left no traces on the snow. In just half a day, she arrived at the waist of a towering mountain peak. Pushing away the snow, a cave that was as tall as a human appeared. The black-clothed young lady entered the cave. The cave extended in all directions, as though it was connected to the depths of the underground. The black-clothed young lady didn't wander around randomly. After a few turns, she arrived at a giant karst cave. This karst cave was at least a few dozen feet tall. At the top of the karst cave, there was an incomparably large stalactite. In front of this stalactite, a human would look like an ant. Below the stalactite was a small pond that was a few meters in radius. Drip, drip. Drops of milky white liquid dripped down from the stalactite and soaked into the small pool of water. The black-clothed young lady took off her clothes. Her skin was like snow and jade. Her thighs were long and slender. Her buttocks were perfectly round and perky, and her waist was slender. Keeping her clothes and shoes, she placed them into a waterproof bag and tied it to her arm. Plop! The young lady was like a mermaid. She dove into the pond and didn't emerge for a long time. The cave extended in all directions. What the young lady didn't know was that one of the tunnels was connected to the inside of another mountain peak. There was also a karst cave here, but it didn't have that giant stalactite. 3 middle-aged men were sitting cross-legged. In front of them was a palm-sized jade Buddha that sat on the ground. Lao-san, it is your turn to go hunting today. The oldest man casually said. Why is it me again? Isn't it second, bro? Bullshit. I already went hunting yesterday. The middle-aged man who was the second oldest cursed. Alright, I will do it. You guys wait. Chapter 126. On top of a snowy mountain peak, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. His right hand grabbed a piece of demonic beast meat and was roasting it. The demonic beast meat was slowly roasted and emitted a fragrant aroma. Li Fuchen started to devour it bite by bite. And, looking into the distance, Li Fuchen saw a black shadow a few miles away. Using his eyesight to the extreme, Li Fuchen could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. It's the third of the Wang brothers. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Finishing the demonic beast meat in 2 or 3 bites, Li Fuchen executed his movement technique and skimmed down the mountain. The Wang brothers were called Wang De, Wang Er and Wang San. Wang San searched around and quickly found a snow-ground boar. The snow-ground boar was a class 1 mid-tier demonic beast. Its meat was practical and tasted great. Without much effort, Wang San killed the snow-ground boar with a single palm strike. He then carried the carcass and headed back. Li Fuchen silently followed behind. This was the back of the mountain peak, where the wind and snow couldn't enter. With familiarity, Wang San entered one of the flat caves. Big bro, second bro, I am back. Wang San was born with a loud voice, shouting and yelling all day long. I am so annoyed by you, Wang Er said with disdain. Wang San snorted. Don't eat it if you have the guts. Can the 3 of you share some with me? A clear voice echoed. Who is it? The 3 of them turned around and looked at the direction of the voice. A white-robed Li Fuchen slowly walked out. Who are you? How did you find this place? Wang Er had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen looked at Wang San. This is all thanks to him. Hearing this, Wang San's expression didn't look good. You actually followed me? At this moment the silent Wang De spoke. Since you are here, then don't leave. Us Wang brothers have killed plenty of Origin Realm martial artists. But we have never killed a Zhonglan sect inner sect disciple. Reaching the 6th level of the Origin Realm at such a young age, even a fool would know that Li Fuchen was a Zhonglan inner sect disciple. Hee. I wonder how the Azure Water sect inner sect disciples would fare after getting hit by my blood transformation technique. Wang Er licked his lips. The great art of blood dissolving. Anyone who was struck by it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely tyrannical and suited Wang Er's temperament. I originally just wanted to cripple you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless. Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword and walked towards the trio. Die! Wang San's hands were blood-red, as if they were smeared with blood. Blood palm print, profound level low-tier palm art. Of course, Wang San had only cultivated the blood handprint to the lesser mastery stage. Blood transformation grand art. Blood-red true chi erupted from Wang Er's body. The true chi tumbled like a collapsing sea of clouds. Blood transformation grand technique. 2-star secret technique. This was a secret technique that allowed one's chi to boil and vibrate. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist would have their chi dissipate the moment they came into contact with the blood transformation grand technique. Their body would be corroded by the blood transformation grand technique and turn into a puddle of blood. For a moment, blood palm shadows were flying and blood-red chi was bursting out, shrouding Li Fuchen. Meteor fall, one blade without life. With the help of his sword intent, Li Fuchen's sword was like a meteor that suddenly escaped. Wang San clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was pierced through by the sword. His chest and lungs were pierced by the sword. Fresh blood gushed out, and he breathed his last. What? He broke Lao Er's blood transformation grand technique? Wang De, who was about to make a move, felt his scalp go numb. Wang San's blood palm print might be incredible, but its cultivation level was too low. But Wang Er was different. Wang Er's blood transformation grand technique was already at the lesser mastery stage. A lesser mastery 2-star secret technique was extraordinary. A 1-star secret technique was already envied by Origin Realm martial artists. A 2-star secret technique was something even Earth Realm martial artists yearned for. Run! Grabbing the Jade Buddha, Wang De frantically sprinted. Li Fuchen reached out his hand and sucked out a manual from both Wang Er and Wang San. Without even looking, he chased after Wang De. The cave extended in all directions, and one of the passages was extremely long. Wang De flew to the front and would occasionally use his palm to shatter the rocks to obstruct Li Fuchen's path. Seeing that speed wasn't enough, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and used his chi protection to shatter the rocks. Whenever he encountered a giant rock, he would use a mountain-splitting palm to shatter it. With one chasing and the other escaping, an hour later, they arrived at a giant karst cave. It was obvious that this was Wang Da's first time here, and he was shocked. But the most important thing now was to get rid of Li Fuchen. Here you go, Jade Buddha. Wang De exerted strength in his arm, and the Jade Buddha turned into a stream of light, shooting at Li Fuchen. Using a gentle force with his left hand, Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha. Blood saber slash. Right at this moment, Wang De drew a blood-colored long saber and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash was extremely ruthless. With a slash, it was extremely fast, as though it wanted to slash and kill everything in its path. All life in this world would be extinguished under this slash. Blood saber slash, mystic class low-tier saber art. With the sharpness of the artifact saber, Wang Da's slash was even more horrifying than Wang Er and Wang San combined. He didn't believe that the moment Li Fuchen caught the Jade Buddha, he would still be able to block this slash. This slash would at least severely injure Li Fuchen. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill Li Fuchen in a single slash. By then the Jade Buddha would still be his. Thinking of this, Wang Da's eyes were filled with malevolence. Li Fuchen shook his head. His opponent was too greedy. Greedy people usually didn't live long. Catching the Jade Buddha with his left hand, Li Fuchen shook his right wrist, and 2 streams of light appeared. Ding! PFFF. A stream of light blocked Wang Da's blood saber slash, while the other stream of light pierced through Wang Da's throat. Why is it so fast? Wang Da couldn't understand why Li Fuchen's sword was so fast. This had already broken through the limits of an Origin Realm martial artist. It was impossible to achieve this with just chi and bodily functions. This is sword intent. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The existence of sword intent was to turn the impossible into the possible. It was said that heaven-class sword art's sword intent could materialize and interfere with heaven and earth. With a suction force, Li Fuchen extracted 2 manuals from Wang Da's body, including the manuals from Wang Er and Wang San. There was a total of 4 manuals. They were the Blood Chi Technique, Blood Saber Slash, Blood Change Technique, and Blood Palm Print. Too bloody and vicious, not suitable for righteous martial artists? Li Fuchen frowned. These 4 manuals weren't suitable for him, nor for the Li clan. He really didn't know where the Wang brothers got their hands on these 4 manuals. This is the Milkstone. Keeping the Jade Buddha and the manuals, Li Fuchen finally had the mood to size up the karst cave. The karst cave was unbelievably huge, a few tens of feet high. A person standing inside looked tiny. At the top of the karst cave was a stalactite that was a few tens of feet long. The closer it was to the ground, the thinner the stalactite. At the tip of the stalactite, drops of milky white liquid dripped. The milk stone is a treasure of heaven and earth. The effects of the 100-year milk stone is already comparable to a mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pill. The effects of the 1000-year milk stone is comparable to a peak-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill. Even though most of the water in this pool is water, after mixing with the milk stone, it has turned into milk stone water. Li Fuchen's heart was on fire. Chapter 127. Using his index finger to catch a drop of white stalactite, Li Fuchen put it into his mouth. This medicinal effect seems to be far beyond the yellow-class peak tier. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The stalactite melted in his mouth and dispersed into his limbs, nourishing his flesh and bones. Li Fuchen once consumed a yellow-class, peak-tier, body-tempering pill that cost 10,000 contribution points, a blood-bone pill. Even though the duration of a blood-bone pill was longer than a drop of stalactite, the strength of the pill was far inferior. I wonder how old this stalactite is. Li Fuchen knew the effects of 100-year stalactite, but he didn't know the effects of stalactites older than 100 years. Taking a look at the pool, Li Fuchen took off his clothes without hesitation, revealing his slender and muscular body. With a plop, Li Fuchen dived in like a fish. So comfortable. Li Fuchen felt as though he was immersed in a refreshing stream of qi. The qi penetrated into his body and changed his body, inch by inch. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Not daring to waste, Li Fuchen immediately revolved the hidden blood body technique. The hidden blood body technique was a qi circulation technique. Every circulation would consume a large amount of qi. Without the support of body tempering resources and frequent cultivation, one would turn into a dried corpse. The hidden blood body technique that was progressing slowly, under the nourishment of the stalactite, began to revolve at a frenzied pace. Li Fuchen's body became tougher and stronger, especially his bones, which were tempered the most. Be it the Crimson Battle form or the Interception form Dao, they weren't enough to temper the bones. The bones were the foundation of a human's strength. Without the support of the bones, it would be hard for one's strength to reach the limit. Once one exerted too much strength, it was normal for the bones to break. Visible to the naked eye, the white substance within the pool was gathering towards Li Fuchen. His life force was gradually strengthening. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that 10 meters below him, a naked young lady was sitting in a lotus position. The young lady had an extremely beautiful face, just like a jade carving. In terms of facial features, even the four beauties of the Zhonglan sect paled in comparison. Only Zhao Mingyue could barely match up to her. The young lady's body was emitting a black glow. Within the black glow, there was a white glow, giving off a deep and gorgeous vibe. The 1000-year stalactite had a body-tempering effect that was comparable to a half-mystic class pill. Even if she, Yen Qinggu, was the Heaven Fiend sect's supreme genius, she could not afford so many elixirs. The sect believed in self-reliance. If you wanted something, you had to obtain it yourself. You wouldn't be able to achieve great things by relying on others. Her identity as a prodigy only made it easier for her to obtain resources. The innate fiend body tempering art was the strongest body tempering art in the innate fiend sect. It was a mystic class peak tier body tempering art. When cultivated to the highest level, one could have the strength of 100,000 pounds. Relying on the 1000-year stone milk, Yen Qinggu had already cultivated to the second layer. She had the strength of 40,000 pounds, and the second layer of perfection would be 50,000 pounds. When he opened his eyes, 2 bright rays of light flashed in the pond. The young girl's eyes were extremely beautiful, but they contained an astonishing baleful aura. The corners of her eyes were as sharp as knives, and no one dared to look at them directly. Yen Qinggu couldn't sense it when she was cultivating previously. However, after she stopped cultivating, she immediately sensed that there was someone above the pond. Damn it! Yen Qinggu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pulled out his machete and swam upwards. So cool! Li Fuchen was in a state of cultivation. A year ago, his hidden blood body technique was only at the 3rd rank, and had 25,000 pounds of physical strength. But in just an hour, the 3rd rank of the hidden blood body technique was at the completion rank, and his physical strength was at 30,000 pounds. To be able to cultivate so quickly, Firstly, Li Fuchen had an abnormally high perception and willpower. As long as he had enough resources, he could continue to improve. When cultivating the Crimson Battle form and Interception form Dao, Li Fuchen was limited by resources and didn't reach the limits of his cultivation speed. Secondly, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Hidden Blood Body technique to the 3rd rank. Before reaching the completion rank of the 3rd rank, there weren't many obstacles. Thirdly, and most importantly, the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year stone milk was too intense. It was practically boosting the Hidden Blood Body technique's circulation. A half Mystic class pill was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Normally, it would be around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. This pond of 1,000-year stone milk was equivalent to an unknown number of half Mystic class pills. Now that the Hidden Blood Body technique was at the completion rank of the 3rd rank, Li Fuchen wanted to try for the 4th rank. But there was a killing intent coming from the bottom of the pond. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen quickly retreated. Rumble! The pond exploded and a saber light burst out like a black crescent moon. Yan Qinggu was a little surprised. She executed the cloud roaming technique to get close to Li Fuchen and executed the Black Moon Saber style. She thought she could kill her enemy in a single saber. But she failed today. In the past, with this saber, as long as it wasn't an Earth Realm martial artist, no matter how formidable an Origin Realm martial artist was, they would be split apart by her saber. There was no need for a second saber. Because she didn't expect herself to fail, Yan Qinggu didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Her naked body was presented in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen only saw a blur in front of him, and an additional white jade figure appeared. Beautiful. Li Fuchen's first impression was that it was beautiful. Beautiful face. Beautiful body. Everywhere was beautiful. Li Fuchen was after all a hot-blooded youth. When he saw such a beautiful scene, his lower body couldn't help but have a reaction. Die. Having her body seen, Yan Qingwu's killing intent intensified. The black curved saber cleaved again. The saber light was like lightning, sharp and ruthless. Danger! Li Fuchen's scalp went numb. This young lady was at most 16 or 17 years old, but her cultivation was abnormally high. She was actually at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. When Li Fuchen was 16 years old, he only progressed to the Origin Realm. Yu Wentian, who was a 5-star bone frame, was only half a year older than Li Fuchen. But this young lady was already at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, at the age of 16 or 17. Perhaps before the end of the year, she would advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Could she be the legendary 6-star bone frame? Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with shock. A 5-star bone frame was already considered a prodigy among prodigies. A 6-star bone frame was something that only existed in historical records. This unprecedented danger pushed Li Fuchen's reflexes to the limits. With a push of his right hand, Li Fuchen moved half a meter to the side, dodging this lightning-like saber. Immediately, Li Fuchen's right hand reached out with lightning speed in an attempt to snatch his opponent's weapon. His black iron sword was on the shore and couldn't be retrieved in time. Yan Qinggu didn't expect Li Fuchen's reflexes to be so fast. In an instant, her wrist was grabbed. Just as she was about to use her strength to shake off Li Fuchen, she didn't expect Li Fuchen to stick close to her. For a moment, the two naked bodies were entangled together. An indescribable feeling assaulted their hearts, causing their bodies to freeze. I am going to kill you. A horrifying killing intent exploded. Yan Qingwu's body shook as her qi burst forth. PFFF. Spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen flew out of the pond and landed on the shore. Not caring about his injuries, Li Fuchen quickly grabbed the black iron sword and readied himself for battle. If you dare to leave, I will definitely kill you. Yan Qinggu didn't chase out of the pond, but dove into it instead. Chapter 128. This girl is too strong. Although she is limited by her age and has not comprehended saber intent, my chances of winning against her are less than 50%. Just now when the young lady's qi burst out, Li Fuchen knew that her mystic class, mid-tier cultivation technique, had probably reached the 13th rank. In addition, her cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his, which was why he suffered such a heavy internal injury in a single move. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine, if he was given a little more time, what level would he reach? Of course, if he was given more time, he didn't know what level he would reach. A year had passed, and 80% of his soul had turned light blue. Once his soul completely turned light blue, his perception would undergo another qualitative change. With a flash of thought, Li Fuchen quickly put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen kept the Jade Buddha and manuals, and headed back the way he came. You want to leave? The speed at which Yin Qinggu put on her clothes was much faster than Li Fuchen imagined. Just as Li Fuchen entered the tunnel that he came from, Yin Qinggu leaped out of the pool and chased after Li Fuchen. In less than an hour, the two of them arrived at the karst cave where the 3 Wang brothers were in seclusion. You can't escape. Yin Qingwu's light body technique proficiency might not be comparable to Li Fuchen, but her cultivation was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Hence, the gap between the two of them wasn't widened at all. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Li Fuchen didn't run anymore. If he wanted to escape, he could definitely do so. The combination of wind shadow arts and shadowless leg would allow him to slowly increase the distance between them. However, being chased away by a girl who was younger than him made him unhappy. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet flame mystic technique, Li Fuchen's sharp eyes locked onto Yin Qingwu's figure. Yin Qingwu's expression turned solemn too. She could feel a formless and sharp qi presence from Li Fuchen's body. Black moon illuminates the world. Yin Qingwu brandished her saber. The black curved saber in her hand was like a black bolt of lightning. It drew across the air and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. In the air, there was a black arc of light that appeared like a black crescent moon. Ding! When Li Fuchen thrusted his sword, the sword light was like a meteor that came out of nowhere. The burst of speed and radiance was enough to numb one's scalp and send a chill down one's spine. Sparks flew as the two separated. Sword intent. Yin Qingwu frowned. True martial intent was an existence that she had yet to come into contact with. It wasn't that her comprehension was lacking, but rather that her foundation was lacking. Originally, when she returned this time, she planned to comprehend the 100 saber arts to strengthen her saber Dao foundation and comprehend the Black Moon saber intent in one go. Once she comprehended the Black Moon saber intent, her ability would instantly double. No one below the Earth realm would be able to block a single blade from her. Even if it was a first-level Earth realm martial artist, he would be slain by her in a single blade. As expected, the girl was extremely powerful. If he was unarmed, he would definitely not be her opponent. However, with a sword in hand, his strength could be multiplied several times. The meteor sword intent allowed his meteor sword art to be as fast as a shooting star, and its power was extremely great. No matter how fast a blade art was, he would be able to block it. You are a Zhonglan inner sect disciple? Yin Qinggu asked. Li Fuchen didn't answer and asked back. You are a Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciple? The Heaven Fiend sect was the strongest sect within the radius of 100,000 miles. Their overall ability was slightly superior to the Zhonglan sect. This sect was neither righteous nor evil. They were the only ones in the sect, and all their disciples were domineering. Li Fuchen had accidentally seen her naked body. He didn't know how much she would hate him. Cripple both your eyes now and I can spare your life. Yin Qinggu spoke coldly. Li Fuchen laughed lightly. What does it have to do with me if you strip naked for me to see? Furthermore, why should I ask you to spare my life? Damn it. You really think I can't do anything to you? Go to hell. Yin Qinggu was enraged. With the black curved saber in her hand, she cleaved horizontally and horizontally. The saber speed was extremely fast, and the saber skills were extremely accurate. Every saber was executed with the utmost speed and strength. It was like a black rainbow that pierced towards Li Fuchen. Cling, 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 cling in the air, sparks were bursting. Be it their maneuvers, saber skills, or sword skills, they were all at the pinnacle of speed. If a regular high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist was here, they wouldn't even be able to see the saber and sword paths clearly. Only when their saber and sword clashed would there be a moment of pause. This battle lasted for 2 hours, and there was still no clear victor. Yan Qinggu had the advantage of physical strength and dense qi. Li Fuchen had the advantage of the meteor sword intent. Die. All of a sudden, Yan Qinggu held her saber with both hands and cleaved diagonally. Ho! In the air, it was as though there were black streaks of lightning. That was saber qi, a black saber qi. With the mystic class, mid-tier earth fiend technique at the 13th rank, and her cultivation level at the 8th level of the origin realm, Yan Qingwu was already able to release her qi, but she was too proud and wanted to defeat Li Fuchen with her saber skills, which was why she didn't use it. Such a fast saber qi. Even though it was the same qi release, there was a difference. Liao Tianjuan's sword qi was more than 2-fold slower than this young lady's saber qi. Shadowless leg, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body turned transparent. When the saber qi cleaved, it dissipated into nothingness. Such a brilliant leg art? Even though Yan Qinggu hated Li Fuchen to the core, she had to admit that Li Fuchen was much more outstanding than most of the men she had met. Even though she cultivated the light body technique, cloud ambush, and cultivated it to the perfection stage, she didn't cultivate any leg arts or footwork techniques. But Li Fuchen's light body technique and leg arts were obviously at the perfection stage. Against Yan Qingwu's saber qi, Li Fuchen would dodge if he could. If he couldn't, he would use his sword to disperse the saber qi. The release of qi wasn't invincible. His meteor sword intent was enough to defend against any attack. Unless the opponent's attack was too strong, and he couldn't block it. Damn it. If only my Black Moon saber style was a group attack saber style. Yan Qingwu frowned. Group attack saber styles could release multiple saber qi with a single saber. But the Black Moon saber style focused on the saber's strength and didn't have much saber qi. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. The two of them were drenched in sweat. With the qi returning elixir to recover their qi wouldn't be depleted. But the intense battle was a challenge to their endurance and physical strength. In a battle between experts, the consumption was 10 times, or 100 times more than a normal battle. This saying wasn't false. The two of them fought for a few hours, which was equivalent to a normal battle for 1 or 2 days. Had they not been body refinement martial artists, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. If you can still block this saber, I will let you off today. Yan Qingwu's body was drenched in sweat. Her black and soft bangs stuck to her forehead, making her look even more charming. If it wasn't for her young age, she wouldn't have been able to display her charm to the fullest. Just bring it on. Li Fuchen was ready for battle. Boom! Yan Qingwu's qi presence surged. Streams of qi gathered in her palm, and gathered on the black curved saber, constantly compressing. This is a secret technique. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Generally, things that could increase one's strength were either elixirs or secret techniques. She didn't consume elixirs, which meant she was using a secret technique. What star-grade secret technique was it? Black Moon Shine. Chapter 129. Danger. Intuition told Li Fuchen that if he couldn't block this saber, he would be severely injured. Revolving the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to its limits, the surging scarlet fire qi flowed into the black iron sword. The black iron sword suddenly lit up like a burning red iron sword, thrusting at the black light. TSS. As the saber and sword clashed, the ground on both sides of Li Fuchen looked as though it was plowed as 2 cracks appeared. In the next moment, Li Fuchen was sent flying, and when he landed, he left a few charred footprints on the ground. What an incredible saber! Li Fuchen coughed. His opponent's saber force was formidable. Even after being split into 2 by his sword force, it was still able to leave a crack on the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if this blade missed its target. Worthy of being called a sword intent. Yan Qingwu's eyes retracted. She executed the 2-star secret technique, Sun Congregate Hand. This secret technique allowed more qi to be gathered on the palm and transferred to the inside of the curved saber. She had just learnt the Sun Congregate Hand and wasn't proficient in controlling it. If not, that saber would have been even more concentrated. Live well. I will claim your life next time. Sheathing the curved saber, Yin Qinggu executed her maneuvers and vanished into a nearby tunnel. PFFF. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen felt his internal injuries worsening. I wonder what kind of secret technique is this mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen was getting more and more curious about the mystical dragon secret technique hidden within the Jade Buddha. The secret technique that the young lady executed just now increased her attack power by several folds. Had it not been for the lack of concentration, he would have been defeated by that saber. If he could learn a secret technique, his combat ability would increase tremendously, and he would have an additional trump card. Of course, putting aside the study of the Jade Buddha, the first thing to do was to recuperate. Consuming a recuperation pill, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and began to revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. As his chi revolved, Li Fuchen's internal injuries were gradually alleviated. 2 hours passed. His injuries were more or less healed. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen retrieved the Jade Buddha from his chest. From the outside, the Jade Buddha didn't seem to have any abnormalities. But when she was injected into it, Li Fuchen could see that the body of the Jade Buddha was filled with tiny spots. This is an acupoint diagram? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Among the densely packed dots, dozens of small dots lit up, and a thin line connected them. This should be the first level of the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen followed the instructions and began to use his qi to open up each acupoint. As the last acupoint was opened, a simple acupoint diagram appeared within Li Fuchen's body. Pouring qi into it, Li Fuchen was surprised to find that this simple acupoint diagram had the effect of compressing qi. Boom! Bursting with qi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the ground not far away. With a cracking sound, the crushed stones on the ground flew in all directions. A deep sword mark that was 3 meters long and several inches wide appeared. The explosive power of his Zhen Qi has increased by 20%. This is too terrifying. Just the first level could increase one's explosive power by 20%. If it was the third level, wouldn't it be more than 50%? Most importantly, the girl's secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her hands, while the mystical dragon secret technique increased the explosive power of the vital energy in her entire body. The old man from the Zheng clan said that he was the only one in the entire Zheng clan who had cultivated the mystical dragon secret technique to the first stage. Why is it that I have no difficulty cultivating it at all? After mastering the first rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen had some doubts. How could Li Fuchen know that the difficulty of secret techniques was originally lower than martial arts of the same level? But this mystical dragon secret technique had a higher requirement for qi control. Without sufficient control, it would be impossible to attain perfection in the first rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. But Li Fuchen's soul spirit was formidable, and his qi control was much stronger than normal people, which was why he was able to master it in one go. If it was a normal person, they would have to slowly train their qi control. After mastering the first rank, Li Fuchen began to study the second rank. The second rank was much more difficult than the first rank. It involved over 100 acupoints. Taking a look, the acupoint diagram vaguely resembled the shape of a dragon. At this moment, just qi control wasn't enough. One's perception was required too. With so many acupoints, if any of them weren't smooth enough, it would affect the overall effect of the compression. Even for Li Fuchen, he had to try and study again and again. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Li Fuchen finally grasped the key points. The most important thing for the mystical dragon secret technique is to complete it in one go. There cannot be any pauses in between, which is why the direction of the acupoint diagram has to be the fastest and smoothest. It shouldn't be the pursuit of extreme compression, which would cause the acupoint diagram to twist and turn. After finding the crux, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the mystical dragon secret technique suddenly increased. After the second week, Li Fuchen finally succeeded in cultivating the second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. As compared to the first rank, the second rank had a 50% increase in burst strength. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if he progressed from the 6th level to the 7th level of the origin realm, his chi burst strength wouldn't be as great. In other words, once he revolved the second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength would actually be at the 7th level of the origin realm, and not the 6th level. This secret technique is too terrifying. There is a huge difference between cultivating a secret technique or not. Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with emotions. With his current ability, unless he changed to a stronger technique or cultivated an even stronger sword art, the only way to increase his ability was to advance his cultivation level. Who would have expected that a single mystical dragon secret technique would increase his overall ability by 50%? Luckily, I accepted this mission. If not, who knows when I would be able to obtain a secret technique. Li Fuchen rejoiced. In the Zhonglan sect, only under special circumstances, inner sect disciples could redeem secret techniques. And they could only redeem 1-star secret techniques. To redeem a 2-star secret technique, the sect would require you to do something for them. She should have left by now. Li Fuchen didn't intend to leave Mt. Feishue for now. He still wanted to soak in the pond that had a large amount of 1,000-year stone milk. Returning to the pond, Li Fuchen didn't dive into the water. Instead, he threw a piece of rock into the pond. After half a day, seeing that there wasn't any commotion, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and entered the water. As the days went by, Li Fuchen's physical strength didn't increase as fast as the first time he soaked in the pond. 31,000 kilograms, 32,000 kilograms, 33,000 kilograms, 35,000 kilograms. A few days later, Li Fuchen's physical strength had increased to 35,000 kilograms. I am almost at my limit. My body's qi and blood are starting to become impure. I need to purify my qi and blood before I can continue soaking. Li Fuchen felt that the energy within his body was in a mess. A lot of the stone milk energy was hidden within his flesh and bones, and hadn't been completely converted. I better head back first and come back again if I have the chance. The feeling of being stuffed didn't feel good. 35,000 kilograms of physical strength, at least 2,000 kilograms of physical strength wasn't real, and was supported by the stone milk energy. It was just like a regular person who consumed a huge supplement and had boundless strength. This strength didn't belong to the user, and would dissipate after a period of time. Chapter 130. Zheng Clan. A month of waiting was unbearable for the upper echelons of the Zheng clan. The Jade Buddha was the Zheng clan's heirloom. The mystical dragon secret technique was the Zheng clan's inherited secret technique. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to lose. If Li Fuchen failed, they wouldn't know what to do next. I wonder if young Hero Li found the Wang brothers? In a 7-story pavilion, the Zheng clan's patriarch and veteran gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Fuchen's figure. Sigh. After looking for a long time, the veteran shook his head and was about to leave. Second uncle, look. Isn't that young Hero Li? The Zheng clan's patriarch had an excited expression as he pointed into the distance. Let me see. The old man from the Zheng family hurriedly walked back. It's young Hero Li. Haha, let's go welcome him. The veteran laughed heartily. Outside the Zheng clan's main entrance, the upper echelons of the Zheng clan formed 2 rows and went out to welcome young Hero Li. I wonder if the Jade Buddha. The Zheng clan's patriarch asked carefully. Li Fuchen walked over and smiled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Finishing his statement, he took out the Jade Buddha from his chest. Many thanks, young Hero Li. Many thanks, young Hero Li. The Zheng clan's patriarch was overwhelmed with emotions as he received the Jade Buddha from Li Fuchen. Due to the need for the Jade Buddha to cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to temporarily stay at the Zheng clan. He intended to cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique to the 3rd rank before returning. In case he had to return again, Young hero Li, your lunch. Outside the courtyard, two maids walked in with the meal. Put it on the stone table outside. I will eat later. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from within the house. Young hero Li sure is hardworking. It has been a week, and he has been practicing his martial arts diligently. No wonder he has such ability. Sigh. If only my husband was young hero Li. Stop dreaming. Our Zheng clan's young lady isn't worthy of young hero Li. You better give up. I was just saying. Placing down the meal, the two maids giggled and left. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly and shook his head. The third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. After half a month, he still hadn't found the opportunity to break through. He reckoned that it would take at least 1 or 2 months before he could succeed. On this day, Li Fuchen was still cultivating. Dozens of miles away from the Zheng family, a group of people riding demonic blood horses were galloping towards the Zheng family. Young Master Qingyang. This Zheng family head really refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's the Zheng family's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a fancy to the Zheng family's young lady, Zheng Wei. That's right. The young lady of the Lu family dared to disobey young Master Qingyang. In the end, she still obediently became young Master Qingyang's concubine. The leader riding on the rank 2 demonic blood horse was a young man in his 30s. He had a horse face and a bulbous nose. He wasn't ugly, but he made people feel uncomfortable. The two men beside him kept flattering the young man. The young man's name was Ma Qingyang. He said viciously, "The young lady of the Lu family didn't obey me, so I tortured her for a month. This young lady of the Zheng family didn't obey me, so I will bring her back and torture her for 3 months." His Ma clan was one of the 3 major clans of Linsha City. Within the clan, there were 3 Earth Realm martial artists and plenty of Ma clansmen that entered the Azure Water sect. In the entire Linsha City, apart from the other 2 major clans, no one dared to offend the Ma clan. Young Master Qingyang, we've arrived at the Zheng family. Charge in. Ma Qingyang didn't slow down as he charged into the Zheng clan. With so many people rushing in, the Zheng clansmen were in a panic. Patriarch Zheng forced a smile and walked to Ma Qingyang, who was riding the demonic blood horse. He cupped his fist and asked, "Young Master Qingyang, what brings you to the Zheng clan today?" Ma Qingyang didn't reply. The man beside him snorted, "Bring your daughter out. Our young Master Qingyang wants to bring her back to the Ma clan. Prepare 100,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift. If not, you will be held accountable." Patriarch Zheng suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke in a soft voice. "Logically speaking, it is my daughter's fortune that young Master Qingyang has taken a liking to my daughter. But my daughter already has someone else in her heart, so... How dare you? Do you know that young Master Qingyang is the only grandson of the founder? If you dare to be so long-winded, I will eradicate your Zheng clan." Another man drew his sword and roared. Patriarch Zheng was the patriarch of a clan after all, and had never suffered such humiliation before. He spoke in a rigid tone. "Does the city lord know about your Ma clan's misdeeds?" Facing Fiend City's #1 clan was undoubtedly the city lord Su clan. Hearing this, Ma Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You dare to use the city lord's name to suppress me? Do you want to die?" "I don't dare, but don't force me either." Patriarch Zheng didn't believe that the Ma clan would dare to eradicate his Zheng clan. The Azure Water sect was a righteous sect, and its territory was relatively peaceful. For a major clan to eradicate a minor clan, unless it was done secretly and without anyone knowing, the city lord would definitely intervene. After all, if such a thing happened in the city under his jurisdiction, his prestige would be tarnished. Hee, eradicating your Zheng clan? I am not that foolish. But bringing you back for interrogation is still within my capabilities. Everyone listen up. Patriarch Zheng plotted to murder one of my Ma clan's clansmen. Now that we have caught the evidence, bring him back for interrogation immediately. Anyone who disobeys shall be crippled. Ma Qingyang waved his hand and spoke with a stern expression. "You dare!" The veteran of the Zheng clan walked out from the grand hall and shouted in anger. "Why wouldn't we dare? Our Ma clan is the sky of facing Fiend City. If you dare to disobey the Ma clan, then prepare for the worst." Following Ma Qingyang's command, 4 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists came down from the demonic blood horse and surrounded the Zheng clan's veteran and patriarch. Patriarch Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy, too arrogant and lawless. Father. Right at this moment, an elegant young lady rushed over anxiously. Wei, why are you out? Hurry up and go back in. Patriarch Zheng's expression changed. Since you're already out, why go back in? Zheng Wei, your father has committed a crime, and he's going back to the Ma clan with me. It's best if you come along as well. Who knows? You might be able to lessen your father's suffering. If you serve me well, it's not impossible for me to let your father go. Ma Qingyang was lustful as he grinned. I will follow you back, but you have to let my father go. Zheng Wei had a look of resignation. Wei, you can't. Patriarch Zheng was burning with anxiety. Your father spoke rudely and violated my taboo, but I can give him a chance. Let him kneel down and beg me. Ma Qingyang didn't get off his horse and spoke in a condescending tone. Damn it. Patriarch Zheng was about to risk his life. Such arrogance. Who gave you the guts to strut around here? Right at this moment, a figure walked into the Zheng clan's front yard. Little bastard, do you want to die? How dare you call young Master Qingyang a dog? A man drew his sword and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he executed a palm strike. With a blinding red light, the man was instantly turned into a charcoal and was sent flying. Seeing the scene, the Ma clansmen were flabbergasted. This man actually dared to kill their Ma clansmen. This man had committed a grave crime, and no one could save him. Now that the city lord was here, they had their reasons. Where did this bastard come from? Slaughter him. Ma Qingyang roared. Kill. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.